Don't be tempted to jump to the conclusion of the West that stigmatizes us as the most corrupt people on earth. It's not true. America, Britain are the worst corrupt nations on earth. Prof, the Transparency International try to rank great corrupt countries. They say Nigeria is corrupt, Ghana is corrupt, Cameroon is corrupt. But Switzerland, that warehouses all corrupt money in the world, is never in that reckoning.
Hello. Yesterday in Abidjan, the Nigerian Super Eagles defeated the indomitable Lions of Cameroon 2-0 at the African Cup of Nations. Ademola Lookman scored the 2 goals that gave Nigeria a ticket to the next stage of the competition. Next Friday, Nigeria will play Angola at the quarterfinal stage. The last time Nigeria won the competition was in 2013. Nigeria's president, Mr. Bola Tinubu, who is on a private visit to France, watched the match live. On Friday, a court in Nairobi ordered the Kenyan government to stop collecting a new housing levy from the people. Hours later, another court ruled that President William Ruto could not send 1,000 police officers to Haiti. The president had promised the United Nations that Kenya will send police officers to Haiti this year to help restore law and order in the troubled South American country. Political observers have held the Kenyan judiciary for remaining independent despite efforts by President Ruto to intimidate them. The president has recently launched unprecedented attacks on judges, accusing them of corruption and sabotaging his government's projects. So far, the judiciary in Kenya has not capitulated under the weight of the executive. And Kenyans, from politicians to civil society, have come to the defense of the judiciary, leading to a backlash that the president did not expect. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Today on our show is the indomitable human rights lawyer, Femi Falana. The senior advocate of Nigeria needs no introduction. But for the sake of those born after Ibrahim Babangida's era, Femi Falana is the Gani Fawehinmi of this generation. If you still do not know him, I have nothing else to say but welcome to Nigeria. Comrade Femi Falana will join us to discuss the legal profession in Nigeria and the best solution to Nigeria's problems, a revolution or piecemeal gains. Comrade, welcome to the show. All right, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm very okay, very okay.
All right, nice to have you. Thank you so much for doing this. We appreciate this. I know you're.
Thank you very much, Comrade.
I know you're very.
My pleasure.
Yeah, let's start with the story out of Kenya. The judiciary in Kenya, we all know they've been very independent of the executive, And recently, they passed several rulings that basically challenge the position of the executive. How is it that we don't have such a judiciary in Nigeria?
Well, it may be unfair to dismiss the Nigerian judiciary. Just last Thursday, I had a case in Lagos where I had sued the government, particularly the Central Bank and the AMCON, Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, for the legal sale of Polaris Bank. This is a bank that was run aground by a faction of the comprador bourgeoisie in Nigeria. The Central Bank took over the bank and spent a colossal sum of 1.3 trillion naira to revive the bank, only to turn around and sell it for 50 billion naira. So I went to court to challenge the sale. Of course, I've also written a petition to the EFCC over the illegal sale of Keystone Bank and the Union Bank, a colonial bank for that matter. These banks were sold under the table. So the case came up on Thursday, and my colleagues representing the Central Bank and the Polaris Bank management asked the court to penalize me because on the previous occasion, the court had asked me to pay to both of them 200,000 naira, each. That's 400,000 naira altogether. I showed up in court and I said, my lord, I'm here today to withdraw this case because the government has seen wisdom in my case by taking over the bank and replacing its management. So it was a wrong thing, that was done. The court berated my colleagues for having the temerity to ask me to pay damages for pursuing a public interest litigation. And the court said, even the 400,000 naira awarded, I'm revoking it because the government has seen sense in this case by taking over the bank. So, Mr. Falana, please keep up your good work. I'm not going to award damages against you. The one I awarded earlier, I am revoking it. So for me, it is not totally correct to dismiss the entire judiciary. In fact, we would be committing what I may call fallacy of generalization. In the midst of the mess, there are judges that remain loyal to their oath of office and to the commitment to the interests of the country. On another occasion, I stumble on the fact that a private company owned by an Indian was being used by some public officers in Abuja to dupe the country. Every expatriate in Nigeria pays 2,000 naira separate fee per annum. It comes to about 40 billion naira a year. And I discovered that the federal government is allocated 30% of this money. Immigration, Department of Immigration, 5%. Ministry of Interior, 7%. That's 42%. The remaining 58% is given to this company that does nothing other than telling all foreign expatriates, please use this account in Polaris Bank to pay $2,000 per annum. I wrote to the Ministry of Finance in 2018. What is this illegality about? Because they ignored me. And I went to court. In November 2019, the court gave a judgment, declared the collection illegal, and ordered immigration service to collect the money and ask them to account for what has been collected. Because this is money that should go to federation account to be shared by the three tiers of government. So, but you know what happened? The government went on appeal in connivance with the company. We are in the Court of Appeal now. So there are cases like that where our courts come out in defense of the Nigerian people. I've just filed a case last Friday on behalf of Alliance on Surviving COVID-19 and beyond. COVID, where we are challenging all the state governments in Nigeria for abandoning our children and allowing 20.2 million children to roam the street. And what is the basis of our case? Every year, we get the federal government to deduct 2% of its consolidated revenue fund, pay into UBEC fund, that's Universal Basic Education Commission. State governments are required to access the money by paying a counterpart fund of 50%. As of December last year, 68 billion naira have been abandoned by the state government because they have refused to access the money. So we have just gone to court to compel the state government to access the money and then remove children from the street, out of school children, and then register them in school. Because we have two judgments, one from the ECOWAS court, one from the Federal High Court to the fact that by virtue of the Compulsory Free Education Act, every Nigerian child shall be educated by the Nigerian state from primary to junior secondary school. That's the first 9 years of their life, of school age. But the governments of Nigeria, the federal and the state government, have refused to comply with the terms of this judgment. And this is why we are going to court. And I expect the court to grant our release and order the state government to go and access the money and spend it on primary education in Nigeria. So it is not totally, it will not be totally correct to say the Nigerian judiciary is not prepared at the risk of their independence, at the risk of their freedom. Some of the judges are doing well. But as I regrettably said recently, if the late Gani Fawehinmi and some of us had done some of the things we did under the military, we would have died in custody. Because quite a number of our judges have become more executive-minded than the judicial and than the executive themselves. In the case of Kenya, Kenya started this progressive approach in 2017 when the court annulled the presidential election. And I remember on that occasion, I wrote a piece which was ignored by my colleague until the election of last year, where I tried to compare what I call Nigeria and Kenya jurisprudence, electoral jurisprudence. And I made it clear to our colleagues that whereas in Kenya, you spend only 14 days to pursue a presidential election petition. In Nigeria, it was 6 months. It is still 6 months. For goodness sake, why are you sitting for 6 months to determine an election when you will have spent 2 months 6 months in the Court of Appeal and 2 months in the Supreme Court? So it was last week now that the elections of governors that were conducted in March last year, we are just getting the result. And I have warned, please emulate your colleagues in Kenya and stop getting us to determine the result of elections in our country. So for me, Kenya, as far as 6-7 years ago, had embraced technology in the conduct of elections, in the compilation of election results and so on and so forth, collection of results. But here, we are still told, the machines are malfunctioning, to justify fraud, electoral fraud. So in the case of Kenya, yes, but it is not all the judgment that are oozing out of Kenya courts that we can clap. I mean, for instance, I was quite flabbergasted to learn that the Kenyan courts, a Kenyan court, had just frustrated the move by Kenya to help agents to restore law and order. Although I would rather blame the executive. And this is where President Ruto will have to be properly advised. We have the same constitutional arrangement whereby you have to go to parliament to get approval before you commit your country In the case of Nigeria, when this point came out, when the guys in Abuja wanted to launch an attack on Niger, and I remember on that occasion I came out, under the Nigerian constitution, President Tinubu lacks the power to unilaterally commit Nigerian troops. You must go to the parliament and get an approval. Ditto for Kenya. If the president, yes, you might at the level of African Union or some other forum, agree to send troops, you still have to go to the parliament. And I think what the Kenya court is saying is that the planned deployment is illegal because it is not authorized by law. And we must get people, in power in Africa to learn to respect the constitution. This business of one man rule is over. And I said this, and I learned this from Kenya. I mean, the East African community, that's what they call rule of rulers, as opposed to rule of law. So, and I think that is what is going on. So I expect that the president will do the needful by rushing to parliament to get an approval to deploy troops, because it is necessary to help the people of Haiti.
Okay, thank you. And based on your experience, what percentage of the judiciary do you think are operating the way they should, that is independent and not being corrupt, based on your experience, Nigerian judiciary? Just a rough.
It is almost an infinitesimal minority of judges. The system itself attracts corruption in all facets of our life. If you pay poor wages, if you deliberately starve the judiciary of funds, if you deliberately refuse to allow judicial autonomy, contrary to the stipulation of the Constitution, you are encouraging judicial corruption. The manner of appointments of judges is weak. I have a colleague in Ghana, Tanko Amidou. We're together in Alao Akabashorun chambers in the 80s. He is from Kaduna State. Today, he's a justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana. That is absolutely impossible in Nigeria. Whereas we have 5 judges drawn from the bar, we have 5 judges promoted from the High Court to the Supreme Court in Nigeria. Joseph Elias was appointed from the university and made the Chief Justice of Nigeria. A Chief Justice of former Southeastern State, Justice Dan Alexander, a Jamaican, was appointed and made the Chief Justice of Nigeria by the Murtala regime. Justice Sinamani was Attorney General of Olusegun Obasanjo. He was appointed a Supreme Court Justice. Justice Chukwudifu Oputa, Justice Kayode Esho, another, were appointed from the High Court. And those are some of the best justices that have adorned the Supreme Court. But today, it is a promotional exercise from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court. And it's based on seniority. There's no way you can get the best in that kind of arrangement. 2, the Constitution provides that the budget of the judiciary shall be paid to the heads of court at the federal, state level. To some extent, that has been done at the federal level. No state in Nigeria, including the ones headed by lawyers, senior lawyers, recognizing judicial autonomy or financial autonomy for the judiciary. My colleague, Olisa Agbako, has just accused the judiciary of what he calls Supreme Court, a mafia running the Supreme Court. It cannot be so. Some of these problems are caused by the Constitution. You have a situation whereby the Chief Justice of Nigeria is the chairman of the National Judicial Council. He is the chair of the Federal Judicial Service Commission. He is the chair of the Nigerian National Judicial Institute. He's also a member of the ECOWAS Community, Council of Judges. So you have all these powers concentrated in one person. They are subject to abuse. This is what is going on with the judiciary. So to come back to your question, only very few judges are independent in Nigeria. And many of them are at risk to their own lives. Many of them are frustrated by the executive.
What do you think about this delay in delivery of judgment? So, like the lawsuits you filed in my last years, sometimes people even forget, and that the lawsuit is still going through the court system. But does that give confidence to people who are expecting rulings that will impact lives?
Under the Constitution, delay can be said to be institutionalized. I take electoral jurisprudence. I've just spoken about Kenya. You don't have these three judicial ladders to access justice, to know the result of elections. And until 2011, we used to have 2 judicial cadres. But today, you have 2 judicial cadres for the presidential election and legislative election. But for governorship election, 3 stages. Why should it be so? And we are saying, in other African countries, in all the Francophone African countries, where you have to go to the Constitutional Court, it's 14 days. In Kenya, in Zambia, 14 days. You simply go to the Supreme Court to have presidential election determined. Other elections go to other courts, tribunals, to have election result determined in 14 days. But if you have to do it in 8 months, 10 months, people might even forgotten that we have had elections. And why those who are in power are exercising the powers of the state, entering into international agreement, at the end of the day, it becomes very difficult, even for the judiciary, to say, oh, those who have been representing Nigeria in the United Nations, in ECOWAS, in African Union, have not won election. And that is why we are insisting, and I am involved in this campaign. You must determine all pre-election matters before elections. Results of all elections must be determined before the inauguration of the incoming government. And unless we go back to the drawing table, we're not going to stop it. And so that is, and of course, we have to embrace technology. It's very unfortunate for some of us who practice law in other fora. I mean, for instance, since the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the ECOWAS court in Abuja has embraced technology. So I sit down in my office now in Lagos to file cases in the ECOWAS court. In 24 hours, the process is completed. And I have the suit number. I file my papers, the other side is served electronically. And then the opponent will file the reply. If I need to file any further paper, and so the proceedings are conducted online. Unless you want to travel to Abuja, you want to expect somebody in Freetown, Sierra Leone, in Gambia. Now, to travel to Abuja, so the process has been simplified for people to participate in each of the 15 member states. The African Court on Human and People's Rights was set up in 2006. I've appeared only once physically in that court. The last case I had in that court, which has been the most significant decision rendered by that court, has to do with the right to self-determination of the Sahrawi people, Western Sahara. We had 8 countries that took part, judges from 11 countries, lawyers from about 15 countries, took part in the proceedings online. And in less than 3 months, the judgment was delivered. And so this is what we have not embraced in Nigeria. There were times during the COVID-19 pandemic to have some virtual proceedings conducted in Nigeria. But today, we have abandoned virtual hearing in Nigeria. So we're just trying to pressurize our colleagues now to ensure that e-filing does not become e-delay in the country. So we have to embrace technology. We have to move with time. And we also, unfortunately, have to copy the experience of South Africa, Kenya, even Ghana, where the judiciary has embraced technology. And they are better for it. Why should somebody, to pursue a case from the High Court, of the Magistrate Court to the Supreme Court, it takes an average of about 25 years to 30 years in Nigeria. That's no longer justice. So this is a problem.
All right, we are going to get into Nigerian issues a lot, but let me ask you one more question about Africa. Today, we are seeing in the news that Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, they decided that they are pulling out of ECOWAS. What does that mean for ECOWAS?
Well, because of the sanctions imposed on those countries by ECOWAS, because of the unconstitutional change of those 3 countries out of 4 that are under military rule have decided, the juntas have decided to pull out of ECOWAS. For me, it's a temporary fix. Once democracy is restored in each of those countries, the regimes, constitutional government will have to rush back to ECOWAS. Because for the people of the region, ECOWAS is no longer a government, it's no longer a club of African or West African dictators, but it has become an organization of the people. There's no way the pulling out by Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso will pull the people out of collaborating among themselves. Trading is still going on in spite of the sanctions. You can't ask people in Niger not to have relationship with people in Nigeria, in Chad, in Mali, and the rest of them. And that was why a group of Ghanaians recently approached us to challenge some of those sanctions in the ECOWAS court. And we're before the court to say, how dare you to impose sanctions that are causing unnecessary hardship on the people? If you want to deal with military rulers, you can simply say, oh, we're not going to allow you to sit in our meetings. We're not going to allow you to travel to our country. But you cannot hold the people vicariously liable for the change of constitutional change of government. And one of our arguments is that some of the elected rulers also pave way for military rule. And the ECOWAS has not adopted what I call preventive diplomacy. We all know when some of these countries are going to collapse, ECOWAS will simply turn the other eye. When a president decides to change the constitution of the country to elongate his tenure, for me, that is unconstitutional change of government. Nobody voted for you. To throw the constitution aside, and they would then organize a mock referendum. After that, there will be an election monitored by ECOWAS. No, we must stop that. Now, since 2015 or thereabout, ECOWAS has been trying to amend the protocol on democracy and good governance to allow for a maximum period of 2 terms. Countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, and I think Senegal are currently opposed to that. And because the leaders want a consensus, that amended protocol has been thrown aside. So any of these leaders, any of the elected leaders can wake up one day to say, I'm amending the constitution of my country to elongate my term beyond 8 years or 10 years. And so when that happens, as in the case of Guinea, what happens is that you have some guys in the barracks who will roll out the tanks. And we are saying, stop encouraging military coup d'etats in the region. And you can only do that by respecting the provisions of the constitution of the country. So that's one of the reasons why we have a constitutional change of government. But as I said, the three countries are simply showing a rejection of the sanctions that have been imposed, and they are withdrawing from ECOWAS. But again, as I said, once you have restoration of democracy in each of those three countries, I'm very confident that the leaders will come back to ECOWAS.
All right. The last time you were on this show was before the election. We've had the election, and there's an outcome of the election. I know you've been speaking on this on several places, but for those who have not been following you, will you say that you have confidence that the next election in Nigeria will be anything better than what we had last year?
No, there is no indication that will happen. But Nigerians can decide. And we're trying to mobilize our people to decide to have credible elections next time around. And again, we're in touch because the Bola Tinubu administration decided to fill vacancies in the INEC. I'm talking of appointment of President Electoral Commissioner. We have identified 4 out of 10 that were recently appointed as card-carrying members of either the 3 of them of APC, 1 of them of PDP. So you cannot have good elections if INEC officials are card-carrying members of certain political parties or the ruling party. Because the constitution was amended from what it used to be under President Obasanjo, whereby a lot of the managers of elections were card-carrying members of the ruling party. So the constitution was amended to remove partisan or card-carrying members of political parties from the membership of INEC. As a matter of fact, we are campaigning for the adoption of the recommendation of the Waste Panel in that area. Just like Kenya, again, the Waste Panel recommended that the chair of INEC, the national commissioners, and the recs shall be appointed by advertisement. You have to advertise and invite those who are interested, and the members of the public know who they are, find out, whether they are credible people to manage elections. And we are going to have, I think it was suggested then, that NJC will look at the conduct, an interview, and then recommend the best 3 candidates to the president. Those names will be taken to the Senate for confirmation. So this is what has been recommended. But every regime since 2010, every regime has jettisoned that recommendation. And for us to have good elections, we must go back to the adoption of the remaining recommendations of the Waste Panel. So we have enough time now to really prepare the ground for good election. This must be the last time. For me, this must be the last time we are going to allow judges to determine the winners of election in Nigeria. It has become so dangerous. It's become too expensive. And in fact, it's almost like we are promoting what I would call subversion of democracy. The election result should be determined at the polling units. And then you collect at the end of the day. And then results are announced. But the case where elections are manipulated, and then you go to court and be arguing on the basis of technicalities and so on and so forth, there are problems. And that's why I stopped getting involved in election petitions. Election petitions in 2015. Because my experience is that you may waste all your time studying all the judgments in this world, They want to speak law. But at the end of the day, there are other considerations. That's not the kind of law I was taught. So this is a problem. So for me, we must begin a serious struggle now, legal, political, mobilize our people to ensure that we prepare and have credible elections in 2027. We can't go on like this, particularly for young people. We can't go on like this. To invest so much in elections. The last time, over 300 billion. And at the end of the day, the cost will have to determine. If you follow the judgment of the Supreme Court, all governors won their cases. That means INEC performed brilliantly well. But the judgment do not reflect, majority of the judgment do not reflect what happened on the field. And that is why we must reduce to the barest minimum the involvement of judges in the management of elections. That part was start now.
Last week, we had the chairman with the Labour Party here, and he told the line you are throwing now. He said that the party will mobilize people to force changes in the electoral laws. How is that going to be done? And have we had any success in mobilizing people to change something in Nigeria, other than depending on lawyers like you to sue and maybe force changes?
Let me tell you the interesting aspect. Both chambers of the National Assembly at the seminar in Lagos recently was privileged to have presented a paper. I was taken aback when the legislators were telling us about their experience with respect to having won an election. You have to go to the tribunal, you have to go to the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, and then, look, there are problems. Pre-election matters, post-election matters. In fact, the governor of Delta State, while celebrating his legal victory in the Supreme Court, said, I think he took part in about 42 cases. But I've never read about that in any part of the world. So we must stop it, and I'm happy. Based on the experience of the legislator, they are saying, never again. So we're taking advantage of that to say, let's go back to the drawing table. How do we amend the Electoral Act to ensure that we do not allow judges to determine results of elections? And we can only do that by reorganizing the electoral body, by ensuring that credible elections are conducted, by ensuring that we embrace technology like a number of African countries are doing. And we must stop this whole business of promise us. We are going to announce the results of election from the polling unit. We are going to transmit. And on the day of the election, you say, sorry, it was only a promise. And you have judges saying, oh, sorry, it's not in the law. I beg your pardon. I invite you this publicly. Even the mere promise is what you call promissory estoppel. If you leave me to believe in your words and I act on it, I act on your commitment, you cannot turn around and say, oh, I didn't mean it, it's not in the law. I mean, and I've come out with about 2 cases I've handled in the Court of Appeal, the High Court and the Court of Appeal, where lecturers were told for 2 years or 3 years, after which will be confirmed. They were not confirmed in writing. We went to court. This is the law. You confirmed us after 3 years. Now it's about 5 years. It's about 10 years. The court said, the fact that you haven't written a letter of confirmation does not mean they have not been confirmed. By your conduct, they have been confirmed. Because your professional period is for 3 years. Now the man has spent 5 years, 10 years. So what will you call that? Extended probation? No. And that is how we're able to scale that hurdle in the university and tertiary institution. whereby confirmation of appointment was based on the whims and caprices of heads of institutions. So you can act. The law allows me to act on your promise, and any promise made can be enforced by the law. So again, and this is my own worry. One of the lawyers that handled a case, I won't mention the name, I think in Ocean State, canvassed, a very senior lawyer, canvassed that INEC was not banned to transmit election results. The Supreme Court had accepted it. The same lawyer went to the Court of Appeal in the presidential election petition. INEC is banned to transmit the results. The Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court accepted the other argument by saying INEC is not banned to transmit results. And I have told my colleague, in some other client, the lawyer that has been so inconsistent in promoting bad electoral jurisprudence will be sanctioned. But in Nigeria, everything goes. And at the end of the day, blame the judges without blaming the lawyers who are causing these problems. Of course, lawyers make submissions. Ultimately, the judges will have to decide. But when lawyers go to court and cite all manners of cases for convenience, we have this problem. So we must also get the lawyers involved, particularly the liberal ones amongst them, to appreciate that we are facing a danger in our country whereby the courts may be attacked by the people if they believe that justice cannot be skilled from the court. And this is my own fear.
All right, we have so many issues to get on. We have little time. Let me just quickly get to other matters. The president of Nigeria just left the country and went on what he called a private visit to France. Before when he was declared the winner, he also went on a private visit to France, and he didn't tell the country where he was going to, what he was going there to do. Right now, we know that he went to France, and we saw pictures of him watching the games yesterday. What is your take on transparency as far as the presidency is concerned? What is the responsibility of the president to the people that elected him?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, no public officer has a private life. If you want to enjoy your private life, go to your house. You go to your house. All the activities of an elected officer are within public domain. You can't go to Grenada or Brazil to attend a private party. No, your activities must be known by the electorate. So in the first place, the president of a country, of a modern state, cannot embark on a private visit. Hence, it is provided in the Constitution. Based on our experience, that when the president is going out of town, you must transmit power to the vice president, even though say if he's going to go beyond 21 days. But if you are going to go for 14 days, you must announce. The president, like all public officers, is entitled to at least a month holiday in a year. So you can say, I am taking 2 weeks out of my 1 month holiday to go to France. It cannot be private. The media must follow you. And that is why in the US, when presidents are on vacation, either in Camp David or whatever, they must be located. They are running the states. I mean, you say, oh, you were watching a match yesterday between Cameroon and Nigeria. Other activities are going on. being performed by the president, even during this private visit. So, and you cannot have a private visit in a country where the president of that country is not made aware that you are in town. Because this is the largest concentration of Black people on earth. We must carry ourselves with dignity. So for me, number one, there's no provision under the Constitution for a private visit by the president of Nigeria. That's number one. Number two, wherever the president is located, his activities must be known. You cannot be in a private visit to any country and then be running Nigeria. Because right now, it is President Tinubu that is still running the country because he never transmitted power to the vice president. So, to the extent that the activities of the state going on being conducted by him, the question of a private visit does not arise. And the principle of accountability is there, and the media is empowered under Section 22 of the Constitution to promote transparency and accountability in government. And I guess that is why the press must look for the president and report his activity wherever he is.
Yeah, very, very good. I wanted you to address that because there's another angle to this. Security of the president. Do you imagine that it's possible for serious countries like President of America or Prime Minister of Britain or Germany to just take off and go to another country and disappear for 12 days or 14 days? And of course, we know that our past presidents, some of them have been going for medical treatment abroad. And can you talk about the implication of that? You know, the president of a country going abroad for medical treatment. We don't know what Tinubu is doing in France, but we know in the past he's been treated in France.
For me, I won't go far. I won't go as far as going to Britain or the United States or Germany. You can't do that in Ghana. You cannot do that in South Africa. You cannot do that in Kenya. So I would rather come home and find out what African countries are doing, the way affairs of the state are conducted. There's no privacy in government. I remember one case, I think that of Otonwanko and the state, in Anambra State, whereby the late Otonwanko, published a pamphlet, how Jimu Obodo rule Anambra State. And he was charged for this sedition. And the government of Anambra State then was trying to, invaded the privacy of the government. And the Court of Appeal, I think the late Judge Olajide Olatawura said, no, you cannot have privacy. If you feel to irascible as a government, you cover your 2 ears with cotton wool. But criticism is indispensable in a democratic society. And the court said, the freedom came from our colonial master, who must do everything to save. Now, if we have a democratic government, and it's set out in the Constitution, democracy is about openness. It's about transparency. And the president withdraws and simply announces, I'm going on a private visit to France. There can be no private visit at the level of the presidency of a country. So the governor cannot withdraw from the affairs of the state and say, I am going to attend a private program. No. If you are going for study, you must know. If you are going for medical treatment, there's a provision for it under the National Health Act. Before you can go out, and we made this point repeatedly under President Buhari. No, before you go out, there must be a medical team that will examine you and recommend whether you should be flown out or not. So the president of our country, with all respect, cannot justify a private visit under the Constitution because it's a public office you are occupying. It's not a private office. So you cannot conduct affairs of the state privately. It's been done now.
Now, you mentioned Grenada, and we saw this story that came out the last 2 days of the governor of Lagos State attending a party in that country. He tried to cover it up and said that he went there on a mission. What is your take on this?
Again, talking of privacy and public affairs, private affairs and public affairs, I think the governor was so embarrassed by the implication of his private visit to Grenada to attend a birthday party that he had to arrange a visit to the office of the Prime Minister. Again, when you look at it, the only sovereign recognized as Nigeria is the president, not the governor. So a governor of a state in a federation does not conduct foreign affairs. If you ask them in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Abuja, nobody is aware. The governor of a state was going to visit a president of another country. No. To go to the embassy, our embassy that covered that region, was not aware that the governor was visiting the head of state of a country of 130,000 people. So there are problems. And again, I'm sure with the concern of the people of Lagos, with respect to that visit, the governor has not been able to come out to say, I went on a private visit to attend it. But no, the governor knows he cannot do it. Hence, he had to make it an official by calling on the Prime Minister in that country. I used to have a client, I think he left Fela Nicola Pokuti. Anytime Fela was in France, it was compulsory that he had to be at the Air Palace because it was recognized by, particularly, I think, President Mitterrand. Oh, Fela, you are in town? You have to be in the presidential palace. We must recognize that you are in town. So, years later, and that was under the military, you can't have an elected president conducting the affairs of the state in a foreign country without an official recognition of his presence in that country. So I hope this will be the last time the president of Nigeria will expose the country to embarrassment and ridicule by going to a country when your presence is not recognized. Like you said, it has security implications for the country. Because the president of that country has a duty under international law to extend facility, security facility to you as a visiting head of state. Or if you are there privately and anything happens, the government of France is not going to be called to question because you didn't tell the government of France that you're visiting that country. And that is why we must ensure that this great security breach does not happen again.
All right, let's quickly get to other stories out of Nigeria. There's this allegation that the chief of naval staff, Ogala, was involved in oil bunkering to the tune of 170 million. We also know that Beta Edu, the suspended minister of humanitarian affairs, was also involved in a lot of scandals. How do you see this narrative that is painting, that is coming out from this administration, that there is corruption around the presidency and everybody? Even Femi Babangida, who is the chief of staff, is also mentioned in all these corruption scandals. What is your take on that?
Well, for me, I think it's a good development. The Nigerians are going back to our glorious past. And I tell people, when we didn't have the EFCC or the ICPC, the media in Nigeria fought corruption to a standstill, even under the military. I'm sure you may not be a Rudolph, you may not be able to remember the days of if we Takame, I double you. Double Packer was a powerful minister, the most powerful minister under the Gowon regime. And Daba was a businessman from his state who discovered that, there was a business deal and accused the minister of corruption. And all you needed to do in the 70s was to go to a high court, swear to an affidavit that Mr. Minister so is corrupt. And the press would feast on it and would not let go until such a minister was kicked out of the country. For me, I think we're back to those days, whereby Nigerians are exposing corruption and Nigerians are following the stories and they're expecting the government to act. And that is the duty on every Nigerian under the Constitution. Section 15, subsection 5 of the Constitution has imposed a duty on the state. And when I said the state, I mean the Federation of Nigeria, to abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. Now, Section 22 thereof has also imposed a duty on the media to promote accountability in. So, with these two provisions of the Constitution, I believe we're on a strong legal wicket in exposing corruption and ensuring that those who are implicated in corrupt practices are kicked out of the government. With respect to Madam Betta Edu, she's on suspension. Some investigation is going on. And from the information at my disposal, the EFCC has made appreciable progress. With respect to the Chief of Naval Staff, West Marshal Ogala, the Navy issued a statement yesterday denying the allegation, or the coalition that wrote the allegation, coalition of civil society organizations, have also reacted by saying they stand by the story. And I do hope, therefore, that the EFCC will pursue the matter, until the government will have to take a decision. Thank you.
Yeah. Similar story. There was this young military officer, female, who accused the senior officers of assault. And she was picked up and taken to, I think, Abuja and arrested and accused of, I think the military was saying that she was in rehab. How is this happening in Nigeria of today?
Well, by virtue of, I think, Section 179 of the Armed Forces Act, every junior military officer has the right to send petitions to the relevant authorities of abuse of his or her right. And this lady is saying she has been frustrated, hence she was crying out. Some of us in the civil rights movement have contacted the authorities that were interested in a matter. But there was a lady who had a similar experience. And usually you are told, oh, she is not compost mentees, so we are going to give treatment. This time around, the Minister of Women Affairs has intervened, and we are following the story. In the case that I mentioned earlier, we could not even get legal redress for her in the Federal High Court. We had to approach the ECOWAS court that confirmed that she was sexually harassed. And the court, I think, awarded, about $200,000 in her favor, which we're still trying to get the government to pay her so that she can be fully rehabilitated, So this is the experience. It's a common, whatever. And, I remember 2 instances where my wife has gone to court with cases for police female officers. There's a colonial law which provided that a woman police officer could not marry for 3 years after enlistment. I think that provision was annulled by the court in 2012. There's another provision that says that if a woman becomes pregnant outside wedlock and the police, it will attract automatic dismissal. A lady was dismissed in Ekiti State. I think it was 3 years ago. He gave my wife had to go to court because I'm showed in court. There are many police officers, including a city IG, that impregnated, women. So why are you, harassing this girl? Of course, the court, again, struck down that provision of the law. So we had this harassment of ladies under the law, the public service, and in all the forces, there are problems with the rights of women. So one by one, we're trying to get their rights respected. And this time around, we are closely monitoring, development, with respect to this military officer.
All right. Your client, Omoyele Sowore, has been restricted to Nigeria for the past 4.5 years. For Nigerians abroad who are watching, who may have interest in coming to Nigeria to do anything, the idea that you could be arrested and charged to court for whatever offense and you won't get judgment in 4 years will scare them to death. What is going on with that case? Why is he still not able to leave the country? When we know corrupt politicians who were picked up by the EFCC, their cases have been unresolved and they travel over the world. We see them around and we wonder, are they still on that trial or not? What's going on?
What Showore's case is a case of political victimization. You cannot compare it with the cases of corrupt politicians who are given bail and also given their passports to move and conduct their businesses all over the world or to attend to their medical needs. It's in a lawyers forum during the weekend, they will say, somebody had this bail application argued and the court adjourned for 3 months and they were wondering why this injustice. I said, you guys are being hypocritical. I have warned you repeatedly that we have an unequal system of justice, double judicial system, one for the poor, one for the rich. Just last week, and I reminded them, Governor Obiano, former Anambra State, was charged with stealing 4 billion. The very day he was taken to court, he was granted bail. He never went to any prison. The guys who were charged with stealing 109 billion, I mean, the former Accountant General and his cohorts, were granted bail. But when it comes to Sowore, he was reluctantly granted bail because the bail conditions were very difficult to meet, including restricting into Abuja. And the last time that occurred in our country was under the colonial regime. We call it transportation. And if under the military, you take it from Lagos to Gashua or Mawadashi or whatever, and those from the north will be brought down. It's a colonial arrangement. But in this case, that shall not leave Abuja. Must get to landowners in Abuja. Those conditions were too tough for Sowore because nobody wanted to associate with him so that the government would not punish them. But we find a way of meeting those bail conditions. Now, we then say, but give the man his passport. He needs to visit his family. As a young children in the UN. I said, well, no, the trial will start. Okay, the trial started. Again, I can defend it. It's the most ridiculous charge of treasonable felony I've come across. Where a man wanted to have a protest under a civilian government, democratic government. It's a right. We've won it. You don't need a police permit to demonstrate. Before the protest, he was grabbed, abducted in Lagos, taken to Abuja. So at the time the protest took place, he was not in town. Yet, charged him with planning treason for wanting to demonstrate in 2019 that you rigged the election. So we started the trial. The secret police, the state security service brought a witness to court. We could examine the witness. But the state was embarrassed. So we asked the young man, where were you in 1983? He said, well, I was a very young man. I was in primary school. Okay. But you heard that General Muhammadu Buhari staged a coup. Say yes. Was he charged with treason? No. Has he been charged with treason? Say no. So this guy, he didn't remove any government. He said yes. On 5th of August, 2019, where was he? It was in our custody. Did he take part in the protest? He said, no. He couldn't have taken part. It was in our custody. The state has not been able to bring any other witness because we have turned the trial into the trial of the Nigerian neo-colonial state. It happened to us, I think, in 1992. Ibrahim Babangida military junta accused the late Gani Fawehinmi and 4 others, including myself, of treasonable felony. And what was the basis? Pasted posters around the country that Babangida had to go, having postponed the end of his transition program about 3 times. So they grabbed us in Lagos, took us to Abuja, charged us with treasonable felony. Hold on. The state has never been so embarrassed. Kept in Kuje prison for about 2 months, then were taken to court. The late Ghanaian and I addressed the court for 5 hours, where we made it clear to the court that those who should be standing trial for treason were in the villa. You know. So we can't overthrow a military government with posters, men of violence, in the villa. So why are you harassing us? Of course, after about 2 weeks, they granted us bail. The state disappeared until the case was struck out for want of diligent prosecution. I'm sure that will happen in the case of Shore. The government cannot mobilize another witness. But the whole idea, let's keep him here so that he will not go out of the country to embarrass us. But we're working on, we're also, I think we have assembled names of about 20 people are standing trial for monumental fraud and corruption. If you allow these guys to travel around the world, how will you not allow this man who has not stolen a dime to travel to visit his family in the US? So we're filing the application very soon.
All right. There's another case that is under the radar. This is an so-called Ezeibo in Ajay Estates, who had not a press conference. He made a video where he said that he will bring ESN, that's Eastern Security Network, to defend his the market where people were attacking markets and goods. And he was picked up. Till today, he hasn't been granted bail. How is that possible? What is the law that is keeping him?
Unfortunately, his application for bail was refused. We were contacted in our chambers to take up the matter, but I think we couldn't agree on the terms, But when I read recently, but another colleague was defending him before they came here, and I said, well, I'm not in the business of taking briefs from colleagues. We'll be prepared to work together to get him out of custody, because as far as we're concerned, he was only expressing his freedom of expression. And that has nothing to do with terrorism or whatever they call it, If somebody simply says, if you cannot protect us in Lagos, we may have to invite IPOB. How does that become a criminal offense, You can issue a statement. We're not going to allow you to bring IPOB to Lagos. We're going to ensure that everybody is defended in Lagos. And that will have been the end of the matter. But these guys have a way of, causing problems among our people. And I think I was telling my wife yesterday, These guys who talk about Igbo and Yoruba and the crisis during elections, a governor had to go thousands of miles from Lagos to attend a party, not to stand by a Yoruba lady, but an Igbo lady. And people will have to work together. For this reason, I mean, I can assure you, we're intervening in the case, and very soon, we should be able to get this guy out of custody.
I know you're a very busy person. Maybe you've not read any part of Femi Adesina's book on the time Buhari. But
I'm trying to get a copy. But yeah, I've read some of the reviews.
Yes, I read some parts of it. There was one that was fascinating. So he came in as media aide to the president, and there was no budget for the office. And typically they were getting money from the National Security Advisor for that department. So he went to Abba Kyari and talked to him. The guy didn't give him any money. So he went back to Buhari, and Buhari said, I was the one that said that department, that office should not fund the media. Fund the media. So he started looking for where to get the money, went to the secretary to the government and everything. And for 5 years, he said he had no money to run his department. So it made me to think about security votes. Do you know how much security votes that the president gets and what he does with it?
Well, nobody knows.
Should we know? Shouldn't we know?
Nobody know. Of course. I think one of the anti-corruption agencies 2 years ago came up with a figure of 241 billion naira as security vote in the country. It's likely to have increased by now. These funds are not accounted for. What is done with it is not known. I think about a couple of governors are on about 1.4 billion per month. Others between 300 and 500 million, which according to them, so take care of the security in their respective areas of jurisdiction. But from what we have seen, the security architecture of the state has almost collapsed. You go to a police station now and you want to lodge a report. Because the police is not funded, you have to pay for the investigation. And at the end of the day, if it's the complainant or the suspect that pays higher, you're likely to have a report in your favor. You can only do that in a state that has collapsed. In Abuja, many Nigerians have forgotten the fact that a few years ago, under the Yar'Adua regime, $460 million loan secured from China for the provision of CCTV cameras in Abuja. We don't have the CCTV cameras. The money was stolen. Nobody has been asked to explain. So a lot of the crimes that are taking place in Abuja will have been captured. But those who stole the money have not been able to account, have not been invited to account. Yearly, and I think under Buhari, at the time, we're told that the government was investigating about $15 billion that are being marked for the security of Nigeria. At the end of the day, nothing came out of it. So it's very disturbing that you do not know what security votes are all about in Nigeria. But now that you have raised the question, I think it would be worth having to look at it, because it should be captured in the budget. So I'm sure if we scrutinize the budget very well, because a lot of things, were inserted into the budget, and usually inserted into the budget. Maybe if we scrutinize very well, we may be able to, arrive at the figure. What is spent on security votes.
Thank you. There's this loan that the government is getting from through the NNPC, 3.3 something billion, and that required them to swap oil in exchange. I don't know if you followed it. They try to justify what they are doing, but they are basically giving out 12 point something million barrels of crude oil for this loan, 3 point something billion. I don't know if you paid attention to the defense of the government and why they're getting that money.
Well, in August last year, you can Google, I came out I accuse the government of engaging in illegality by asking the NNPC to take a loan for and on behalf of the central bank. I examined the Petroleum Industry Act. I also examined the Central Bank Act. I couldn't get any provision. I couldn't find a provision that allows the NNPC to take a loan. The government sometimes forgets that the NNPC is no longer a parastatal of the government. It has become a limited liability company to be run on behalf of the Nigerian people. So that body cannot take a loan without the approval of the National Assembly. And up to now, the Senate, the National Assembly has not given approval for the loan. So to that extent, it's illegal. Secondly, there's no provision in either the NNPC Act, PIA Act, or the Central Bank Act that allows the Central Bank to fund the forex market. But the other disturbing aspect in this whole scenario is that the government has issued this statement, a rejoinder to Article's president to the Fed. Oh, we're not paying $12 billion. We'll be paying between $5 and $6 billion. The other issue that Nigerians are failed to consider. Again, I brought out, we wrote a letter to the Minister of Finance recently. You have no business committing the country, taking loans all over the place. Because in the last 20 years, including under this regime, the NLNG has collected as dividends for Nigeria about $34.5 billion. 3 months ago, $1.2 billion was paid to this regime as part of the dividend. And we are saying, collect this money. On what basis are you taking a loan? There was also a judgment of the Supreme Court in 2018, October 2018, to the fact that, again, I brought out this law, that Deep Offshore Inland Basin Act, Production Act, was not implemented for 18 years. And the Supreme Court, I think it was Bayelsa, Rivers, and Akwa Ibom went to court. And the Supreme Court said, go and collect the money. The federal government and those state government got a committee to find out what was owed. It came to $62 billion. And we're asking this government, collect the fund, $62 billion from oil majors, including Shell, that is trying to run away. The government is not interested in collecting this money, other than punishing the Nigerian people, taking more loans that will be paid by generations yet unborn. But for me, again, we have to mobilize the Nigerian people to arrest this unrestrained indebtedness. You know, we're being lured into debts that will be very difficult to pay. There's no basis for it. And again, I have asked the regime, when the Bola Tinubu regime came on board, our production of crude oil was 1.2 million barrels per day. Now it has gone to 1.7 million barrels per day. We are selling oil, even to Dangote, in dollars. So where is the money you are making daily, which runs to over $100 million per day? See, yet you are still going around taking loans because we cannot get loans. We cannot get dollars. So you are taking loans where you are going to mortgage the sovereignty of Nigeria. Again, we have to go beyond sloganeering. We must now join issues with this government on every step being taken to destroy the economy. And that's what is going on.
All right. Our people are waiting. They want to join this conversation. I will bring them in. But before then, one more question for you. This is, I don't know if you know Professor Wole Soyinka very well. Recently, he's been taking issues with the young people of Nigeria, calling them barbarian. What do you think about what's happening with his relationship with the Nigerians, especially since this election happened?
No, you said he called. No, I don't think he's talking of young people.
He said actually.
No, I think he's fighting the social media.
Social media,
and
yes.
the recklessness of some people using the social media. You know, I don't think Professor Yinka can condemn the youth in absolute terms. I mean, that's my position. That's my position.
Yeah.
And he's entitled to his opinion. I cannot stand for him. I've not been briefed to stand for him, you know, but I think he was expressed. And anytime he does express his opinion, young people, other people who believe they are affected also join issues with him. And that's how it should be in a democratic society.
Yeah, but I know that someone like you, probably you've been on the receiving end of the social media, the nature of the social media, and I don't think,
regularly.
Yeah, I'm sure. But everybody, especially if you are out there, you get that. But do you think that his approach is? You don't approach it this way. I mean, things have been attributed to you that you didn't say.
No, I can tell you this as a lawyer. What I do, if I find it necessary, I go out of my way to defend my reputation when I feel that I've been irresponsibly defamed. And one is going on now, you know, whereby I was helping to find out the killers of a young man, you know, for one reason or the other, you know, the father descended on me. For me, I would not want to multiply his agony by suing him. For some of the media people that made some defamatory statements, I'm joining issues with them. So if you offend anybody, including your good self, Rudolph, if anybody damages your reputation, you can go to court. But I'm not going to dismiss, I won't dismiss social media because it also has its own advantage. If you operate in an environment like our own, where the print and electronic media have been captured by the ruling class, I can tell you who owns what television station in Nigeria, who owns what newspaper in Nigeria. If you simply have to depend on them, it will be a calamity for our country. To that extent, we must encourage young people, we must encourage Nigerians to take advantage of the social media. And for me, I have said this, I think a lot of this apart, particularly by the state, is born out of incompetence. There are security gadgets now to find out who is dishing out lies. So if you want to find out, I mean, there was somebody a few years ago who said that President Babangida, I mean, Buhari was trying to take a second wife. The fellow even printed invitation cards, you know, but it was not true. But they said it was not true. So the security people went after the guy, arrested the fellow and charged him for it. So, but you cannot have a blanket ban on the social media. And anytime the guys in the National Assembly had wanted to ban the social media in the past, you know, we had come out to say no. If anybody is offended, either by print or electronic media or in the social media, let him go to court. And that is what the law provides. And as I did cite an earlier case, as far back as 1983, in Nigeria, the Court of Appeal had enjoined Nigerians to defend their right to speak without any intimidation or harassment by the government. That's where I stand.
Right, thank you. So we have a group of Nigerians. There's so many who are interested in talking to you. So we take as much as possible. But also for the people joining us, I give you just one chance. We have, like, I know time goes so fast. We have less than 40 minutes. We agreed on 2 hours. So just ask a question, find the best of your questions so that we don't. So, sir, do you want to take one, or you want to take like 3 at the same time, or one?
I think like 3 to save time and take as many as possible.
All right. So, Ikola, you are first. Your question, please.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for giving me another opportunity today. And it's wonderful to see you, Chief Femi Falana. Well, we only see you on TV. It's good to see you coming around us to speak to us live and direct. My question resonates around you wanting to form a revolutionary party. As it was reported on the Daily Trust, and what I wondered when I saw that was, why are you planning a revolutionary party now? I mean, as you have rightly pointed out, amongst all our ills in Nigeria, it didn't start today. It didn't start with this regime. So why are you thinking about that now? And should you be able to form this revolutionary party, how do you think the people are going to be behind you? Because as you have clearly stated, in the social media, you have been on the receiving end by you being, some people, most of the youths think you're a very controversial figure. That's left for them. I don't know why they think so, but they don't know whether you're on their side or you're on the side of the establishment many of the time. Apart from that,
No.
Should you form this? No. It's just one question. Should you form this party? How would it be formed in terms of composition and collaboration with other parties? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The flagship.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. It's great to see you, Chief Femi Falana. Thank you for taking time to speak with us today. I'm going to go straight to my question. My question revolves around judicial appointments. In your presentation, you did mention a former colleague of yours that you worked with many years ago, who is now a Chief Justice in Ghana. And you made some good comparisons and also spoke about how the Nigerian judicial system up until now has not had really good appointments into the courts. My question is this. Do you think that the Nigerian judicial system at this time is due for a reform or some sort of total rehaul so that we can have judges appointed based on competence and not based on connections of, for lack of a better word, being friends with those in the ruling class or ruling party? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. Alaba, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, and greetings, Pap Daddy Falano. Thank you very much. I've written my question down for the past 1 week since I heard you were coming, and I've always requested that Rudolph bring onto this forum a lawyer. So first, I will give you the background of my question so that you would understand what perspective I'm coming from, and then I would direct my question to you. Starting, I am one person who believes we don't have a democracy. We practice a feudal system of government I call big manism. No matter what they say or proclaim, the truth is that we have never had democracy since 1999. The elites have deceitfully gaslight the public, making us believe that we have a democracy. What we have is a plutocracy, a permanent coup d'etat by the ruling elite against the masses, mostly by the 66 khaki boys. Those are the ones who staged that coup d'etat in 1999. Now, George Orwell once described what we have perfectly, and Nnamdi Kanu also described it: animal farm. That's where some animals are more equal than others. What we have is a land of impunity, a land with selective justice, and a land with widespread injustice, based on class stripe. Sometimes class can't even save you. The closer you are to the corridor of power, the better you are shielded. It's a tragedy of monumental proportion called Nigeria. Now my question is directed to you, sir. One, as an octogenarian, someone in his 80s, someone who is either plus or minus 15 years of age out of 80, you are a father, a grandfather, someone whom someone once called a group whom someone once called a wasted generation, although that person refers to other groups as barbarians or fascists. Maybe that might not be relevant. My question is directed to you as
I think he can't hear me because I'm muted. Alaba, hold on. We lost our guest. So what I'm going to do, okay, he's back. Okay, so, all right. Sorry about that. We lost you for a moment, so I wanted to make sure.
I think we lost his question.
Yeah. Let me see. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I was saying that my question is directed at you as a father or a grandfather, someone in an octogenarian, someone who is in his 80s, plus or minus 15, someone a group who someone once described as the wasted generation, although that person also calls others barbarians or fascists. And as a black man and as a lawyer, now here's my question. Now, that as a black man, do you believe that we are inferior creatures because we are not capable of solving basic human problem? Incapable of solving basic human problems like food, light, or just to rule ourselves or select our own leaders? That's one. What happened to you, sir? Because when I was young and when I was in LASU in 1992 or 91, when we were expelled, I was number 2 on that expulsion list. There were 34 of us. You, Gani Fawehinmi, Olisa Agbakoba, were the ones who represented us in court. And back then, I used to look up to someone like you and the likes of Gani as my hero. But these days, when I turn on the TV to watch Arise or Channel, and I watch your interviews, I become taken aback at what happened to you, sir. Because why am I saying this is that these days, you seem to have, been you used to speak truth to power, but now you seem now to pacify evil like Chamberlain did with Hitler. You now support policies of appeasement when you respond to media reports. And now it seems to me that not just that, is it because your kingsman or your tribesman is now in office? Or I don't know. Or that's why you have taken the position of complacency and compromise with evil. Now, my question is, let me finish my question.
Allow him, Rudolph. Please allow him.
Rudolph, please, let me finish my question. I'm about to be done. Lastly, as a lawyer, there was this issue I had during the election where the law puts the cart before the horse. And I was greatly troubled that how can this happen in Nigeria where they have learned lawyers and about 10,000 to 20,000 lawyers or whatever number we have, whereby they put a trial, they swearing in before a trial. To me, this seems to make a mockery of the law. And yet there were no protests from the NBA, lawyers, or learned people as against this form of law. I live here in America. To me, it's like asking someone to serve a sentence before judicial trial. So my question is, sir, the state Nigeria is today, as a grandfather, would you be proud to hand over this country to your grandchildren? Thank you, sir, and I duly respect. Thank you for all your work you've been doing.
Well, thank you very much. Can I just respond to the 3 now?
Yes.
All right. Number 1, from Kolola. Well, my conclusion in working with some comrades for the building of a revolutionary party, that we have come to the irresistible conclusion that the current system will be very difficult to displace. Somebody has referred to what is going on as bigmanism. That's Ferreira. In my own case, I've described us as plutocracy, government of the rich, for the rich, and by the rich. And if you are going to change such a system, it will require more than sitting down in the United States or in the comfort of the West to run down people who are making some efforts in Nigeria. It will require a collective effort to really change the system. And I say this to my friends abroad. You are even in a forum, you are in an environment whereby you also can make your contributions that you are doing. I mean, you may not like what I'm saying, you know. In the case of Nigeria, I have contested election before. And I know that if you have worked for your money, it is difficult in the Nigerian environment to win an election on the basis of a program. The system is skewed to promote electoral fraud, to promote men and women of questionable pedigree. Now, it's not just about bigmanism. And we agree with that Nigeria is a land of impunity. And that is what we're fighting every day. Every day, we're fighting. I'm not an octogenarian. I think I'm a sexagenarian. I'm in my 60s. But I've done this for 40 years consistently. And when I say consistently, I mean what I'm talking about. Some of us had had opportunities to be part of the government of Nigeria, and we have had to reject that we cannot be part of the mess that is going on. So I'm rather surprised when somebody says, oh, is it because somebody from your tribe is in power? What have I got to do with tribe? We're dealing with class interest. When Obasanjo was in power, some of us were his greatest opponent. And this regime, you can go and find out. You can read your papers. I do not know any lawyer in Nigeria that has taken on this regime. I just told you, I just filed an action on Friday to get our children off the street. That was what we're doing when I went to LASU to defend you. It wasn't even the 3 or 4. It was my law firm that filed the case to defend you guys in LASU. I haven't stopped that. All the people are still repressed in Nigeria. Students, I was in Warri yesterday to attend a program all the way from Lagos because a 12-year-old boy was killed in Lagos. The father wanted to bury him. He had to travel to Warri, you know. So I'm still doing those things. All students who are expelled from any university in Nigeria, we still defend them. Our own, you know, cost. I'm handling more cases for victims of oppression in Nigeria than any lawyer, including military people, including police officers, you know. 2 of the boys in my gate here were among 70 soldiers sentenced to death in 2014. What was the offense? They asked for weapons to fight. Those who stole the money to buy the weapon, put them on trial and sentence them to death. I know what I have to do to get their sentences converted or committed to 10 years imprisonment before I eventually got them absolute pardon. Now I'm fighting to get them to be paid their entitlement. So for me, as a black man, I do not subscribe to the fact, to the theory that we are inferior. All the black people that have tried to challenge imperialism have been killed. That's my studies. Now you're talking of Lumumba in the Congo, and Congo has never known peace. Well, you're talking of a Sankara. That is the only soldier in Africa of all the lot that challenged imperialism. He had to be killed. Even Gaddafi, with all his contradictions, had the best welfare program in Africa. The West had to take him out. So there are challenges. There are Africans who are asking questions. And that is why the rest of us must get organized and save not just Nigeria. I mean, the late fella used to say, oh, if you can fix Nigeria, we'll fix the problem of the black people. And for me, I believe we have enough resources, human and material, almost unbelievable, to turn Nigeria around, to turn Africa around, and ensure that every black man can live a decent life. And for me, for those of you abroad who are exposed to technology, who are exposed to science, and who are sending money home, you also have a duty to the people you are sending money to. Please, the chain of poverty between Nigeria and the US, Canada, Britain, and the rest of them, we can cut it if we are organized. But if we just believe that, oh, the black man is doomed, no, I haven't seen that. And for me, what has happened in the case of Nigeria, in the case of Ghana, some of our countries, I was very sad. I was in South Africa last month for a conference. And twice, light went out. I didn't experience that since 1994 in South Africa. And I asked myself the same question. What is the problem? And we can identify the problems in each of our countries. And I have made it clear to you today, even based on, I wrote when this regime came on board. I came out with what people have now tagged catalog of looting. And I came out to say, you guys have no business taking loans. If you can have the courage to collect these funds, nobody has challenged my figure. After that, I've come out to say, the money we are owed by NNPC is $34.5 billion. I've also come out to say, Mr. Tinubu, pluck up the courage. All I'm asking you guys to do, give us the opportunity to collect $66 billion, all by IOCs, international air companies. Now, the government has no solutions to these problems. So when you talk of, oh, maybe because somebody is from your part of the world is in power, for goodness sake, we are dealing with, it's not about ethnicity, we are dealing with a class interest. We have the worst, I can tell you, we have a group of people in power who want to maintain the status quo, not about changing the country, not about making country better. Why should we be going to court? Why are we organizing people? I mean, when you can have a governor of a state leave Lagos to go and attend a party in Canada. So we have the right here to organize. I know a number of people we have called today. So, gentlemen, what are we doing? My colleagues in the civil rights movement, and I can sign this to Rudolph, but say, oh, let us issue a statement. Insecurity in the country. We've gone beyond the level of press statement. Can we organize to get these people, to realize that nobody is safe in our country, in the north and the south, west and the east? You can't travel. And I have been part of this country. When I could leave Lagos, I was just telling my colleagues, we went to Warri yesterday. Oh, gentlemen, sometimes I will leave Lagos at 8 p.m. and I have a case in Benin, so I get to Benin around 12 midnight. You've seen such a country. And this is what we challenge our colleagues in power. You went to school with us. We didn't pay a dime as undergraduates. Why can we not abolish poverty in Nigeria? Why are you ameliorating, you want to patch here and there? So my position, please, and I can tell you this, we need to get organized. This regime claimed they were going to abolish fuel subsidy. And I came out to say, no, you are going to multiply the problems of our people. And what has happened? Governors are smiling to the banks. The people are getting poorer, and we need to get organized. And for you abroad, and I beg you, the advantage you have is that you have more information than we have, particularly of those who are acquiring properties abroad, who have stolen money here, and they are investing abroad. You have a duty to ask them to go home. Just last week, I just sent some information to someone in the US today. A serving minister has just had a deal with the United States of America to be paid $30 million from the Abacha loot. And that is money belonging to Nigeria. So, but you can help to confirm such information, and then we can get organized. And we saw a bit of that during the NSAS protest. Again, you can go and find out, I was the leading lawyer in terms of supporting the young people who went out to demand for police brutality in our country. So for me, I think we need to work together. For those who believe that the black man is not doomed, for those who believe that the resources of our country are enough for us to make everybody happy, not just in Nigeria, but in the African continent. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to expressionists. You're next.
Hello, Dr. Damiji. Welcome, our honorable sir. Stan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're highly welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
I see you as an epitome of strength in our society, regardless what
Thank
anyone
you.
says. It's not easy to be in a public eye and be able to still deliver in a lawful way, regardless all temptations. Anyone who says it's easy should try and fit in their shoes and see how it feels. It's easy to talk. Talk is cheap, but I'm very grateful for who you are for us in Nigeria, even beyond Nigerian shores. You're doing amazing work, sir. Thank you very much. And I'm not praising you for me so that you can be able to help with this situation I'm about to report. It's very important to me. I'm close to tears. I'm just holding it, but I'm not going to shed tears for abusers. This case is regarding a lady that the issue happened on.
I didn't quite hear her.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Your connection is not very good.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Is it okay now?
Yes, expressionist.
Thank you, sir. There is an incident with a lady named Debbie. She's a youth service corps person presently serving in Nigeria. She's a mom. On a fateful day when she was driving her car, a man bumped into her and her bumpers was hit off. So Debbie came out of her car to ask the man to please stop the damage he had caused her car. And this man had a woman, his woman, a fiance, sat by his side when this incident happened. The fiance of this man got out of the car and tried to sort the problem out, telling Debbie that she's ready to help and pay for the damages. And this man proceeded in shutting his fiance up. And as Debbie continued to ask for him to fix her car that he had damaged, he proceeded in physically assaulting Debbie by punching her 2 eyes beyond recognition. Beyond recognition, sir. I don't know if you guys can see this. This is what a human being had done to another person. As if that wasn't enough for a man called Nosak Here Uhuarabona. He proceeded in tearing Debbie's clothes. Not just enough for him, he went ahead to tear her underwears and rendered Debbie naked publicly.
Where is this?
This happened in Edo State. I've just forwarded it to Dr. Damages. And Debbie, when this incident happened, I have the registration number of that man. Is on the social media, and I want justice for Debbie as long as I live. That is what I stand for. When the police got to know about the case, and he reported to the station. The police called Debbie to appear. Before Debbie got there, due to traffic, the police had let the man go, and they blamed Debbie for coming late, and there was traffic. Debbie had been crying that the police has been asking her for money. She spent all she's got just for justice, and this man is still walking free in Nigeria. This happened this 2024 January, and no one is helping her. And I followed the matter. Recently, I learned that Debbie has been shot up. Possibly they went to threaten her because she has no one. She's serving the country, for goodness sake. Please, sir, I'm begging you and any other Nigerian with a good heart who is a father, who is a husband, to know, to help this woman. Abuse has to stop in Nigeria. I don't support any abuse of any form. So, sir, my question now going to this is that what can be done to further tighten the laws of abuse against women? I know there are abuse against men by women or other kind of genders, but women abuse is a type of abuse that is hidden in the society. I had gone through that myself, and that is why I am a strong advocate against any abuse, and I'm not ashamed of that. When you're abused in Africa, you're being discriminated. Like,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, especially.
I think your point is well taken.
Yeah.
Yes, any other one?
Let's go to OCUNS.
So I have one final question.
No, especially. Let's get to other people. There are a lot of people who are trying to get in. OC, go ahead. You are muted, OC. All right, we can skip OC for now if he can unmute himself. Let's go to Mbore. Mbore, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. Dr. Damages.
I'm unmuted.
Okay. Mbore, hold on. Let's get Mbore, hold on. Okay, OC.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, Chief Falana, for.
I'm not a chief. I'm not a chief. I'm simply
just for today. Just for today. But anyway, so I want to thank you again for gracing our book launch in Abuja last December. I know.
Oh wow!
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much. Not just for being the guest speaker, but I think you're one of the ones that bought the highest number of books, and yeah, that is true. And I'm giving them
out.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I was able to catch a picture with you, which I have framed just for the sake of my grandchildren,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyway, now to my question. The world has witnessed different systems of government and many blends of what we call democracy. But I think it's only in Nigeria that we practice what somebody can now call a judicial oligarchy, a situation whereby elections don't matter because a conclave of judges will come together and decide who governs and who doesn't. And of course, the implication of that is that the common man has lost every bearing, any instrument that we can use to change the system, by what we have now. So my simple question here is it time for our own version of Arab Springs? Or like the guy who was talking about, the black people and their problems, that we are just not genetically, inclined to change things, for whatever reason that it is. Having said that, I want to be clear with you, Rudolph, that I didn't mention anything about revolution here. I don't want my passport to be taken over. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, OC. Okay, Mbore.
All right. California.
Yeah, Mbore.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Expressionist. I am behind you with what you have said and what I know you will still say and do about that Debbie. Thank you and welcome to this platform, Chief Femi Falana. I don't know any known, there is no type of encomium. No, nothing to qualify you, sir. Nothing. Nothing. I tell you. But I will calm down. I am just so honored to talk where you will hear me live. And the reason I keep going, otherwise it's easy to commit suicide. It really is. When you know that you are a woman, you come from Africa, Nigeria in particular, you mean nothing to nobody. And look at that Debbie. She was driving a car, and where a man put, it's easy to just say, hey, I've been a nurse for eons of years. Just get out of here. I don't care where you go to, just get out of here. Called life. But with people like you, I want to live forever. I do. Because I ask myself, I was told that the colonial juggernauts balkanized Africa. I don't even call us Africa because that is not the name we decided to bear. They know what they put together to give us name. There is no, I don't recognize the name Nigeria because that was a name, forced down our throat. The only thing that bothers me is how we bought what the colonial juggernauts did by having us to fight against each other with every type of name. Call it Fulani, call it Igbo, call it Sahel. They just convinced us to kill each other and make the job easier for them so that they come and loot whatever they want to loot. Even it does not matter where they are. We are so progressive in killing each other. When I look at Africa, now I look at America and I'm asking myself, the question I want to ask you, sir, when will there be an equal opportunity for a child born in Africa? When will it not depend on who that child knows for that child's future to be secured? For that child to get through education or whatever will further that child? What is it? Is there any possibility to mobilize as a human rights lawyer activist you are? Up until when will we start a miniature thing that is going to, become an epitome, a stone we stand to make sure every child born in Africa has equal opportunity, irrespective of their rank and file or the rank and file social status of their parents? Thank you, sir.
Bore, thank you so much. We are running out of time, so please, we agreed on 2 hours. We are just 3 minutes.
It's okay. I will leave.
No, don't leave.
Don't leave. Let him answer.
Don't leave.
Don't leave.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Rudolph. One expressionist has seen that you have been displaying the face of brutality meted out to that lady. I want to assure you that after this program, I'm going to link up with you through Rudolph and my law firm. My wife will be interested. She runs a legal clinic for women and children. So we'll take up that matter and keep you posted. Number two, I think, again, I made the point earlier. I stopped only election petitions in 2015. I just couldn't reconcile myself to the mess that we have made of democracy, whereby judges have to decide ultimately who has won an election in Nigeria. It wasn't as bad as this. And for me, this should be the last time. We're taking steps. We're going to keep you posted at the right time of some fundamental changes that we are sponsoring to reduce to the barest minimum the involvement of judges and election petition tribunals and courts in determining the winners of the election in Nigeria. You have a role to play. So genetically, I don't think there's a problem. And I actually don't go to Europe or America to look for my example. I've lived enough time, sufficient time in Nigeria. And I'm also familiar with what is going on in other African countries to want to use our own experience. I mean, when I was an undergraduate, you know, the naira to the dollar, I mean, dollar to naira was 60 kobo per for $1. And these guys, Tinubu's governor of the Central Bank was just saying a couple of days ago, oh, the naira is undervalued. I beg your pardon. You can Google. The Bank of America said that about 4 months ago, that the naira is undervalued. And then I asked them, what are you doing to ensure that the naira finds its actual value? As of yesterday, it was 1,410 naira. When this regime came on board, it was barely 500 naira. The question we're asking at home, what have you done with our money? You say you are floating the naira. And I've come out to say it's illegal because the Central Bank Act, Section 16, says that the Central Bank of Nigeria shall determine the currency, the exchange rate of the naira. This service under currency. These guys came, neoliberal people came and said the naira will find its value. How? The value will be determined by market forces. Where is that done? They can't tell you. These guys only take dictations from IMF and World Bank. Two Bretton Woods institutions set up by imperialism to destroy the economy of third world countries. Now, third world countries are leaving us behind. We are ahead of China, Singapore, Malaysia, and many of them in the 60s. For me, who were the people running our country? What are the values, that we embraced before? And we must go back. I mean, the dresses we're wearing in Nigeria today, they are made from China. We are fed by foreigners. But for me, you don't need a revolution to stop the export of wood and the importation of furniture. If Nigeria wants to become a lawyer or a senior advocate of Nigeria, you have to import wig and gown from the UK. This can stop. We don't need a revolution. So the point I'm making, therefore, is that you don't need to go to Europe and America. This country was better organized. The resources were not captured by a few people. And you must be interested in what is going on. For instance, these new guys, Tinubu people, want to sell our electricity companies. So they are going to sell 5 for $1 billion. And we're asking them, who did the valuation? You have a Dangote in Lagos. He said he's coming out with a refinery. Good. So what is our interest in that refinery? Unknown to you. There's no magic about these things. The country, through NNPC, took a loan of $2.7 billion to help the Dangote refinery. We're going to give him 300,000 barrels of crude oil per day. All the machinery imported at official rate of the dollar. No duty. Import duty was paid for all the refinery. And they sat down and said, the interest of Nigeria is 20%. And I asked them, who worked out the percentage? So we must ask questions about the way and manner these guys are managing the Nigerian economy. Now, those of you abroad, in 2008, we went to court to say Nigerians in the diaspora must vote. Because today, the money you are sending to our country is by far more than what we are making from oil. And for that reason, 28 African countries have allowed their citizens to vote wherever they are located in the world. But in the case of Nigeria, oh, no. Why should we allow people abroad to vote? Because they don't want people who have knowledge to take part in the affairs of our country. Yeah, far back as 2008, we went to court. Some of your people abroad prefer. And the court said, yes, you are right. Nigerians are entitled to vote wherever they are located. But get the National Assembly to amend the law. The law has already been amended now. We hope you will campaign for it so that all over the country it will scale through. The point I'm making, therefore, is that our case is not as bad. We believe that if we are organized, we can change the narration of poverty, narration of injustice, narration of yes, Agbo, you are right. We must, in the judiciary, we must examine the manner of appointment. And what some of us are campaigning here, appointments will have to be based on merit, as was the case in the past, and not this business of who you know. There's no way you can get the best judiciary in any country where appointments are not based on merit. And so, in our own case, in our country, we need to work together. Those of you are exposed. We need to cross-fertilize ideas with other progressive forces in Nigeria, so that wherever you are located, we can get our country out of the wood. Right now, we are ruled by people of questionable pedigree who are not committed to the country. There's no apology about that. And that is why we need to get organized. Those of them who come to Europe and America, please chase them back. If they come for medical treatment, wish them well. Go and fix the hospitals in your country. Those of them who have their children abroad, please tell them, yes, it's good to educate your children anywhere if you are rich, but please go and fix the public schools in Nigeria. All the people in power, they quote me. So some of them are of my generation, went to public schools in Nigeria. When we went to university, we had lecturers from all over the world. Today, the reverse is the case. Some of these guys were sleeping in our embassy abroad to come to Nigeria. Today, the reverse is the case. So it is not that we're genetically condemned. It is that we are ruled by a group of people who are not committed to Nigeria. And they can be displaced if we are organized. The 2020 NSAS protest was not planned. It was a spontaneous reaction by young people to recall police brutality. And the regime was scattered. And many of you are brought from all over the world, took part in that protest. And we can again organize our country to get to free ourselves. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Thank you very much. My pleasure.
All right. Thank you. And let's move on to Mr. Murray. You're next. Just a question, because we're over the time and I don't want people to feel that they didn't get a chance to weigh in. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. It's always a delight to be here. My greetings to our mentor. It's a delight to have you on this show today. While growing up as a teenager, you are one of those people that shaped the kind of person I am today. I look up to you. Even as a teenager, you sneak from my village in Esalan, Ekpoma, all the way to attend the protest in Lagos. All the protests from Yaba to organizing in Lagos were part of those movements. But my question to you today, sir, what has happened to the civil rights movement? Because the evil we confronted, the brutality we confronted in Abacha and IBB is more than those that are, tormenting us today. I mean, have we gone to sleep? What can we do to revive it? And again, some of those that disguise under activism, that Decon and Co, that are pushed out to the street to be killed and to be tear gas. Today, they have opportunity to be in charge.
Please don't give me texting. I'm winding up.
Those that mobilize us to fight against the bullets of Abacha and IBB were incarcerated. We were traumatized. We were dehumanized. But we didn't give up. I'll give you a vivid example. During June 12, the first day we went out, about 30 students lost their lives in Ekpoma. But that did not deter us. The following day, we reorganized again. We were ready to die for the cause we believe in. But today, what has happened to the civil rights movement? And the likes of Tinubu, the disguise under revolutionaries, under Nadeko, today they are in charge. They have turned around to be those that pushed us to fight against oppression. Today, they are our greatest oppressors. What can we do to revive that spirit we used to have in the days? I look up to you. I look up to Gani Fawehinmi. I look up to Alisa Kakoba. I was ready to die for what I believe. You know, what has happened to us? Wow,
Right.
what can you say about today's activism? Are we suddenly going to, I mean, are we sleeping? Can we continue like this? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Omori.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Thank you
James.
very much, Mr. Omori. On the civil rights movement, unlike under the military, whereby we were united in fighting a common enemy to get the military off our back, today we're fighting principalities and forces that are already institutionalized, forces of oppression, forces of evil disposition that have looted the treasury of the country and are still looting the treasury to consolidate their own power, And so to fight such monstrous forces require, again, almost a revolution, not just reforms. Sometimes we also make a mistake of talking of Nadeco in nostalgic terms. And I want to say here, and I'm ready to be challenged, Nadeco was more of a name chosen to harass the military. All the protests you mentioned were organized by young people. I mean, for instance, in July 1993, after the annulment of the election, the Babangida military junta thought, rather foolishly, that with the arrest of Gani Fawehinmi, Belkor, and some Kuti and myself, protests will stop in Nigeria. Of course, we're taking away and dumping Kuje prison, close to Abuja. To the dismay of the junta, the likes of Chima Ubani of blessed memory, Amidele Aturu, Ifowodo Ogaga, young people, men and women, took over the gauntlet and organized protests that shook the regime to its foundation. As a matter of fact, when the regime had killed about 200 people on the streets of Lagos, the young people met and resolved that they were going to embark on civil disobedience. And for the first time, we witnessed total paralysis of Lagos. People simply boycotted the streets. Now, the fighting spirit is still there. And what we are currently doing, and you are going to hear from us very soon, is to go back to the barricades and take the destiny of our country in our hands. Recently, we had a protest last year, and in Lagos, and my son was beside me. And a media person said, Mr. Falana, we're fighting 40 years ago. Your son has joined you. When are you going to stop? So well, the struggle continues until we're able to achieve victory. We cannot stop. And so that is why we're appealing to all of you. Let us get our country back. We are currently in a dangerous situation whereby if care is not taken, before the end of the year, you will be talking of 3,000 naira to the dollar. If we don't stop the neoliberal forces that are taking back the hand of the clock in our country. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Omori. Mr. James, quickly, just a question.
Yeah. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yes, please, perfectly, sir.
Yes, I'm based in the Gambia. I want to thank you for the assistance you rendered a lady some time ago who was having some problems here. We owe you eternal gratitude. Thank you so much.
You
were
my
on
pleasure.
WhatsApp. Yes, we owe you eternal gratitude. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me give other people a chance to talk. Thank you so much. We owe you eternal gratitude. We cannot pay you back.
Thank you
so
Thank
much.
you. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. James, thank you. All right.
Yes.
Let's go to Oji. Yeah.
Oh, hi. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Chief Falana, I'm a fan of yours. I watch you on Channels TV nonstop with my friends. What surprised me was when you said you were in your 60s. So I think I go before you. Actually, I just stepped into my 70s. As Rudolph
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So as Rudolph will tell you, I will eventually send a copy of my book to you through him. This is my experience during the Civil War. I was in secondary school at Government College in Port Harcourt when the war was fought. But let me get straight to my points. Like I said, I'm a fan of yours and that of your colleague Abakoba. Everything about the problem in Nigeria is based on politics. That's the way I look at it. Regrettably, some of you who are privileged keep quiet when you should speak. Okay, nobody knows me, but everybody knows Chief Falana. Oh, well, you say you're not Chief. Everybody knows San Falana, the civil rights leader. I remember getting into a serious debate with one of my friends who was trying to be very critical of you during the, our President Tinubu, the certificate and all those things. I defended you. I told him, unless I'm mistaken, President Tinubu was Falana's client sometimes during his first rodeo. So that really gives you that excuse to keep quiet, because I expected some of you to come forward on the TV and say, no, if this man's certificate is messed up, it is wrong. But we did not hear any of you say it. So I made the point that I defended you as a backdrop to my main question, which is to tell you, I'm not asking you this question because I think you are Yoruba. No, I'm beyond that. Many think that the only way forward in Nigeria is through fiscal federalism. They say go back to the 3 regions. I don't believe it's the 3 regions. I actually believe it should be 6 regions. The Yoruba, in my opinion, seem to dance around it. They will come to the TV and say, oh, we want fiscal federalism, or what they call, what is then the
restructuring. Restructuring.
Exactly. When you want to talk, you kind of miss it. I didn't get a chance to write up my question. So the point is, in my opinion, the Yoruba are playing both hands. See, right now there is this arrangement where they are sort of the junior partner in this arrangement with the Fulani. So even if the Fulani get 65%, you get 35% if my arithmetic is wrong. So, but if we completely restructure Nigeria, we are going to get others in, and you may not essentially get the 35%. So the Yoruba, in my opinion, don't seem to be thinking about what we do to move Nigeria forward. So again, sir, it's my pleasure and honor to talk to you. I'll get my book to you through Rudolph. I don't know if you have a comment on this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Number one, then as I pointed out earlier, I stopped handling election petitions in 2015. Contrary to the general belief, I mean, this came out during the controversy. I didn't get involved because I had maintained a position before the election, which was misinterpreted. Incidentally, it was only Sir Agbakoba that first raised the point in December 2022 that INEC should clarify the status of Abuja. And on 23rd of January, and you can Google, the channels asked me, what's your position on the status of an Abuja? And I said, well, there are 3 decisions of the courts on the status of Abuja. And I gave the 3 cases whereby the conscience says Abuja shall be treated like a state. So I couldn't see the base for the controversy. The presidential election didn't take place until a month later. But there were people rather blame me retrospectively, for my position, which had nothing to do with the election at the material time. Again, contrary to what some people said, in the case of Gani Fawehinmi and Tinubu, I never, ever, and I'm saying this publicly, and the records are there, I never went to court against Chief Gani Fawehinmi. On 2 occasions, the 2 of us disagreed publicly on interpretation of certain provisions of the Constitution. Very easily, the other one is forgotten. And what happened when the Tinubu certificate saga blew up in 2000, all I said was that his opponents were, for instance, best known to them, were rather indolent in not raising this problem before the election petition. And that now the elections are over, it can only be removed either by impeachment or by the next election, because he now enjoys immunity. That was the disagreement expressed. The second one that people forget very easily between the two of us, Peter Obi incidentally had stayed out fighting his petition for 3 years, 35 months. And so when the election was decided in his favor by the Court of Appeal, Peter himself said, well, I'm going to spend whatever is left of my time. And I came out, I roared like a lion. No, you are entitled to 4 years. There is no way a rigger of an election can be in office for 35, for 36 months. While you, the winner, will go be in office for 6 months. 12 months. If I want me to disagree with me, they say, no, Femi, tenure is 4 years. Whatever it is, Anambra State, whatever, cannot be more than 4 years. I said, no, Chief. No. It is the day the man is sworn in that his time will begin to run. And of course, Obi picked it up from the federal court to the Supreme Court. And he won. I remember last year I met Mr. Obi on a program, and I said, Mr. Obi, you haven't paid me for the advice that I rendered that made you to be in office as a governor for 8 years. And you know, Peter said, but Femi, you were rendering a public service, so you were not expected to be paid. I said, well, pulling your leg. The point I'm making is that, well, if you feel, please, at any time, if you feel, because we're dealing with our country, if you feel that there is any point that should be made, any intervention at any time, there's no problem at all. If I'm wrong, I would like to know. But what I did, since I no longer handle election petitions, and I got a lot of prayer, oh, you must handle our petition for us. And I said, no, I have stopped handling election petitions. Again, for some of the reasons I've stated earlier. Now, coming to this Yoruba, Northerners, Fulani, again, unfortunately, that is not my terrain. And I can tell you this. If you are talking of the ruling class, among the Yoruba people, the Tinubus of this world, the Afeniferes and the rest of them, yes, they are divided over whether we should take our country back and have genuine federalism. I'm doing a book now, just a response. My own position, by the way, is horizontal and vertical restructuring. I do not support. I do not support transferring powers from Abuja alone to all the regions. We must also insist in the region that the powers be democratized. I'm doing a book on the cases we have found between 1999 and now, not less than 20, that have transferred some powers from the center to the states. What have the governors done with this power? They've cornered them. These powers have increased the revenue of the states, and the governors have cornered these powers. If we take that battle to restructuring or devolution of powers without asking for responsibilities for the administrators of our regions, especially with the war, that's my position. Furthermore, on the alliance between the Tinubu group and people in the north, is for their class interest. It has nothing to do with the average Yoruba man. And we say it here. Obasanjo was in power for 8 years. The road between Ota and Lagos is one of the worst in the country. By the time Tinubu will be living, and you saw it in Lagos in December, Tinubu drove past through the heart of Lagos. I'm not talking of Lekki where you might say the noble rich or the young people live. The heart of Lagos. And what were people saying? Nobody waved. All they were saying, we are hungry. People are suffering. That was what they were telling him on the street. In other words, it is not about ethnic whatever. It is about the class you represent. Today, the members of the ruling class are drawn from all parts of the country. And that has been the case since 1999. But when it comes to education for our children, access to health, good roads, then they remember, oh, these are the Yorubas, these are the Hausas, these are the Fulani. But even those who have been in power since 1960, majority of those who have been in power have come from the north. Today, the level of poverty in the north is simply unbelievable. And I cannot see Mr. Bola Tinubu improving the lot of the poor in the southwest, just like Buhari never improved the lot of the poor in the north, including Katsina. So these guys are representing certain interests. With the aid of imperialism, they are going to keep Nigeria under unless we mobilize our people. The poor in the north, in the south, among the Fulani, the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Ibibio, and the rest of them, and ensure that the resources of our country are democratized in a way that we can abolish poverty and ensure that our people live decent lives. And if we can get it right in Nigeria, I am also believing that we're going to impact the African continent so that the black man anywhere in the world or the black woman will feel proud that we are not congenitally condemned to underdevelopment. Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure.
All right, thank you.
I will need a copy of your book, sir, so that we can engage.
I will get it to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
On the age, sir, I think I was going to the primary school during the Civil War. You know, we were in the secondary school then, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Emeka, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Rudolph, please permit me. I want the distinguished guests to promise us today, as well as Nigerians. I have two pertinent concerns. I didn't want to join. I was enjoying his conversation and his insights. He mentioned two things that I think that are very, very critical to the survival of the country, and I want him to promise Nigeria. But first and foremost, good evening, sir. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
You are the Gani of our own time. And apparently, many Nigerians do not know that you were supposed to be part of the government, but I was thinking you would be the Attorney General of the Federation. Because that space needs you. It needs a lot of house cleaning. And it is. I felt really sad that you didn't take that opportunity. But you have your reasons why. Anyway, so like what I said, but just a quick one. Are you the chairman of SIRAP?
Come again?
Are you the chairman of SIRAP, that the socio-economic?
SIRAP.
SIRAP, yeah.
SIRAP. Yeah. I'm the chairman of the board.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much. Sir, you spoke about the loan, the Africanism loan, the 3.3 billion loan. I think a lot of Nigerians do not know what is going on with that loan. And also, you spoke about the Chief of Naval Staff of Ghana. You see, sir, those are two pertinent concerns that I think you should promise Nigeria that you would look into them. Why do I say so? Insecurity is a huge problem in that country. If we have the #1 naval staff being rumored to be involved in oil bunkering, even when he was appointed in June, he said he was going to fight oil bunkering, but he is now involved, let's say allegedly. Please, sir, I want your foundation to investigate thoroughly, so that we can use this as an example to show that Nigeria is moving forward. And it clearly shows how, which I said on a different platform, the top chiefs are involved in insecurity, perpetrating insecurity in our country. Number two, the article throwing more light about the 3.3 billion. I think a lot of Nigerians don't understand that loan. You hinted at it, maybe because you've not looked into it. So please promise us today you are going to look into that loan.
That is legal theft of our crude oil in the country. 90,000 barrels per day translates to 5 years of giving our crude oil to a special purpose vehicle that is registered in the Bahamas. Who are the promoters? Who are the facilitators? Who are those behind? I know UBA is involved. I know Governor is involved. I know Sahara Oil is involved. I know Africanism, but they did not say how much Africanism is going to provide. But a lot of Oando Oil is also involved. Sir, please promise us here today that you will look into that loan facility. That is the legalization of theft of crude oil in that country. Now, Atiku just hinted and said the government needs to explain. The government has not actually explained that facility and what it needs to, what that loan is supposed to do. If NNPC, who is now a limited liability company, is going on behalf to take a loan for the federal government of Nigeria, where we have the Ministry of Finance, that is something we need to be screaming. When I did a small investigation on my own, just a little snippet of research, and I felt Nigeria should hit the streets. But it appears Nigerians do not understand, and I think your foundation will be able to provide more context. Please, sir, promise us here today that you will conduct investigation, you will look into that loan facility, and you will hold those responsible who now want to steal our crude oil for 5 years legally to book. Thank you.
Emeka, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. I think this is the last one, so that I can quickly try and get some dinner before it is too late. But number one, I actually don't need to make any promise. I'm in touch with the coalition of civil rights bodies that has exposed the alleged involvement of the Chief of Naval Staff in oil bunkering. And I'm going to meet the group, the representatives of the group. Any moment from now, I've offered to give them my legal services pro bono publico to ensure that we get to the root of that alleged criminality. The second one, I hope Rudolph will be able to circulate after this program the information on the $3 billion loan. I actually was the first to alert the nation last August by challenging the legality of the loan in the sense that the NNPC has no power to take a loan for the central bank as a limited liability company. I pointed that out too, that the National Assembly has not given approval for the loan. I can assure you, the last has not been heard. The government has put out a wishy-washy defense, which again I will try to circulate through Rudolph. But I can assure you, we are going to get to the root of this loan and ensure that Nigerians are not made to pay for the loan. Because as I've told you, there are alternatives. If the government is committed to running the country transparent, and I have pointed out to you, and we must ask the question, if we are producing 1.7 million barrels of oil, as of today, the price over between $80 and $83, Nigerian crude. If you are selling the bulk of 1.7 million barrels per day, where is the money in dollars? Where is the money? Yeah, we have switched to join BRICS. We are countries that are trying to trend in their own currencies. These guys are not interested. In 2018, and this will interest you, we got Nigeria and China to sit down and embark on currency swap. Whatever we are buying in China, we pay Naira. Whatever business they have here, it's beyond. These guys did not allow it to work. And I wrote to the central bank recently, who are you selling this thing to? It's $2.5 billion, 750 billion ruban in 2018. Oh, Mr. Falana, we're sorry, the contract will expire in July 2024. Okay. Now, the goods that came to Nigeria from China last year was $22 billion. What left Nigeria for China was $1.6 billion. Can you sit down with these people? Can we increase this currency swap? They're not interested. So, for me, we need to, and don't lose courage. I mean, I don't lose hope. Can I tell you this? This is interesting, Rudolph. This is my last comment. The Nigerian Supreme Court gave a decision, I think it was in the case of Imo, where number 4 became number 1. Nigerians are helpless. But the American government decided to revoke the visas of those judges. And since then, has refused to renew or lift the ban. Many of the big politicians here cannot travel to the US. If revoke their visas. And we are asking other Western countries, revoke their visas too. So that these guys will be with us to solve the problems of the country. So, and you guys in the West, you must help us. Expose these guys, send them back home to go and attend to the problems confronting our country. Once again, I thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I hope we can continue to cross-fertilize ideas on the way forward for our country. Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you so much, Chief Falana. You're now a chief. If you don't want it,
for this purpose.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate this. I hope that in near future we'll call you back to join us and share ideas. Thank you. We appreciate you all.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. So we're going to do our recap of what happened. I'm so sorry for those who didn't get a chance to question him, even people who are here.
Dr. Rudolph, you are being partial. I stood there at the background since you didn't let me.
You're not the only one. Everybody will accuse me of being partial. I know that. Even my moderators, they're here, but they didn't have the chance to say anything. It's the way it is. I'm sorry. But sometimes when I say to people, can you...
It's okay. I'm at work even, so I can imagine why you didn't let me.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Let me go through to people who are here. What questions were you going to ask, and what do you think about the way he answered questions? Let me start from you, Electricity.
Yes, good evening, all. Good evening to the other panelists and viewers. Unfortunately, it left, but it was an interesting discussion. You know my question as usual, and so it's not something else. It's still there, but I hope he's listening. Chief Falana, you're still there. Okay, it's gone. You know my question as usual to human rights, how do you call them, activists and all those things, talking about the federal, the legislative, which to me is the greatest threat to our economy, democracy, that are supposed to perform. But he said something about having to chase these people away from when they come to the Western world. I think that is not a bad idea, to be honest, even though the modalities will be very, very hard in order not to break the law of this Western world, to chase them away, to be honest. If we can mobilize, and anytime we see, what's his name, that man that have 20 cars, Dino Melaye, and others who comes to abroad we chase them back. Go fix the country. Don't steal the money and come here and start to we'll chase them back, and we'll see how you go. And he said we must have one voice. He said there are some things I don't agree with, but those are just petty things as far as I personally concerned. But if we can address the issue of it doesn't matter whether we have federalism or populism or regional distance. As far as there's light for me, I don't care. I'm going to run a broadcast on one thing he said. He said we are dealing with principalities and powers. And I look at the comment section, Omo Ikona also highlighted that we are dealing with principalities and power. Some of us do not catch what the man said or what he meant. that we are dealing with principalities and powers. I catch it, and I'm going to run it, bro. I'm going to cut that clip. Then we'll understand what he meant by principalities and powers and how to. And it's 100% correct in that instance that we are dealing with principalities and powers. So it's not time to go to church and pray 7 days and 5 days. It doesn't work that way. Thank you very much. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Ngozika. Ngozika, you're next.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, gentlemen, our viewers, and those in the comment section. Mr. James, it's so nice to see you again. Been a while. Good evening, sir. Special greetings. So
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. I was really impressed with some of the ways he answered the question. One thing that stood out for me was his stand when he said he had publicly disagreed with the late Gani Fawehinmi twice, and it stood out for me because I have always said it so many times that you do not have to take sides. All you need to do is stand with the truth. And he was able to do that because he was standing with the truth. And not to say that in somebody might say the truth is relative in this case, because Gani, if you ask, God rest his soul, you say he was also standing on his truth, but he stood on what he believed in and went to toe against his mentor. Do you know what that is? This man can beat his chest and say, yes, been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. And it also played out in he had no bone in the election matter in Anambra. But look at the advice he gave that gave Mr. P2B the opportunity to complete his 8-year terms. This is somebody that knows the truth and stays the course. He stays the course every single time. And for that, I really want to say thank you to him. But the question I wanted to ask him, of course, is currently, I think there are about 13 Supreme Court judges. Out of these 13, just 4, is it 3 or 4 thereabouts, are female. Also, currently, we have 109 senators. Out of these 109 senators, either 3 or 4 are female. It's no longer news that women are underrepresented in every sphere of Nigerian politics. Women are underrepresented, and the reasons are endless. From the midnight meetings, which he mentioned in one of his clips, they intentionally fix meetings in the middle of the night. So anybody that is related to these women in politics would obviously be worried about them going out that late to attend a clandestine meeting in the middle of the night. But what I wanted him to talk about was, sir, given all the limitations that women face when they try to get into politics, when they when they try to rise through the ranks in the judiciary, when they try to get into executive positions in corporations and all those kind of things, given these limitations, what will you say to a young girl listening to you right now? What is that thing you can say to her that will just be a light bulb moment for her, that she'll say, it was at this moment I knew? That was the question I wanted to ask him. But overall, I enjoyed his time here. I hope he comes back very soon in the future so that we can have more interactions with him. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ngozika. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I must say, I was surprised to be hearing him, mentioning things like principalities of power and basically being aware of geopolitics and talking about currency swaps and stuff like that, because you don't hear them talking about this thing a lot on the news. They are aware, and I have to give him credit because Gani Fawehinmi, Falana, Bola Ige, those are people were the ones during the time when June 12th was cancelled. They were at the forefront. You were hearing opposing, and we were standing at newsstands reading Tell magazine and all that stuff. So I grew up listening to them, and it looks like there are still people in Nigeria doing a lot of hard work, and that's why sometimes when people say Nigeria is all kinds of names, you forget that there are a lot of people doing a lot of good work there. And That is why you see anything on the ground at all. And one has to remember that. And the anger I have for some of our elites, and he was one of them, because sometimes when I see him on TV, you know, he's very jovial. But I didn't know about his some of the work he has done on some of these critical issues that could have made a big difference. Because that currency swap stuff that he was talking about, we're talking about in the excess of billions of dollars worth of deals that would have Nigeria would have gained from. Whom are these people that are blocking it in Nigeria? And I think maybe we should have asked more questions about that. And some of the forces that are at work, but I didn't mention anything about security at all. From what I can gather, that area too, our elites are totally silent. And one other area I would have asked him about is the elite class in Nigeria that sounds like Tinubu talking about the Jackpot people and how they are going to train more and send them overseas. Because I believe that is not only Tinubu, because they had to convince our ministers to buy Nigerian-made cars. None of them are even telling our fellow Nigerians to discourage them from using the dollar. They try to dollarize our economy, encourage our people to travel overseas. They are not securing the country. Why is the elite class like that? It's not only a set of people. This thing must have percolated at the top, and some people have to ask serious questions. What is going on in our country? And that is, for me, that is the more concerning, because if those things are not there, if you have leaders that thought like him, like Tinubu thinks like him, a lot of them think like someone like P2B, you will not have. You don't need to tell them. You don't need to tell them policies. You don't need to trick them. They will do what is right for their people. But these people don't care. He used the term he was going to supply more to them. What kind of class does that? An elite class of our own country. Look at what the South African lawyers did at the UN. But our leaders are not even putting people like him forward to go and do anything big in the world. Only suing our federal government is what we do. We are navigating in Nigeria. So for me, if I like the way he sounded, and I know he's doing a lot of good work, he's behind enemy line. Nigeria is a hostile place. From what I hear from all these Tinubu likes, and I don't even know how people like P2B and people like him survive in Nigeria. How they arrest people for any trumped up reason and throw you in jail, and you will not come and look at the Mayfield hasn't even seen the light of day, and there is no concrete evidence against him. If you have evidence, bring it. Let's so we can try him. Not all these funny business we keep hearing. You can't even try him. The whole thing is a shambles. What my question is, how did our elite class get like that? And how is it supposed to be changed? Because it looks like if you're in Nigeria, you can't do it. You have to come from outside and cause a lot of change in Nigeria. He did say that we should stop them from coming overseas. Stopping them from coming overseas is not going to stop them. They'll go to other countries. They will hide. They will do all kinds of different things. You have to change them in Nigeria sooner or later, one way or the other. The whole thing for me is obscene. What I see in Nigeria sometimes among our elite class. But in terms of the way he sounds, the way he talks about issues, he knows that some people are trying to do the right thing.
Is that the question you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I would have asked him about the idea that why is it that our elite class, they don't seem to be working for the people at all. Okay. I would have asked him that, because that, for me, that is very, very concerning. Because all of them they are very similar. Let's make no mistake. And their behavior is also a kind of, it goes through the people too. The people believe in that kind of way of thinking. This is why when you become a minister, they are pressuring to go and steal in Nigeria. None of them are trying to secure our people. None of them are trying to fight for our own national interests. You heard what he said about the currency swap. None of them wanted to fight for it, because you know why? They're probably listening to some other powers out there telling them, don't try that nonsense. If you try it, but South Africa will not listen to something like that. South Africa will do what is good for their own people. So why is it that our elite class allow that to carry on, and our people keep suffering, jackpotting all over the place? You call a bank now in Nigeria, you barely get any good staff anymore, because they are losing all their skills overseas, or their skills that are in Nigeria are busy working for people overseas. They are not working for their people anymore. And our government is not doing anything to change that. And it's not only the government. That's why I keep saying it's the elite class. When Tinubu made that statement, he was standing next to a governor that made similar statement. So I would have seriously questioned him and said, how, because you know these people, How did they get like that?
So
Are
Father,
you
you
like
want to
that
give
too?
Father, you want to give Okija space to chance to speak. You know, your own
Yeah,
time is
maybe I'm
different.
calling.
Your
Yeah,
own
yeah.
time is different from
Rudolph,
doctor's time. If we leave
No,
you,
no.
you will keep reading the news.
Rudolph, let me say what questions.
Fair
Rudolph,
point, fair point.
let me say questions that I would have loved to ask him. Right?
Okay, go ahead, Emeka.
Since he's probably
Emeka, that's not fair. Now.
he's
Emeka, that's not fair. Now. You said something now.
he's probably
Hold on. It's Okija's turn now.
he's probably having dinner. He's probably having
and then all of a sudden they started talking and then taking all everybody's time.
Okay.
No, Okija, I'm begging him to allow you speak. I know after you is me.
Okay, all right. Emeka, hold on. Okay, let me just run through people who didn't get a chance to speak.
I want to drop so that someone else can come in. I asked.
I myself too want to drop. I have big thing on my waist.
Okay, Emeka, hold on. Emeka, hold on. Just hold on. That's okay. Go ahead, Okija.
Yeah, I don't know why people, they say hug everything as if it's all about them. I mean, there are people waiting. You just leave them talk, and then you can. You're the only one to drop it. I have things to do, like every other person. Anyway, I was gonna ask him a question, but then he kind of answered it. He said he was writing a book, so I was gonna tell him, urge him, to spend more time, in the book to write about, because we all, especially younger people, we talk about constitutional amendment, what do you call it, restructuring, whatever. When you talk about all these things, it entails laws, and specifically, someone like me, I believe that the judiciary is is the core of the society. If the judiciary is not working, there's nothing you can do. If the courts are not working, you get this kind of election we had. People don't get justice. So. Because in Nigeria there's a confusion, we have people.
Questions. You were going to ask him a question. Can others also? You've asked now. Let others go through now.
A case in Anambra. A case in Anambra where something happened in Anambra. Someone would go to Zamfara and start a court case. So I would like him to spend time to, like how do we restructure the judiciary? So that we don't have a monopoly where certain people, they have monopoly on the justice system. You have Chief Justice is chairman of everything justice in Nigeria. It shouldn't be. And the Attorney General, you have Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the same person. And he's also the Solicitor General of Nigeria. So like 3 roles. Like in US where, all these things, you have different person, performing the role. So I would like him to spend more time, from magistrate court to, to the Supreme Court, how the cases should be. In order that, like in some cases you have a case of a woman in Anambra. The case lasted since 1960 something. I think started 65 or so, and it was in the 2000 and something. It was settled. And the case came from the magistrate court all the way to the Supreme Court. I mean, why would a Supreme Court, try to find out about magistrate case that had to do with inheritance in Anambra State? You have probably, I'm not trying to make. You have a Yoruba person deciding something about inheritance that happened in Newi. I mean, it's crazy. So I would like him to spend time in his book to write about all these things, to how do we have a good judiciary system that will work so that, don't have governors, just like you said about Kenya, cases disposed of in 14 days or whatever. You don't have people hogging the court. You have a governorship election. You go from another court to 3 courts. It's a waste of time. So that's what I wanted to tell him. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Okija. Paul.
Sorry, Dr. Damages, can I ask Okija? I wanted him to, there's something he said, maybe I heard wrong, and just for clarity for the viewers. Okija, does it matter if a judge presiding over a case of inheritance in a place is from that place? Isn't he just supposed to interpret the law? Does it really matter if he's from that place? Isn't what we are supposed to advocate for be that he interprets the law to the very end, not if he is from that place or not? What difference does it make if he's from that place or not?
Okay, yeah, I mean, law it's based on I think there are nuances in the law. You can't just I don't know. So in school, there are certain things you think, that when you're studying, you say, this thing doesn't pertain to me. I don't even want to, pay much attention to it. So I believe that, I don't think there is any Yoruba person, maybe few, that will interpret inheritance about how Igbos, how they go about inheritance.
No, if there is a law, isn't it not supposed to follow the law?
It's not a federal law.
If there is no law, I would understand. But if there is a law, does it matter if the judge is in the house or
it's a law that is local? Why waste time? Why waste the time of Supreme Court when it's case of magistrate court that will just decide it? Why do you have to take it to the Supreme Court?
All right, let's go to Paul.
Oh yeah, I really feel bad because it's, to me, to Mr. Falana, it would have been a follow-up question. So it really beat my heart. There's something I discussed with him sometime February 2015, and we met in Protea. So talk about Arik, and since then, before you know, after some years, it should be around 2019 or thereabout, AMCON take over Arik. So they take over Arik. Arik has been having this EFCC case that Falana is involved in the case. So I happen to be an insider. I gave him some information, which he was very, very interested in it. He was one of the lawyers in that issue then. And so I was in Seattle. Arik have over 12 brand new aircraft, completely finished, painted Arik. Today, as I'm talking, Arik have just 2 aircraft. You understand? The rest of the aircraft, they rent the aircraft. AMCON take over Arik, completely kill Arik completely, and every other thing. And AMCON try to go recover these things. These are proceed of looting from some of these governors, as the case may be. So when AMCON take over Arik, they tried to go get those aircraft in Seattle. They couldn't get the aircraft because they don't have the right. Arik, the chairman of Arik, is in court with AMCON over the same Arik issue. So because the case is in court, AMCON can't take over those aircraft. Those aircraft are lying fallow. They've moved them from Seattle to the graveyard in the Carolinas. These aircraft are lying down there, brand new aircraft. I don't even know, airpiece don't even have that type of aircraft. Brand new, 12 brand new aircraft, Dreamliner. And it's just lying down there doing nothing.
Are you saying that AMCON is responsible for those aircraft not being used?
AMCON is government that took over Arik because of the money that they borrowed Arik.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for clarifying that.
And Arik,
when you have been borrowed funds and you refuse to pay.
Can you let me land? Let me educate you on that part. And Arik,
no, don't educate me. I know what you are saying. That's why I wanted to ask you. I know. I asked you because I know.
Can we just
No, you cannot educate me.
Then I can educate you. If you feel I cannot educate you, then you educate me.
All right, please.
Yeah, go ahead. I wanted to ask him about his foundation, Sarah, right?
Okay, then let me continue. Since you don't want to answer, you just want to interrupt. I am stronger than that nonsense that you are doing. If you want to have a conversation with me, let both of us buy time.
I don't have
we can
to
buy
have
time
a
so that we can
conversation.
do. Then quiet, let me finish.
Go ahead.
So AMCON took over Arik because Arik borrowed money from government, couldn't pay back during the Jonathan time. And the case is in court because Arik is servicing the debt. But the way they are servicing the debt, this government thing where you borrow a huge amount of money, you are paying bit by pieces. And AMCON take over Arik. And Arik took them to court because they are servicing the debt. For that reason, Arik have good case. And federal government couldn't do because of Buhari due to that military mentality. 12 brand new aircraft is in Seattle, Boeing there, lying fallow, doing nothing. AMCON take over Arik with 17 aircraft. Today, Arik have only 2 aircraft. Arik can't fly to the US, they can't fly to the UK, they can't fly to Joburg. They lost everything. That is, Arik messed up Arik. Government completely bastardized Arik. And Falana is involved in some of those court cases. So I just want to remind him, what is that case? How is that case looking? That's my question.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. To provide more context to what he's saying, right? The government did not borrow ARIC to loan. The loan was actually loans that commercial banks borrowed ARIC that they failed to pay. And because the CBN do not want banks to fail, they decided to create AMCON and bought over that loan. You can't educate me, Paul. I know what I'm saying. And here you are now misinforming the public that the government borrowed AMCON and borrowed ARIC loan.
So who is the shorty on that loan?
Hold on, sir.
Who is the shorty on that loan?
Hold on, sir. Now, hold on, sir. The government never borrowed ARIC any loan. Commercial banks borrowed ARIC loan, and ARIC refused to pay. Now here you are saying AMCON killed ARIC. When ARIC killed themselves, you took a loan.
You did ask who was the shorty of the loan.
There was no shorty. AMCON is a receivership corporation that was formed by the CBN to go after bad debtors, to collect the loans that they refuse to pay to financial institutions, rather than those financial institutions fail and cause a systemic issue in our financial institutions.
AMCON buy the debt.
And here you are
AMCON buy the debt, and ARIC is servicing the debt. That's why ARIC will go down.
Here you are misinforming the public
about AMCON buy the debt. Asking a question. He said, "What are you talking about?" He said he was going to ask a question. What is wrong with you?
He misinformed the public about something he knows nothing about. AMCON was a corporation, the receivership that went and gave financial.
AMCON was a corporation to take over bad debt. What are you talking about?
All right. I don't know who removed the Emeka, but please, if I'm here, let me do have that.
AMCON take over Aero. AMCON take over Aero. Take over ARIC. Take over so many corporations like that.
Okay, please go ahead. Let me answer that. You don't know it. So
Emeka, hold on. Maybe we'll give you guys.
And forefathers, why are you removing me? I'm trying to educate the public about a misinformation that somebody just.
But you are starting an unnecessary fight.
It's not a fight. I'm educating the public. He knows nothing about it. I asked him a question.
Asking the question he didn't know.
Excuse me.
Guys,
let me say what I want to say and leave. Okay? I wanted to ask him about his
Emeka, hold on.
It's my turn now.
Everybody calm down a little bit. I will get Emeka.
You are beating somebody for trying to find out information.
Hold on, please.
Dr. Rudolph, yes, let me just say, I was going to ask him a question about, because since I was born, I've been seeing this man on television, always in protest with the civil liberty, always going to court, But I was thinking that it's high time that we extend this civil disobedience. It's high time we change tactics, because these guys are simply tackling the proxies of he said we are fighting principalities, but what they are fighting are the proxies. He made mention of Brexit in the same breath where he made mention of the US barring some governors or some government officials from traveling. Now, when you go into Brexit, you're automatically going into an alliance with countries that are against the US, which means you are going for de-dollarization, which is the right thing to do for any person who wants the best for his country. That is how you know who are the principalities who are stopping Nigeria from progressing. Because if somebody who is out of the box becomes president, one of the things you're going to do is de-dollarize and currency exchange. So the West doesn't want that. So these are the principalities we are fighting. This is the question I was going to ask him, because you can't mention Brexit in the same breath where you mention the US helping us to fight the corrupt officials. The US doesn't want to fight these people. The US wants these things to remain like this. So that is why you cannot buy innocent. The government cannot buy made in Nigeria. They cannot support made in Nigeria, because that will give your currency power. That is how you should look at these things. That was my question. But, because every day we can protest from now to 20 years to come. After the protest, okay, who is helping this government to find those who, the NSAS protesters? Who help them? We don't have internet, we don't have electricity, we don't have any gadget, we don't have cameras. How were they able to detect and find all of them? There is a bigger principality somewhere that we are fighting the proxies. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Eagles Air.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, go ahead.
I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah.
Rudolph, thank you so much for this program you always organize every weekend. I always enjoy it, both the discussion and the contributions. Although it's unfortunate that even when I joined the line early, you keep at backstage. If it's not up to 2 hours or 2 hours plus, you will not add me. But I'll keep on exercising special until the day the best known, you have decided to do it to change. All is fine. The same thing happened last week when we have a Labour Party chairman, and the same thing repeated itself today, but no problem, all is well. The main thing I want to ask the senior advocate of Nigeria is about the rule of law. About the rule of law. We have serious problem in rule of law in Nigeria. And this serious problem needs to be tackled, because I want to know the reason why that a politician will get caught injunction in Anambra State. Then the opponent will go to Kaduna and get another court injunction against the one that this one has given to this person. Why must it be so? Does it mean that the first person, that the judge that gave the court injunction to the other person, does not know what he is doing? Or they're just trying to rub shoulder? Before it becomes a problem between two people, and the fashion will take place. So these are one of the things I need to ask him. Then the second one is that one of our brothers talk about SARS that happened, end of SARS that happened in 2020. In that matter, he's a civil rights lawyer. Say that until now, what happened to these cases? What happened to these people? Have they getting justice? Why is it so that case is silent up to today? And is based in Lagos. He's supposed to know more about this case. What happened? What is going on? That's some things I need to ask him for him to give us a clear view of it. Then the last one I want to ask him, and something is going wrong in that country called Nigeria. Here in India, there's something that a rule of law always do here. What is that rule of law? Any country that does not obey the rule of law, that country is an anarchy. And any country or any organization who don't have law, it's like a house built at a fence. Any madman can move in and go out at any time. There's something that happened in India here. The Prime Minister Modi was trying to deal with his opponent, one of the people from the, what they call it, the strong opponent that he has.
Gandhi's party.
Today, the strong opponent is in the House of Rep, but because of Modi is in power, Modi do everything possible to remove the guy. I removed him, and they can keep on going to court. Supreme Court restore him back. Can this thing happen in Nigeria? Can Supreme Court do such a thing? That's the things that we need to look into it, because the rule of law is going to zero level. What are we going to do to uphold it back again? What are we going to do to make sure the rule of law have its own stance in Nigeria? They are the best people who can stand for it. They are the best people who can stand firmly and fight for it. Not you and I. They are the lawyers. They know the laws. How are they going to gather themselves together and march together to make sure that rule of law is obeyed in Nigeria? Look at Tinubu travel to France on private visit. In name of who? On whose expense?
All right.
So it's unfortunate that he didn't give me opportunity to talk to him so that he can give us a clear view of it. But thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Eagles Air. And just in case you didn't watch from the beginning, he talked about Tinubu's trip to France. All right, Mr. James, you got a chance to talk to him. Do you want to say something?
Can you hear me, please?
Yeah.
Yes, I choose not to ask him any question because what I had in mind, I've discussed it on this platform in the past. So that's why I gave others the chance to air their opinion. From the look of things, this is just the beginning of crisis we are going through in Nigeria. We should brace up for a very tough time. When the Civil War broke out, I think I was in primary 1, 1967. The the country was in disarray. I could not understand it anyway. I read it from books. The country was in disarray, but the amount of confusion we are going through right now is so terrible that it has trivialized what happened before the Nigerian Civil War. And I always fall back to history. If we are learning from what has happened to other African countries, we would have been able to solve most of our problems, because there's nothing happening in Nigeria today that has not happened in other African countries. On this platform some time ago, I mentioned what happened in Ghana. On the June 30th, 1982, 3 judges were extrajudicially executed. And up to today, the murder is still a puzzle the Ghanaians are unable to resolve. Who killed the judges? Because they felt the judges were misbehaving. They are unable to find out clearly who killed the judges. On April 12, 1980, Samuel Doe brought the regime of the American Liberians to a halt in a military coup. The American Liberians from 1822 to 1980 mismanaged the country, just the way Nigeria is being mismanaged now. And after that coup on April 12, 1980, on April 22, 1980, 13 top-ranking Liberian officers were publicly executed by firing squad at Atobacle Training Center on the beach of Monrovia. This included senators, ministers, and what have you. They were sent to hell, and that was the prelude to the outbreak of the Liberian Civil War. Also in Ghana, 3 retired heads of states were publicly executed: Afrifa, Akufo, and Achampong. That was on the 26th June 1979. We have learned nothing from what is happening to other African countries. We should be ready. You see, heart-wrenching developments are on the way, and we should be prepared for it. I told people last year or so that there was no need for that 2023 elections, but most people did not believe me. This is the outcome. And may we live long to witness what I'm telling you now. Nigeria is completely finished. The country has collapsed. What is remaining now is for the official recognition of the collapse. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Who did that? Thank you, Mr. James. Victory.
Good evening, Doctor. Good evening to the panelists and everyone that is watching. Father was making a comment and I was just laughing. I remember there was a time we had this discussion on this show and I was telling Father that what happened to the currency swap Nigeria did with China? And that's what the guy said. Because clearly, if Nigeria had gone ahead with that policy, all this madness about this dollar thing, I don't think we'll be going through this thing right now. I think it was the IMF that warned Buhari not to go ahead with that deal, that they should stop that, and Buhari just literally just shoved it down and didn't even bother with it anymore. And here we are today now, dollar is about 1,450 to the naira. So you can just imagine what these people are doing to the country. They don't care. They are serving the interests of other people, are not the people. Anyway, that was a side show, and I remember it was Kulata that came on this show as well. That was saying that BAT is on fire. Is remove their multiple exchange rate. You know, I wonder where the Okpolo face Kulata is now. He should come and defend what is happening to the naira now. These people, they are mad. When I say people are mad, people say that people were just talking these things. Tell him to come on the show, Doctor. You know where he is. Tell him to come on the show to come and defend BAT's policy of getting rid of the dual multiple exchange rate. You know that BAT is on fire. So the question I was going to ask Falana, I wasn't feeling too well today, so I couldn't join the time. Was that I don't like to generalize everybody. I was going to ask him that why are the Yorubas that claim they are very educated in that country, why are they putting up with the charade called Nigeria as it is today? Everything is failing. The currency is a tissue paper. There's no security. Nothing is working. So why can't the Yorubas demand for their own country? Right? Because what I can see that the Igbos have families, they've said that they want their own country. Why can't the Yorubas demand for their own country if they know they can do better? Because as what I'm seeing in that country now, anybody can do better in that country because that country is not a country. Everything is in shambles. So I was going to ask him that he is part of the Yoruba elite. Why can't Yoruba demand that they want their own country? They want out of that place called Nigeria. So that was the question I was going to ask him.
All right. Thank you. Alaba.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I was one of the lucky ones who was able to ask him a question, and I threw three-angle question to him as a father, as a lawyer, and as a black man. He was able to tackle I don't even know which one he tackled, but he didn't address most of my question. The one that was focused as a lawyer, and then he addressed the one that was focused as a black man, but he didn't address as a lawyer or the one that I asked him as a father. Is this what you want to hand over to your grandchildren or to your children? Charlie thought he was in his 80s, but he corrected me there. Probably he was in his 60s or 70s or something like that. Now, while that was going on, a lot of people wanted to ask questions, a lot of questions, all are bordering on the law. What is happening with Mohbad case? What is happening with the female that was beaten? You know, the one imperialist, expressionist raised. What is happening? Most of our questions, and all of us do that. We come here, we individualize the issue. The Nigerian issue is not supposed to be individualized. It's a general problem. The fact that it hasn't touched you now doesn't mean it's not going to touch you. Don't wait until you touch you before you start talking. You understand? That man represented me when I was expelled from school in 1991 or 1992 when we were fighting Babangida. I was number 2 on the expulsion list. We were called the Lasso 34. So I used to look up to him. But when I watch his interviews these days, I shake my hand. How are the mighty falling? Don't get me wrong. He's doing a great job, but it's like fetching water with a basket. I don't know more than him, and I humbly accept that he's a learned man, and I respect him greatly. Please don't get me wrong. He's fetching water with a basket, so are so many other Nigerians, considering this crisis we are facing. It's like somebody keep throwing babies down the stream, and you have this guy who keep jumping in the water to go save the baby. Before he comes to the shore, another baby is flowing down. What reasonable people should do is to run up the mountain and find out who is the motherfucker that is throwing babies down the stream. That's how we approach this problem. A few positive things he said, but before I go into what he said, I love his word. He said, I noticed that he's still fighting. He's still fighting, and we are all fighting fallacies of generalization. Those are exact words. Now, there are 3 times things about law. You can have bad laws that are obeyed, and you can have good laws that are not obeyed. But in the Nigerian case, we have bad laws that are not even obeyed. So when I asked him why none of the legal organization raised an issue of having a swearing in before judicial trial of the election, while nobody saw that as an abnormality, it shows you how abnormal the Nigerian situation in itself is. He didn't get to that question for me. But I like the fact that he mentioned that the Nigeria is still making money from expatriate, 40 billion. He knows all these details, intricacies, and all these things. He's going to court every day. But the results are not forthcoming. But he did raise a positive thing. He said, because we have to all have to agree to mobilize, and we have to use technology. let me hit on Rudolph right there on the issue of mobilization. Rudolph, per week, I would assume at least 5,000 or 6,000 Nigerians join your team or listen to you or watch you on YouTube. Out of those 5,000 Nigerians, I would expect you to have at least 1 million Nigerians' email or their phone number, whereby on a weekly basis, you will send them an opinion, like a newspaper, an opinion view. Now, this will benefit you in 2 ways. More people will come to join this medium, 1. 2, you have a contact with them, even if they are not responsive. Every day I pick up my phone, I just get text messages or email, either from the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or some unknown somebody from somewhere. How they got my email, I don't know. But whether I like it or not, subconsciously, that's networking. They have a network with me. Right now, I don't know if we have an diaspora email network where on a weekly basis, if it is what is happening in Nigeria, you want to send them, there should be that. Send them. If it is, we need, so that as soon as they come on here, you need to have a medium where you get their email, you get their social. Now, they might decide not to read what you're sending to them, but it's a form of sensitization. That's we're not using technology well. He did say that. Now, people collect rent on that country. And a maker, the one that calls himself Eze, nobody really knows his real name, comes on here and asks questions about the ruling party, which he is very, very much involved with, based on his question. But he comes and asks Falana to investigate. What word should I use? God save me. Rudolph save me. I can't use a bad word. I need a word. What a complete nonsense is that? Is Falana the government? So you have this level of fraud and corruption going on, and you are a strong supporter of the ruling government, but you can't address the people you support to be there. So let him be hearing me. I know he's hearing me. This type of nonsensical problem we have as Nigerians is why we're not going forward. Is Falana the one to go investigate all the corruption that he was asking him about those questions? Shouldn't those questions be directed to Bajamia Mila or whatever his name is, or to Tinubu?
Yeah, but he's asking him because he doesn't trust those ones.
No, forefather. No, forefather. He's asking him to present the double-faced issue that he is, as if he cares for the Nigerian people. That's what he's doing. He's not asking him because he knows where that question should be directed. Falana is not the investigator. The question should be directed to DSS. This is what electricity calls holding our people accountable. But he comes here to defend them and make stupid statements. You see, this is the hypocrisy that won't let us move forward. We have to address each other. If he's hearing me, he needs to come back on and address that. So Gani, with all the work, Falana, with all the work he's doing, that it's like somebody throwing 20 baseball rackets at you while you only have 1 racket. So he's the one to go investigate. Yes, he knows so much. Yes, he's a member of the elite. Yes, he's doing his best, which to me is still not enough. Because the way they mobilized against Jonathan, they should have been mobilizing against Tinubu. These powerful elites that were in Lagos were the ones that were able to let us have a government change against Jonathan. And now they see the problem. They're not putting in that much effort like they did way back then. We got to tell each other.
Are you saying that Falana was part of the group that
was? There are some major people in Lagos that when they talk, things will happen. I'm telling you. They are activists of phenomenal intelligence.
And Jonathan is saying that it's the White House that caused him to lose. Jonathan himself said it's the White House that intervened.
No, leave the White House out of it. You know what I mean? I'm talking about
Jonathan, what he said himself.
But leave Jonathan out of it. You got to know where I'm going at, forefather. I'm talking about the oil subsidy march way back. We will not accept all the things that happen. If these powerful people in Lagos don't press the button, and these are the people that are quiet now, which was why my question was hard. I had to throw that hard question on him. At a certain time, we can't be quiet. Let me stop. Since some people want to speak, let me just be quiet.
Yeah, electricity, I'll give you 1 minute before I go to Kando.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, Ferreira. Actually, I didn't want to take on Emeka because I know it's going to turn into a row the way it happened between himself and Paul. But thank you for bringing that up. I find it strange for him to ask Falana to investigate where he clearly defends the government of Tinubu and who actually are supposed to do the investigation. Is it not the government that has the power to do the investigation and prosecute? He never calls on the Tinubu government to investigate or whoever to investigate. But like I said, I thank you for that. I didn't want to take him on it because I know it's going to turn into unnecessary row. I've had
one last thing. You know, he said something about principalities and power. I disagree with that. Our problem is not principalities and power. That's why I asked him the question. Is the black man inferior, not capable of solving basic problems? It's not principalities and power. We have to mobilize. We have to think outside the box. We can solve this problem. We're just not doing enough. We are self-sabotaging. That's what we are doing.
Ferreira, I understand what he's saying in terms of principality, and we can solve the problem ourselves. I understand what he's saying about principalities and power. And I said I'm going to run a broadcast on it. It doesn't mean that we can't solve the problem ourselves. We can. We can definitely. I also like the point he said that it doesn't need to go to America and this and that to find solution. It's right under our nose. And I also like that part as well too. I know where it's coming from that principalities and powers. I actually called my guy in Nigeria to do some things for me back just after he said it. But in terms of the issue of America, I like that. Thank you very much. And Rudolph, thanks for giving me that 1 minute. I yield the floor back.
All right. Can do.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, hi.
Thank you.
Thought you ran away when I called you.
Dr. Damages. Victory, good to see you. Yeah. I really appreciate, bringing
Kando, on a soft one. What happened, Kando? Why are we seeing you in the afternoon?
I really appreciate having Mr. Falana on today. But you see, when we elect or decide to prosecute a person, we should be very careful, because I heard at least 3 people that probably Mr. Falana would not have known came out today and thanked him for work that he did for people they knew or institutions that they had been a part of. He probably did not even know those people from Adam. And from following events in Nigeria for at least the last 4 decades, this man had been on the job. It takes the degree of tenacity and devotion that takes. And I read a few people say something about they appreciate his son more than him. And that saddened my heart, because you have to take the full embodiment of someone's work, not just a few instances of maybe he represented this person or he voted against that person. So from the bottom of my heart and from my family, from everything that I am, I thank that man. I'm glad to actually see Victory here today, because I think about 9 months ago, we're all on here talking about where the currency was going. Victory is a currency man. And I believe at that time, Naira was 800 to 1 Naira. And I wrote on here, I said, based on the metrics that I look at, because that's kind of like my area of things, that this thing is going to be at 1,000 to 2,000 in less than 18 months. And all the Kulatas of the world were like, you don't like Nigeria, this, that, and the other. You see, in the currency market, nobody cares about whether it's the pound, the dollar, the euro, or the cedis. It's about money. Money's got to find return. Capital got to find return. I was hoping against hope, in spite of everything that I knew about this new set of people in Abuja, that maybe somehow, by some miracle, they will be able to put this thing together. But all of the steps they've taken from day one, increasing their salary by 50% the first week they got in there, buying 140 million naira cars, told me that even if these people are serious, they're so delusional, they cannot see their nose from their faces. So unfortunately, we are all in this. We're going to continue to send our 30 to 32 billion that we used to, to help our families and friends in Nigeria. But like Mr. Falana rightfully said, he said, those of us that are sending money home to our families and friends, we owe a duty to not just send that money, but to question what they are doing on the ground as well. It's going to be a long road. It's going to be a painful 3 more years to go, maybe 8 more painful years. The 16 or so, I don't remember, 14, 16 wasted years of the Nigerian lives under Abacha and Babangida. What a waste. Like Mr. Falana said, that people are telling him that you fought these people. Now your son is fighting. And if we're not careful, our children will have to get involved in the fight, unfortunately. I thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask, are you Kando on the comment section?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate your support. I didn't know. Thank you so much.
Can I just give some breaking news? 3 U.S. soldiers have been killed in Jordan and 30 injured with a drone attack. So that is where the world is heading.
Interesting. Thank you for this. Let's go to Mazi Prince.
My brother Maxi.
Yes, can do. Good morning, or well, it's just afternoon now, and thank you for coming on. Yeah, I got you. I will get back to you. Dr. Domegis, my greetings to you. I know it's afternoon in New York, and good afternoon. And the other panelists, I greet you guys. I'm not gonna be a zero because first I wanted to come in, but then I thought about it. I'm like, no, it's not worth my time. Why do I say so? I'm somebody that you don't have to be perfect, but let it be seen that you stand for the truth and you are, you live in it. Don't just come today, you do one thing, and then tomorrow I see you doing some other things. Why do I say so? First, when I learned about Falana, when Gani Fawehinmi was alive, I was in Lagos. I lived in Lagos, and I knew where Gani Fawehinmi lives. I knew, I kind of like knew Falana too, and all that stuff. And then when this whole resort school of a thing about Tinubu came up, that time it was Falana that started fighting against Fawehinmi, his friend, because of somebody. And he knows the truth. Even the Bible will tell you, speak the truth to set you, that it will set you free. I so much appreciate Mr. Cyril. Mr. Cyril, thank you so much. I don't know where you are right now, but please, you spoke my mind. And thank you, Ferreira. These things happen. Is it that when people are older, they start losing their memories, that they don't even know what they stand for? What is it? If you stand for the truth, stand for the truth. And Falana, when Jonathan wanted to remove the subsidy, he was among the people that protested. Why is he not telling me when to give my folks money or when not to give my folks money? I don't need his advice. He can advise himself. When his son had an injury, didn't they move him to London? What is the state of health or health care in Nigeria? If you speak the truth, speak the truth. Let's not come here and just brainwash each other and just come on. I know where he's coming from. He might not be tribalized, but that's fine. He's a lawyer. He's gotta eat. I bet you if tomorrow, if Tinubu calls him to defend him again, he will still defend him. The same view I have about him is the same view I have about Abakoba. I'm not gonna come here and just sweet tongue anybody. The same view, because it was the two of them that went about this certificate of a thing. Gani Fawehinmi almost had the case, but they went and they did all their shenanigans and all the things that they did to save the same person that we're still talking about his certificate till today. Today he's in France. Why is he hiding? Why is he over there on a private visit? He can't go on private visit to Osun State where he comes from, but he's to go to France. And what else can we say? Just like for me, there are some people who is on the on the comment section who are faceless. I call them the deplorables. Because if you're not a deplorable, show your face. Let's see your face. The deplorables that are there. And they will come, and when you say one thing, they're on you. And all that stuff. But that's the problem. I ain't scared about nobody. I ain't got time for all that. Thank you once again. I rest my case for now.
All right. Thank you, Master Prince. Ponsat.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm audible. Can you hear me very well?
Yeah, but we can't see you very well. We're seeing your mouth.
All right. We'll fix that.
That face. Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you see me? All right.
Yeah.
Rudolph, I didn't want to come in and chair up this your platform, right? Let me first say hello to everybody, obviously. The usual protocol. But Alaba was phenomenal today. The way he framed his question and the punch. Now, Falana got the gift of the gab, but he was no match for that question. He couldn't answer that question. He's done a lot of good in the past. Don't get me wrong. There are degrees of wrong and right in Nigeria. There's not a genuine professional in Nigeria. Our activists are not really genuine activists. Our lawyers are not genuine lawyers. And of course, it goes to us too who are in diaspora. We're not really genuine. What I'm trying to make is that Falana, he's not evil. He's not evil. But he's been in business of giving soft landing to even somebody like Buhari, for example. Like Alaba was pointing out poignantly, the way and what he was protesting about Jonathan is totally different from what he's protesting about with Buhari and, of course, Tinubu right now. Rudolph, could you still hear me? Rudolph?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Am I still audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Anyway, in case you could hear me.
Yeah,
the lawyer, Falana, is a conundrum and an enigma. I don't know where he stands, but the way I read him is that he means well, but he's still myopic.
All right, Pansat, you may have to join us again. Your connection froze. The flagship, welcome to the show.
Only
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot. It was, in my opinion, it was a good interview. When I think about his answers to the questions that were asked and his presentation from the beginning, I came to one conclusion that Nigeria is in big trouble, serious trouble. And it seemed like no one really has an answer to how we can salvage the country or whatever is left. Falana is just one man. I don't know how many other Falanas are there. I wish that we have 10 of them, maybe spread around the entire nation. Perhaps, maybe we can get things done faster, but he's just one man. And he's done his bit. If he ends here today, history would have it that at least he raised his voice. No matter how bad we think he compromised or he gave soft landings to others, the question is, we are here now. What are we doing? What are we going to do? How can we take up from where he's about to stop or where he would stop in the future? The other question I was going to ask him if time had allowed was, we are at this crossroad. We are in the diaspora. You are there in Nigeria. What do you need from us? What can we do to help? How can we assist? Where do we come in? You see the picture better than we do from here. And I guess he answered it partially, where he talked about we have access to information, to technology, and all of that. It's true, we do. And I've made mention of this in a couple of shows ago, that we are opportuned to have access to all of these things that Nigeria does not have access to. We have been opportune to see how things work in the different countries that we're in diaspora, and all of us are involved in these systems. We work there, we own businesses, we are part of government. We have friends who are in government in these countries that we're in. What can we take out from these systems that work? And how can we come together, put this information together, take it home, and find maybe that 2% in Nigeria that can listen to us, that are in government, that may be able to help to implement these? We can sit down from here in the comfort of our homes and the safe countries that we're in and say all what we want to say and blame him for all that we want to blame him for. He's on ground. The heat there, he takes it. We see with, I guess, bird's eye view. I play chess. In the game of chess, the players do not see the moves that the onlookers see. When you're watching the game of chess, you like, make that move, make that move. Don't you see that? You could check the queen there. You could do this and do that. But the players on the board don't see what you see. So I think two things I took from what he said today, which I think are key and paramount to us trying to get a solution and help for not just the country, but our people. We have to come together. We have to put our ideas together. When a boat is sinking or a ship is sinking or in rough waters, you can't tell. It'll be stupid for the occupants of that ship to be arguing about who's the best sailor on board. We have to find a way to get the ship out of rough waters. And when we are safe and calm and cool waters, then we can argue as much and as long as we want. So we have to figure out a way to put these ideas together with technology, with information that we have, and try to find the one or two Falanas, or maybe better than Falanas that are in Nigeria, meet with them and discuss how we can make this thing work. There is a solution for this problem. Yeah, Nigeria is in a bad shape, but trust me, there's a solution. It may take you, it may take this platform, it may take other platforms If we all put our heads together and whatever we can gather, we can make things happen. I end with this. I was on the plane to a business meeting in DC, and one of my senators here in the state of Georgia was on that plane with me. While we were at the gate here in Atlanta, we were, of course, everybody was, hi, Mr. Senator, shaking hands, 5 minutes walk away, just chat. And I walked up to him. Hi, Senator Warnock, how are you? I mean, it was 30 seconds into our conversation, he picked my accent. I hear an accent there, where are you from? I said, Nigeria, that's my birth country. That's where I'm from. He said, oh, wow. The next thing he said amazed me. Your country is being ravaged. Corruption is just killing your great country. Your country is great. It's got so much potential, but it's dying. And I said, I'm glad you noticed. What can you do to help us? The people that are killing my nation come here to hide the resources of the nation. How can you help us? And what he told me was, what have you come up with? Bring it to the table. Maybe we'll talk about it in Senate. So you have access to your senators, your House of Rep members, your members of parliament. You can talk to them where you are. I did actually pick up the phone and call his office the week after. I'm not going to say what we talked about here. You can do the same. You can start petitions. You can write these things up. Mr. Falana today said, chase back the elite that you see that come to your countries with money and they buy out properties. There are many here in Atlanta. Somebody mentioned Dino Melaye. He has properties here in Atlanta. I met a gentleman who actually gave me a ride to the airport on Uber that told me he know him and actually know one of his girlfriends that he mess around with here. So by the time we put the heat and the pressure on these people and they know that we know where they are and what they have abroad, I bet you they'll sit up. So let's begin to think of what works. I can write, I can speak, I can design. I've got access to IT. I'm good at writing policies. I can write a white paper. That's what I can do. What can you do? Bring it together and let's put this information together and see what we can do. If we only end up in putting a crack on the wall, that's something. And somebody else comes and builds on that crack, we can tear the whole thing down. And maybe Nigeria will have a chance to having a good recourse and getting back up to where it needs to be. Lastly, our people are suffering, guys. Let's begin to talk solutions. That's where I stand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. I really appreciate
Just,
it.
just a minute. Flagship, it would be so nice if you tell us now. We're your brothers. We would like to know what you discussed with him.
No,
that's all I can say.
I can't do that. No, for the sake of the office of the guy, I can't do that. No.
All right. So let me say this. Some of the things we do here, the goal is like this interface, this relationship. You see if you listen to him, whatever he's thinking about, he values people abroad, people like us, and what we can bring to the system. And I think this is an opportunity for us to establish connection with people like them who are progressive minded. And it's easy, like a lot of people pointed out, to stay outside and think they are not doing anything or that it's easy for you to change that system. Until you go down there and see the difficulties, the challenges, you will actually appreciate the effort they are making. I'm not here trying to defend anybody, but I've been there and I see I can't survive 1 month in that place. No matter the wonderful ideas you have, you'll be frustrated. So to see people who are actually trying despite all the challenges there. It's easy to say, oh, they are trying to make a living. That's why you will make a living. You don't, if you are living there, you have to find a way to live. And you are just, it's not easy. All right, but let me go to Pansat. Let him finish up what he was saying before he was cut out last time. Pansat. All right, so he's cut off again. Eagles Air, you spoke already. So let me go to Odi. Odi.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, thanks for getting me on. Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's been a little while I came to this show. And I thank you, fellow panelists. It was a good one that you brought, the great son to speak his mind, I did enjoy, I watched part of it before I went to church. I liked, he always speaks well. And of course, he's not someone we can deny his history. He's been at the forefront of activism, and he's not just an ordinary son. But, what I did enjoy was my brother Ferreira, and I really doff my hat to you. Much appreciation for standing up and saying your mind, because you spoke my mind, for him, watching him, it's been difficult to really watch that man, like a colossus in activism and, standing up for what is right. And you see, since the election, the way he speaks, there's no moral clarity where he stands. He's not white or black. I don't like, in the people, he speaks almost like a politician now. When he speaks, you just wonder what happened to, when you hear his son speak, falls. His son speaks with moral clarity. He knows what he's talking about. You feel the man is compromised. You feel like when you ask him about Welo Soyinka, and he started talking about what he has done, and it's a shame. Like when I'm coming from church, so I give you. Bible says, if you go to Isaiah 5:20, it says, if you see something good, you call it evil, then you'll be punished, you'll be judged. Wole Soyinka, you told him he's been calling people barbarians. He said, imagine if it was Jonathan that was in government and Naira is like almost 1,500. What Gani Fawehinmi will be doing, I'm sorry, I said what Femi Falana will be doing. He'll be jumping and dancing as Zonto. And he's just taking it easy, saying, let's form a revolutionary party. What is he talking about? Are you kidding me? Like this man has lost it, It's I just, out of the respect I had for him, I didn't want to, and for his son actually, and what he's doing, it just, I just felt so bad going in to ask him the questions the way I wanted to. So I just stayed away and said, let me go to church. The man, even before the judgment came, he was one of the first people that started clearing the path for Bat. He started talking about how it was an impossible case, how this was that. Are you serious? These are people, and he's trying to talk about revolution. And what is he talking about? Kids were on the streets fighting, at NSAS. Kids were on the streets fighting after the election. Like, they were ready, and he played a little bit of, game, and then he disappeared. And now he's talking about a political party, So I'm just saying, look, guys, our forefathers mentioned something that happened in Jordan, where American military men were just killed. Guys, that's big news, right? What the Africa always, people who are oppressed always get their liberation when the big guys are fighting. And trust me, the big guys are fighting all over the world now. The First World War, Second World War. Without the First World War, there would be no independence for anybody, my brother. First and second one. This is time for us to liberate ourselves. I'll tell you something, guys. I'm Pan-Africanist, you guys. And you guys also, I think he mentioned that, always respect the man. Africa is waiting for Nigeria to get liberated, then we can move on, right? There is no pathway in this government to liberate. You can disagree with me, which is how democracy should work. But Tinubu, you can agree with me that Tinubu will not make any change in the electoral law that will prevent him from getting a second term. You know, you can disagree. If you look at the senators, even the ones from LP, they're completely useless. You know, the House of Rep, these people are even more compromised than anybody. You know, I even feel ashamed for themselves, for them, you know. So, you know, the only thing that can change anything for us is us. Well, there has to be some type, I don't know, maybe it's one person, two people. We have to find a way to organize. He said what is right, but I don't know if you're thinking going to the House of Assembly or House of Rep or Senate, trust me, or looking at people like him, he's compromised. You know, he can just speak his English with all due respect. He can't fight for anything now. Yeah, you look at his demeanor. I'll just stop at this. And Ferreira, much respect to you, and please keep speaking this way.
All right, thank you, Odi. Pansat, we can't see you. I'm assuming that you're still having problems, so it's your connection. Let's go to Chim. Chim, welcome to the show.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So just a second. I'm in an event, so I'm trying to look for somewhere. Okay. So believe it or not, I had to go to the restroom to be able to.
Something is smelling here. I wasn't sure.
Okay. You know,
don't let us smell anything. We don't want to smell anything. No.
This man I'm coming to praise now begin to attack me. You know, just listening to what Odi said. I went to church and then we have an event. There's a brother whose wife just put to bed. So you know how it is when you're abroad. No matter how little we are, everybody becomes your brother. So you have to go and celebrate with them. So unfortunately, I told Rudolph I won't be able to make it. But I asked him to ask a question on my behalf, which looks like that question has been asked by someone else somehow. Because listening to what Odi said, Odi spoke my mind. So I believe that is where he was talking about what Ferrari asked him. And what I was going to ask him was exactly the things I just heard. One is, you know, INEC came out with guidelines, and he's a lawyer. That's why I wanted to ask him that question. INEC came out with guidelines for the election, and one of those guidelines had to do with the IREV and the beavers. And I mean, the videos are out there for anybody who wants to be honest, where the INEC chairman himself and some of his directors came out clear to say anything outside IREV and beavers will be unconstitutional, literally, will be against the electoral law. But we all know how that panned out. That at the end of the day, even the same INEC began to deny its own self, went to the appeal court and the tribunals and said they could use paper. So I wanted to ask why someone like him, all through that period, kept quiet. He never came out to say, no, INEC, this is not right. We have you on oath saying these kinds of things. We never heard him. I've never heard him since Wole Soyinka started, you know, losing his own moral compass. I've never heard him say, no, Oga Egbon, you know, this is not the activism that you and I fought for, and a man like Gani fought for. I had an exchange with Rudolph, and I'm going to say it here. I told Rudolph, I said, I will not place the last guest on the same pedestal with Gani. And I thought I was going to be alone on this. But listening to what Odi just said, and even though I didn't exactly hear what Ferrari said, tells me I'm not the only one thinking that way. Because sometimes these people need to be told that we've looked up to them. There were people we believed could help hold the system down. I agree, living in Nigeria is not easy. I've never in any way tried to diss anyone who's in Nigeria, trying to play their parts. The system is quite tough. There are principalities holding that process down, and it takes stronger principalities or near equal principalities to pull that system down. But unfortunately, people we believe should be able to help us do these things, encourage, are suddenly in this era, sorry to use the word, pussyfooting, So, and I guess it's because they have allegiances to the person who is in office. These are people who are his friends, because one of the people who defended Tinubu when his educational issues came out in 19 was today's guest. He was one of those who went to court to defend him when the late Gani was trying to unearth the truth. So I really don't know. I'm still at the venue. If I get back and you people are still on air, I'll log in. But I think from what I've heard, I'm at peace that people have done justice to, trying to hold him accountable and letting him know that Nigerians were watching. And when the history of this particular era is written, many people's names will not be written in gold anymore. A lot of people who we've respected, especially Professor Wole Soyinka, he is going to leave the scene, if he doesn't know, with very tainted, markings on him, because the role he's playing right now does not in any way match the man, the Konga that we know, the Kongi that we knew, the man who we felt, and Oji said it. This is the man who was calling Jonathan's wife hippopotamus or something. But right now, you don't see him saying anything, because maybe Thailand rice, suited him, and pans of cooking utensils that were brought to his house, has made him change the perception and the way he feels about the society. So I just want to log in and say kudos, guys. Incidentally, I'm not able to join today, but I have seen that Ferrari and a couple of people have already done justice. So I feel I will go to bed this night not feeling bad, because they really, aired my own, what I had in mind to air. Thanks. I just wanted to contribute that.
Okay, Chim, just so you know, I didn't ask your question because he answered it along the way. And also, he talked about Soyinka and every other thing. I asked that question. So you can watch the beginning of the conversation we had. So,
yeah, no, I know. That's what I was saying, that even though my question may not have been asked, but the principle behind my question has been addressed by other people. That's the point I was trying to make.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody else who has something to say before we move on to?
I think it should be me.
Okay. Paul, yeah. Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, Doctor, you see, sometimes I want to cut some small slack for Mr. Femi Falana. When you get old in this game, if you are not being careful for people to quickly replace you, you start getting tired, because sometimes some of the people you fight for will find themselves on the other side. When you think you are winning, you are making friends with them. When they get there, they betray you. Just like as my namesake said in the Bible, Paul said, I saw myself doing the things that I don't want to do. For example, look at Nelson Mandela. After 27 years, Mandela came back. Mandela was surrounded with all white people. What do you expect? To some extent, Mandela compromised certain things. The Mandela people know was a bit different. We see things like that. You see, one of the things that keep, like Martin Luther King to some extent, it started fighting for everybody. Look at the guy, Abshatin today. So sometimes you just see yourself, you're bending a little bit. I feel for him because somebody needs to take that mantle. But only to take the mantle in that position is hard in our own country because of tribes and every other thing. It's a bit hard. There's a young man who is fighting very hard, compromise his family for Nigeria. How do we treat him? You understand? That's another person that would have taken over that fire burning that Falana is leaving. You understand? Some side of us will criticize him tremendously. So it's very, very hard. It comes like that. Falana, to some extent, would have worked. We even heard it clearly. It was even in the news that he will make Minister of Justice in Buhari's government. Somewhere along the line, it didn't happen. That tell you, these are people who fight tremendously to take Jonathan down. You understand? I support Buhari. So if I want to blame Falana, I would say I was in the side of Falana too when we were fighting Jonathan. Me and Jonathan is from the same region because Jonathan failed. He was clear to everybody then that Falana will make a cabinet in Buhari's government. Somewhere along the line, he didn't make the cabinet, and we will understand to some extent that so many parties, I think about 3 parties come together to make that APC there. You know, so the CPC guys, the ADC guys, that's the Tinubu faction and the likes. So we don't know, maybe Falana may be coming from the Tinubu faction that make that APC. They fought, they did a good fight, and they win. You know, so somewhere along the line, Buhari failed there. So Tinubu is coming again, maybe to some extent is giving Tinubu that slack that maybe if Tinubu come, we can correct the wrongs. I just want to see it from that angle. But truth be told, the man has been there for a very long time. So he's getting a bit tired when it comes to this activism, fighting the government. Only you can do it all the time. You need other people. Then the guy that just came on now, talking about this, doctor, you and I will live in America. I don't know where he lives, whether he lives in America or he lives in Afghanistan or Nigeria. I don't know. Doctor, if you refinance your mortgage, I can take a loan from First Bank and refinance that loan with Chase Bank. And if Chase Bank acquired a loan from Bank of America to Chase, I'm not holding Bank of America loan. I'm holding Chase Bank loan. That's how it works. So if Arik took a loan from then Intercontinental Bank, Access Bank, and IBTC, and I'm going to take over the debt, who am I holding that loan? Am I still holding Intercontinental Bank, Access Bank, and IBTC? Or I'm holding AMCON the loan? AMCON took over the loan of Arik, and Arik is servicing that debt. The way they are servicing the debt, just the normal way you service debt. You service it with the minimum that they say you pay. You are paying the minimum. AMCON take over the debt. I want you to just pay some outrageous amount, which they can't do. And Arik went to court. Yes, we understand that Arik, there's a whole lot of shenanigans going on in Arik, but that's not the case. They took a loan, you took the loan, we are still servicing the loan, and they went to court. So when somebody come here, try to speak two sides of his mouth from something that he didn't know very well, I want to take exception to it. My brother, they're not paying send me go school. They only flog me to read book. So if you want to hear, that's my take.
All right. I will let Emeka speak, but not now. Just a minute. Let me just say
Rudolph, I want to say something before you go ahead.
Okay, Eagles, go ahead.
Thank you so much. What I'm trying to say in effect is that the way Nigeria is going right now is as if Nigeria is sitting on gunpowder, waiting for time to explode. And we cannot make a change in this country if we begin to argue with each other or begin to look for the fault of each other. Rather, we look for a way to strengthen each other to make sure that we're able to achieve our goal. And the starting point of achieving this goal is this platform that we find ourselves right now. What do I mean? We have somebody like a senior advocate today in program. Last week, we have somebody like a Labour Party chairman. And if possible, it can get a Chimamanda or this senior advocate from Edo State that based in Abuja. What's his name? I'll still remember his name. So if can get this kind of people around, and we in diaspora, we're able to talk to them, ask them society questions, then give them their own minds. This is how this country wants you to fight it. This is how we want to run this country. This is how we want things to happen. You know, some of them that want to rescue this country, they begin to buy from our own ideas. A tree cannot make a forest. It's we that will help them out. Tell them, see, we are solidly behind you people. We want this so and so thing to handle in this way, and we're going to give a support. If we say that they will stand out, Chief Falana, the senior advocate that we are saying that is sitting on the fence. If it is you, you will redress your place way out, because the heat is on him. He don't know the kind of threat that we are facing for a long time, and his age is going 60s now. So there are certain things that he need to amend himself to step back some more, so that he'll be able to enjoy what he has suffered at the past. It's no longer getting young. So it's better that we look for young people like Chimamanda who can stand firmly and speak to Tinubu face that you are doing wrong. Some sons that is Nigeria, this man from Edo State, can also stand and say, Tinubu, you are doing wrong. Then if this kind of people find out that people in diaspora is at their own back, that's giving them support they needed, you see that some of them will stand up speaking uprightly. Then concerning what they call it, what this old man that this old nobleman that is talking down on people, don't blame him. Don't blame him. His age is stopping him. Old age is stopping this young man seriously. So sometimes when they speak, you find out that the old age is disturbing them. So you don't look at what they say because their brain is resetting like children's brain. So we shouldn't complain on them. What we need to do, what are we going to do right now? What is the platform are we going to stand? What is our idea? What is our own contribution right now? Because if we're able to get about 2 or 3 ideas every week that we are gathering, we found out that before this year we run out, we get some certain strong opinion and strong stand that we can use to say that let's use this to stand on this platform, than blaming each other, looking for each other fault and all the rest of them. No, please, we need to move the country forward. We need to do something seriously. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me say this.
You were talking about Ozekome, the lawyer you were talking about, Ozekome.
Yeah, God bless you so much, Ozekome. God bless you so much.
Okay, let me just say this in general terms. Usually, I like this feedback from people after we speak to our guests. It's very important for us to think about what we heard and then analyze it from different perspectives. I'm speaking in general terms now. One of the people that I admired growing up was Bob Marley. And every February 6th, I always think about his birthday. And one of the questions I ask myself, and sometimes I write an article just to remember him. What will he be doing if he didn't die, if he were to be alive today? Will he still be singing? What kind of music will he be singing? Will people still pay attention to his recordings? And if you look back at other musicians like him of his period who are still alive, what happened to them? How are we looking at them now? It's very important to also see that, remember that we are frozen, those abroad especially. Our thinking about Nigeria is kind of frozen in some ways. We remember those golden days, what we call golden days. But we forget that the country is changing. Even when we go there briefly and come out. But it's changing. And we want something that we left behind to continue that way. We want the people we left behind to continue to operate that way. But they've been changed. And we are changed. But we don't put these two angles together. And I think that when we assess people who are home, and until we meet them and actually hear them out in a way that we will understand where they are coming from. And sometimes I'm not saying that nobody is perfect. I'm not saying that they are perfect, but there are hindrances, there are impediments that transform them into what they are today. But sometimes we are frozen. We want things to be that way. I was thinking, I know Gani Fawehinmi. I've interviewed him several times. I interviewed him several times in his life. And sometimes I pause and think, what will he be doing now? Someone like Tunji Braithwaite, I don't know how many of you remember him. He was fighting. He fought many, many years. But towards the end of his life, nobody even remembered him. Nobody cared. He wouldn't even get newspapers to cover what he was saying. We are still lucky that that Falana could get newspapers to cover him. And until I scheduled this interview, I could say that sometimes I see him on channels and other TV stations. I had to go back and watch what he's been talking about. And I discovered that most things that I thought he wasn't saying anything about, that he said things about them. And I was surprised that he had new ideas. In fact, I didn't get to some of my questions, like what was going on in Niger Delta, in the Middle Belt. he said that Nigerians should bear arms. Nigerians should be allowed to bear arms. So I'm saying that it's always easy for us to look at these people, these activists, and I'm going to bring more of them to come on these platforms, and they learn from us, and they value what we do, how we push back, how we challenge them, because most times in Nigeria, people can't challenge them the way we do here. People cannot ask them questions the way we ask them questions here, and I've said it in the past that when I bring a guest here, I tell them, you will be asked questions by different people. I don't vet the questions that people will ask. I don't know who will come on that day and talk to you. You should be able to answer the questions. If you don't want to, you can. And most people who accept, and I know they do their research, they watch other past episodes, who accept to come here, they know that there will be questions and they answer it and they learn from it. And from what you can hear from him today, he said, he would like to have a kind of connection with people abroad and be able to tap the knowledge that we have. So it's something that is good out of what we're doing. All right, Emeka.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome, good. Thank you very much. First, let me start with Barrister Gani Femi Falana. Right? Sorry, I keep conflicting him with the great Gani, which I actually said to him because both of them, they were compatriots of the same struggle. Great mind, great leader. And I think a few of the panelists have wished we have more of him in Nigeria. What I wanted to ask him was his foundation, which I wanted to clarify because there were rumors that he's the owner of Serap. And I'm glad he said yes, he's the chairman of that non-governmental organization that fights for human rights, socio-economic issues in the country, and responsible for suing the government on if they deviate from what they're supposed to do. I wanted to find out from him what are the number of cases that they have successfully prosecuted and how many convictions have they obtained, as well as what are the bottleneck and challenges holding them with these cases, because I know they've been able to file a couple of petitions, right? And I was also wondering, which he said, we were quite aware that the position for Attorney General of the Federation was his to take, and I think he turned it down. And I wanted to know the reasons why he did turn it down. He's someone that is needed in that space because we have a lot of backlogs of prosecution of cases. We have a lot of people who abuse powers, like especially with this new cyber crime law. A lot of Nigerians are using it to abuse others. What is he going to do in such light? And, you could criticize the government, but when you have the opportunity to serve, that is an opportunity for you to address concerns that you think are holding the government from moving forward. And we have that. We have a lot of people in prisons, held up in jails without fine, bail, or even their matter coming up in court. So I was thinking it's an opportunity to hear from him how he could advise the government holistically on transforming the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and the Ministry of Justice to get things done well, faster. And also, a lot of us are saying, why do we have to swear in presidents before cases go to court? That's an opportunity for him to address such concerns if he had joined the government. Also an opportunity for him to get the EFCC to do their job properly, as well as the police to be more effective with prosecution of cases. A whole lot of changes strategically and tactically to streamline our judicial processes, evidence collection, and prosecution of cases in Nigeria. So I think if you ask me, he would have done something great if he had taken up the opportunity, and it's a loss for Nigeria. And then to address some ignorant statement he made on this platform, Rudolph, I've been watching you for, I think it's going to be 5 months now, right? And your personality, I do enjoy. You allow people to say some ignorant stuff without holding them to that. You know, Paul said the government lent money to Arik. That was his clear statement. I called him on it. It's good to call people out when maybe he has a communication issue. It's good to call people out so that they can retrace their step and correct themselves. The government never borrowed Arik any money.
That's not what Paul said, though.
That is, replay it back. That is what he said. That was why I looked. I said, what the hell? What kind of miscommunication is this? Go and understand why ANCOR was formed. Go and understand why ANCOR. In short, ANCOR is not even supposed to exist at this point in time. There was ANCOR is a short-term fix to ensure that the bad debts that people has taken from banks are being paid and do not allow these banks to fail. And that ANCOR is still existing to date is wrong. The law that formed ANCOR did not say ANCOR is going to continue in perpetuity. When you understand that, you would not make misstatements. Probably it's a miscommunication, and that's why I said Rudolph, his personality is really, really nice. He allows a lot of people to say ignorant statements and don't hold them to task. And I think, I'm not trying to malign the platform. I think a lot of people, the people who speak on this platform are very ignorant. Now, I will go to Alaba, who is also a very ignorant individual.
Sir, there have been over 200 Nigerians that have spoken on this panel.
Let me speak. Can I speak? Can I speak?
Rudolph, please. Can you hold this? Can you hold this?
That is not acceptable and cannot be acceptable. Who in the world do you think you are?
Panelists like that. This is wrong.
Who do you think you are? Talking to over 200 people like that?
Yeah.
Are you that exceptional?
Emeka, do you think that is the best way? I don't know about other platforms where you go to, but do you think that's the best way? Even if you think, I've had people here say things I know they are factually not right. And when it's appropriate, especially when it's time, when I don't think it's going to drag, I trust that people will correct. And I do correct sometimes, but you have to say it that way. Because sometimes, hold on, Emeka, hold on. People have said things like the default way people think about someone like you come up and say things is that you are paid to say certain things to say. I don't believe that. No, I know it doesn't matter, but I don't believe that. And I try to correct that. But you are doing exactly the same thing by saying that if somebody comes here, if I come here and say that after Shagari, the next person that governed Nigeria was Buhari. Oh, no, actually, that's true. That the next person that governed Nigeria was maybe a Kwame. I might not know. But you can correct me, but you don't have to say that people are ignorant, that people who come, they say,
so Rudolph, thank you. That's why I said your personality.
How dare you?
That's why I say your personality. Can you shut the person that is speaking? That's why I say your personality.
I am not your age. You do not talk to me like that. I am not your age. You do not address me like that.
Then shut up.
All right? We can have a conversation.
Then shut up. Then shut up.
All right. So this is not good. I really, it pains me more to take people out. It's like,
Doctor, it pains me a lot because I see people come back for the second time to explain that AMCON buy this debt. If AMCON buy a debt from a bank, they take over the debt. Who are you holding the debt?
Hold on.
AMCON buy the debt from IBTC, Access Bank, and IBTC.
Hold on. It's not even about AMCON or anything. I'm just thinking about what is acceptable, what I think.
Doctor, you be Igbo man. This is your book, you read them too much. Start to sell time. Some of us are ready to argue. Hard facts. Sell time for us so that we'll buy time. We'll buy time.
Dr. Damages,
make money for me, Doctor.
Dr. Damages, I work in investment banking. What Paul said is 1,000% right. When a loan is faulted, okay, either the government takes over the loan or another institution buys that loan.
Is that not what we call collections today?
Paul is 1,000% correct. It is just misguided.
Yeah, what is more important to me is even if Paul is wrong, this is not the way to address it so that Paul will get whatever you are saying. Other people watching, it's not good for people who are watching. There are kids who are watching. If we come up here and say everybody's ignorant, everybody's stupid, and tell people shut up, I can't say that. I don't think I've said that ever. I don't know how people I can say to an adult, shut up, there's a better way you can.
Even at my age, my mother will backslap me if I talk like that.
Yeah. So that's a major, for me, that's the most important thing. It's not even about the issues. It's not even about who is right or wrong. It's about how you address people. And I've said it here. I believe that I will meet most people that I'm seeing here. I will meet them one day. And I can't say in front of anybody here, I can't say to you, shut up. I don't know. I don't understand. But again, we want to give people opportunity to air their views, and I believe that so much. Everybody, no matter your view.
I have a question, Rudolph.
Go ahead,
please.
Flagship.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Everybody here, I believe, are vast and knowledgeable in their own rights, and I respect everybody's opinion here. I can't be Paul. I can't be Alaba. Alaba cannot be me. I cannot be you, Rudolph. I understand you're floating a platform for everybody to come add your opinion. But how many times does this have to happen before you take action? It sends a wrong message. We are Nigerians that are concerned about our nation. We are here to both figure out what the problem is, analyze the problems for those who are good at analyzing problems, and prefer solutions for those who are good at preferring solutions. I can't insult you in any way, no matter how much education I have, or you have, or the other gentleman has. We need to treat ourselves with respect. This is a microcosm of what Nigeria is. We can't get it right here. I mean, we're wasting our times talking about wanting to go solve a bigger problem at home. I think this should not happen again. If he's done it once, twice, I've seen it. This is my second time. I don't know how many other times he's done it. But the way I handle conflicts and problems is I don't like to wait for a second time before I take action. I like to look at it from when I get the signal that this is going to be a problem. Address it so it doesn't occur. This gentleman, and I'm trying to be nice by using the word gentleman, has been here the second time that I've seen this. I'm a man that believes in respect, and I know you all do. Let's not make a fool of what we're trying to do. This guy's here with a different agenda to change the conversation. It doesn't matter to me whether he's paid or not. If he wants to come here to speak, he can speak. But please do not insult anybody here. Do not disrespect anybody here. We're all fathers. We're all married men. Maybe not all. And there are ladies here as well. You can't do that to them. Some of us can take it, but not everybody. And I end with this. As I always say, there are people out there that are watching, looking at us. And we'd hope that we're going to come out with something that will help them or help our nation. Is this the picture we want to create? Yeah, if your views are not aligning with others, say your mind and seal it and you have a right to it. But don't insult me. I won't take it. This is the second time. And please do something about it. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Flagship. Allah, go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph, how many minutes I get?
No, 2.
Oh, give me 3. Give me 3, I beg. This one day. 3 minutes. Make I talk my own. Now, Tori, I want talk. Gist today inside, small. One bus they come now. Whoa, 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 whoa. I pass from the side. Wah, 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 wah. the Kalakuta Republic. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Fela is turning in his grave now.
I know, one man inside the bus. Wah, 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 wah. He starts today, yeah. We say, look, those people, yeah, 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 yeah. Them be Amugo people, yeah, 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 yeah. One man can stand inside the bus. He said, don't call them like that. Them be my people, yeah, 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 yeah. Before you know, trouble don't start, commotion don't start. Trouble can't start now. He can't carry everybody, including Dr. Rudolph. Oh, carry them go police station. Yeah, police station. Yeah, he can't reach police station. Make I charge him, lock him for court. My people, that is why everything they scatter. That is why everything they scatter for this country. Because people come on here, create distraction. Another man stands up to defend it, and there's so much commotion. At the end of the day, the real objective of us gathering, we don't achieve it. That is why everything is scatter. That is how this country be. That is how this country be. No wonder the room. No wonder room. No wonder the room. That's my 2 minutes, people.
You know, if you make a record, I don't know how many, if you will get God leave them.
Only wife go buy am. Now only wife go buy am.
Please don't do that.
Alaba should have
It's not going
pre-warned
to
me.
sell.
Alaba, you should have
Keep
pre-warned
your
me.
day
I would
job.
have made a drum beat for you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's hear from Wale. Wale, welcome to the show.
Oh, good evening, everyone. Well, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Yeah, I tried to follow SAN, and I enjoyed few things he said, and I thought sometimes, what he said. Nigeria, oh God, I don't know. My contribution to tonight is just, I believe it might not be my generation, but maybe in the future when what we are saying today is played back to our children or our grandchildren, they will see that we've done our own part. And like Mr. Flagship, is it Flagship? The gentleman by Mr. Laba. Sorry, my screen is very little, so I
You're
couldn't.
right. The flagship. You're right.
The flagship. With what you've said, we are all adults and we all come from different background, from different community. We are born differently. Even if we are from the same father, the same mother, we're not going to think the same. But that word respect is reciprocal. We're here to laugh and we're here to share knowledge, understanding. What I don't know, someone else will know. So when I come to this platform, I come here to even learn from people. I enjoy the social aspect. I enjoy, hearing from other people. And that is how it should be. And like you rightly said, other people are watching us. Now, if we're being given the opportunity to rule our state, how are we going to rule people? Simply because my grandmother doesn't go to school, does that mean she's not educated? She is in her own way. But how do I just respect her? And that is one thing we should do for each other. There are mature people here. And also, I want Dr. Damages to kind of look at the numbers of people on this platform. People who are watching. I really, really want us to do something which I don't know how we're going to do it. Young people, we need to get their views, their opinion. I know you do a lot of, when you bring people, maybe you find a young person that you can bring, like you always do every week, just to come and tell us what they think, what is their own perspective. I don't want it to be like we are the one born in the 60s, 70s, 80s, know how to solve Nigerian problem. Maybe these young ones, they might even have a bright idea than we do. They might encourage each other to be here. And I think the bigger the number, the more we create that orientation and education and awareness, might even help. Because we come here every week is because we love our country. It might not be for us. We might be comfortable wherever we are, but we still have that connection, our people back home. Some people, they can't be bothered, but we do. And that's why I respect people coming here every week to come and spend time. It's not that you don't have anywhere else to go or you don't have better things to do. And that thing, when I see faces, regular faces here, I do respect. And to me, you know, people come here, they do their studies, they do a lot of things upon paying their bills. I still want to listen to them. So please, either way, wherever we have people, let us introduce them to come and even listen at the background. But we need to discipline ourselves with our submission, how we respect, how we listen to others, how we don't interrupt. Things like that will make other people see that this is a platform to reckon. And, you know, I don't really have much to say, but I'm learning from people. I know about what is going on in Nigeria from here, from my, you know, local news and everything. But I really appreciate everyone. Please, that respect given to each other is very, very key. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Wale. I have to go, but I just want to say thank you to everybody that joined today. Let me also.
Don't go. I'm going out. Don't stay. I'm going out. Stay.
No, it's not because of you. No. Yesterday.
You know I'm coming to.
He want to talk. He doesn't want to talk to me. That's why it's going.
Look, it's always like this, but you come in, I just get the feeling that it's evening shift. But
it's time to go. Yeah, once I come, it's time to go.
Those who are watching at home, you know, I do go out and I do hear people tell me, I've said this again, but people don't pay attention. People tell me that they watch this show and sometimes they watch with their kids. They put it on when they are cooking. Women put it on when they are cooking. People are driving. They put it on when they are driving. So it's important that when we are here, we remember that it's not just the 8 guys or 10 guys who are here on the screen that you are talking to. There are people, there are old women, there are old men, there are so many people. I know one attorney general who is watching. I know people like senior advocates of Nigeria who are watching. These are people, you know, whoever you respect, bishops who are watching, and you carry yourself, you know, the way you want to present yourself in front of other people, even your own children. You know, I think about what my kids will say when they encounter me speaking here. You don't want to embarrass them. You don't want to, you know, it's very important. And I believe that everybody can change in corrective action. And I believe it can come by constantly working with people. I don't think we are served well when we say basically banish people to go somewhere where they could continue to do. I think when people are challenged, that's why I've been looking for government officials who will come here, people from whatever position you have, come here, air your view. You hear other people who are different from your, have different position, and maybe you learn 1 or 2 things from them. It's really important. So I want to give, before I leave, I want to give Emeka a chance to come here. Maybe he has something to say, maybe an apology, I don't know. But let me see if there's something that made sense by the reaction to people he essentially, you know, plays down, look down on, and hopefully there's a change. I mean, that's my hope. I believe in the redemption of everybody, including myself. You know,
Doctor, sorry, if he's in the background, you can take me out so that I won't argue with him. You can take me out so that you can bring him in if he's in the background.
Yeah, go ahead, Tone, go ahead.
Yeah. You know, Dr. Rudolph, we don't hate anybody. We're all from the same country. We're all brothers. You see, what really gets people's back is when the aspect of insult. You know, I've been talking about this insult for a while now, until even forefathers recently started posting the internet, keep people out. I even saw somebody reporting forefathers that forefather was kicking someone. I said, yeah, forefathers now is doing his job, correct? You see, it shouldn't be happening. You were here yesterday when one man came. He said he came to say hello, no problem, but he started he started insulting people. And you know, he's already got an antecedent here, and people start giving to him. We can't be doing this. We just can't be doing this. Emeka can have his own diverse view. I respect that. People will have their own view. They want to stand by their own view and all that. But please do it respectfully. And when you're doing things, do it truthfully. You see, even John Abba, you know, sometimes even people have a pop at him, but nobody insults him. He has his own view. We respect his view. So that's just the thing. So you just can't be throwing stones that when they throw at you, you will not be you not feel fine and all that. Like Flagship says it all. We're all responsible people, except few of us are agberos that just wear shirt and tie or t-shirt that to look respectable. So if you're agbero, we just can't help, you know. Thank you.
All right, Mazi, what I'm trying to get.
I know you were trying to go. For me too, I kind of stand with what Tone just said. For me, if you watch, you see that sometimes there's a way where I look. Where I look at is a TV. It's a 60, what do you call it, 60-inch TV that I'm in the office. So I love projecting it so that despite talking, I can also see things going. For me, I just plead for, how would I say, can we use a polished language? We can disagree to agree, but people, please, when we talk, telling people to close their mouth is better than saying shut up is so disrespectful anyways. Yeah, so that's what I
Close
can say
your
for
mouth.
now.
You don't have to. You don't have to say to somebody.
Right, really, yeah, that's true. Apokoli, this is my first time of seeing you without glasses. For Christ's sake, I can't believe that.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Prince. Local, say something, then I will bring in Mecca too.
Say something as regard what?
Oh, I thought you wanted to say something. You raised your hands.
Okay, fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's to you. You know, I like to blast you a lot. You
Yes,
understand?
okay,
It's about you.
I can take it.
I know you can take it. That's why I like to blast you a lot. Regarding the the viewers, yeah, it's interesting. I'll tell you, is captivating, thrilling, enticing. Your show, right? Kudos to you for bringing such a brilliant idea. And your viewers, telling you, your fans, saying that this is what they are doing if they are watching kids, so we should carry ourselves in an orderly manner. I think it still all boils down to your hand anyway. And yeah, you've been able to put that, freedom out there, have your say, right? So, but sometimes when you give people freedom, they will always want to take a piece of yourself, start taking a piece of yourself. So, and I think it's high time, since people who don't come here, who are watching on the TV, who have never been on the comment section, they just only watch and get entertained or get information or learn something. I think it's high time you also change your tactics to, if somebody is talking, you have no right to talk over the person, or else I kick you out. You understand? If you don't follow the simple instruction, have your say, which one person should allow others to have their say, you always want to feel you can out-talk that person or shout at that person. The law is there, have your say. If you can't obey, have your say, we'll kick you out. Simple. So I think that's what you should start doing, so that what you have, because by the time you do this to one or two or three persons, I believe you, because it's for me, man of the hard, that Ali, get out. So if you do it one or two or three persons, I believe you, others will confirm. That's what I believe, because as this skin that we have, if you not use Koboko, touch and small, then it will change. You understand? So I'm telling you the truth. The only thing that will make you see, yeah, we are all gentlemen, yeah, but that's Ojo Legba under bridge Agbero. You see inside of us, you understand? So we're just trying to, abroad Ajabota, cool it down. The stress is still killing us. So sometimes we want to vent our frustration out, not knowingly. So for the fact that you said people are watching, it's family oriented program, I think you should also change your tactics to kick you out if you don't follow the simple rule of have your say. You understand? So that's we might end up adding more strict the rules, tightening the rules a little bit. You understand? We may just end up tightening it a little bit so that it become more stricter, so that it will be fully 100% family friendly.
All right.
That's just me. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
So, doctor, let's do it the American way. Maybe you might profile some of us. This is just my own suggestion. Profiling in the sense that if you feel I always like to obstruct people very well, as you bring me in, ask me all the questions you want to ask me as you bring me in, take me out. Profile some people. Maybe they deserve it that way. Since they can't stay with the audience, profile them. You give them time. They have their say. Then let them go rest. You get to that turn, you bring them in again.
Yeah,
Since they can't stay.
The other part of it is that I also want you, let's say I want you to hear the opposing view. Because it's not...
Doctor, who say we don't hear? We hear. Who say we don't hear?
Yeah.
Doctor, look, let me tell you, doctor, is this not my TV?
Yeah.
You think it's only massive praise? This is my big TV.
For those
You understand? So that the one this my eye no go fit to read. I go read that for TV.
We don't have TV.
All right.
TV.
All right. Thank you.
So, doctor, you might profile some of us. You understand? Maybe in my head, as you bring me in, you ask me all the questions. I feel free to talk, maybe even if it is 5 minutes. Take me out, since I don't respect myself enough to disturb others. Since I want to turn the show to a barbarian, then you take that single person out.
Okay.
You know, maybe that can also help. Just look into it in a different way. Or maybe you might also create this artifact where you can bring 2 crazy people. Let them come and air their view. You understand? Yeah, exactly.
I've tried that. They ran away, but we try to add people to that list. Go ahead, Alaba.
I just wanted to remind you that you should that's the thing I said about email. You know, if you have, let's say you have 20,000 subscribers, you should times 5, 20,000 times 10, you should have 2 million emails or 2 million phone numbers where on a weekly basis, you just shoot them stuff. They don't have to read it, but you have a network connection with them. And also to expand the base, to get younger people in. If you can get those younger artists like Aya Star, Tina Savage, Davido, and Bomber Boy,
I'm working on it. I see sometimes right guests.
That's just suggestions, because we need, as Nigerians, we got to network. We're trying to do a revolution of the mind. Without information and connection and networking, we're going nowhere.
We're going to do. We're doing that. I'll call you.
I don't agree.
We can talk about
trust me.
Okay.
I don't agree.
Forefathers, do you have anything to say about this situation?
Other than the anger, I must say Alaba did express some of the frustrations that some of us do have with the elite class, including Falana himself, because when I saw him on TV, some of the things I asked myself, why is it that we are so insular, that all we look is ourselves and we don't necessarily tell our people anything about that really matters, like that currency swap issue, security, all those big items. We don't really talk about those things. Our place in the world, nobody cares. He's not part of that thing. And I think there is a little bit of a schism with the way people are describing him, because we all grew up respecting them, and Gani Fawehinmi and all of them. So to now come at the same time, knowing that they've done a lot of good work, to come and start blasting them is often very tricky to do that. And you have to ask yourself, this person that has done so much work, if he fails in the end, how do you judge them? Do you say you are completely rubbish? I guess the idea is that you have to acknowledge the good they've done, which I try to do, but at the same time, they've also failed us. The result is clear. We don't have any place in the world.
The other part of that conversation is that the age you were talking about them, probably we are now at the age that they've actually done something. They did something at the age that we are now. What have we done? That's a question we should ask ourselves. When they were doing this, we are now at that age, and we will be able to say that we did contribute.
I think you are right. There is a very good point that you made. I think nations go through cycles, and what made them was the June 12 cancellation. And when that happened, a lot of people, for me, it ignited my political interest, because most people were not, I wasn't aware of politics. I didn't care too much about politics at that time. And that also lent weight to what he was doing. When they say, when comes the time, comes the men. and they were of their time, and Bola Tinubu, all of them, they were all of that time, and the results they've achieved so far is what we have right now. Hence why I talked about the result is not good. We should be doing better than this right now, and hence, if it comes to our own time, and I think this is our time. Because there's an opportunity to change things to an extent that I'm not even sure Tinubu, this in Gani Fawehinmi and the others were thinking, because what is required to get us where we need to get to is not to be looking for award for international organizations like Gani Fawehinmi was getting. It's something that will be insular to us, that we have to fix ourselves from bottom up, where we have to say, you know what, this is about us. It's not about anybody. You might not agree with me, Oyibo man. You might not agree with me, Chinese man. But this one is about us. We have to fix ourselves, and we don't rely on anybody. And that I don't see that in Nigeria. You don't see that in our leadership. You don't see that in our elite class, and that concerns me a lot. We can express our frustration all we want until we make that judgment and say, you know what, we have to fix ourselves, and whatever happens, we have to value our own people. We can't rely on diaspora sending money as a way of life. That is not a way of life. You have to find a way, wrest control of your country. Don't listen to all these so-called, what did he call them, powers something. People that don't care too much about them. Yes, it's going to be risky. It's going to be dangerous. But that is our inheritance. That is, if anybody thinks where we are going to get out of it by waiting for the enemy to fall and die, go and ask all the people they've defeated. They never fell and died. The only way you defeat them is to fix yourself and confront the challenges that faces you. Your enemy will never fall and die.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Emeka. Emeka?
I think he's having technical issues.
All right. Okay, so
Hi everybody. Good evening again. Everybody.
They don't catch you.
Hi, technical issues everywhere.
All right.
They don't catch you.
Look at that
I
KJ.
bet how come you not catch Falana? If I catch Falana now, look at Falana.
KJ is so happy.
Okay, good evening everybody. Where do you want me to come in from? Because
Did you watch the conversation with Falana?
No, unfortunately, I told you I wasn't going to be around because
you said it.
But I had comments that other people have made. I have been following from behind.
Okay.
But I didn't meet him personally, and I love the debate so far, except for the some misuse of words so far. I would have loved to. You see, I like what Forefather said. He said, the elites. And sometimes when you say those elite things, who are the elites? You guys are the elites now. Remember that our fathers were at this age. Most of them had first degrees. Some of them didn't even have degrees at all. And they were the ones who were able to put the country in the place where it is today. So when you talk about the elite class right now in Nigeria, remember those elite class have changed over time. What you have now are, those who have stolen money from government have become so big that nobody can talk to them. And I give kudos to him, Falana, because I followed some of his activities for a while. He's been very vocal. Yeah, you may not agree with everything he says. I don't agree with him, especially when it has to do with the position of Nnamdi Kanu. But majority of what he has said, majority of the fights he has fought are well, if every other lawyer was doing as he was doing in Nigeria, we will not be where we are today, because people who come into government will be afraid that somebody will take them on. And then what I would have loved to ask him was, do we still have lawyers in Nigeria, and do we still have courts in Nigeria? And is there still a need for lawyers to go represent clients in Nigeria? Because government do no longer obey the court orders. So is there still any need for us to continue to practice law in Nigeria? I have a friend who used to be quite a top lawyer in Abuja. he had relocated to London. He said that let's even go and look for something else to do because, I mean, you win cases, nobody gives you judgment, nobody implements the judgment, and you have to do all kinds of jingoism to get to win that your cases. So that would have been my question for him. But so far, I think I like the when we challenge ourselves in a civil way, we get the best of results from from our discussions. But when we turn it to become insult and throwing of banter that are not healthy, it becomes a little bit like something that you don't want to be part of. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's see if we can connect with Emeka, and then I have to take my leave. Emeka, go ahead.
But Rudolph, you seem to be bringing him back often and often, right? So you will give me, you're giving us more information of what he's doing.
Yeah,
right?
go ahead,
Rudolph.
Yeah. Sorry, I had some technical issues. I don't know. Each time phones log in into the platform, my computer start acting up. I don't know why. So you try to smile each time. Maybe my computer is feminine. Anyway, what I was saying, right? I think I was going at Paul, and the other man interjected. I wasn't talking to him. And that's why I would prefer what Loco says. Allow others to speak, even if you don't like it. Each time I come here, I've been attacked, personally and otherwise. I know those who even attack me. Alaba is number one champion, attacking group. But I don't say anything. I keep quiet. When I have my turn, it's either I go at him or I ignore. So you don't come then and you trying to use the age. That's why I said, okay, I wasn't even talking to you. I didn't even have you at mind. I was expressing my opinion on the platform and what I've observed. Why do you feel the need to come talk about me? What's there? You got to respect yourself. If you want to be respected, respect yourself. When I'm done, then express what you want to say. I'll take it. I'm a big boy, I'll take it. So this is enemy territory. That's what I keep saying. And you guys know it's enemy territory. So you don't come in here gentle because you are going to be attacked. And I keep getting it. That's why I say Rudolph, and I think Lokopi's advice is highly recommended. Allow people speak. Allow them express themselves. Yes, Paul said something that was wrong, and I considered it ignorant. I was just saying.
So you agree that you are even guilty. You are guilty too.
Oh yeah. I know. I know. It's enemy territory. You have to put them at their back seats so that they.
No, sorry, hold on. Yeah. Sorry, I will take this. We draw that word enemy territory.
Oh, like, come on. Okay. Local P, you know that. You will see Alabama coming at me. Don't worry. Just
no. Even if one person, you can't say enemy territory. No,
okay. Let's take that word out. No, fine.
Thank you.
But allow the individual express his opinion, and then if you don't agree with it, you come in. What Paul said, which I was done with Paul. I wanted to go to Alaba. I wanted to go to Alaba. I was done with it because what Paul has said is the government's length.
Emeka, hold on. I've gone beyond the particular issue. I'm talking about the nature of the reaction. Do you feel that the way you spoke to members of this?
I was talking to Paul. I wasn't talking to others.
No. You said that almost most people here.
No. I said some.
Some, even if it's that they're talking out of ignorance. Is that
some express ignorant comments here? That's what I said.
You said
that's what I didn't say all. I said some.
That I've listened to some ignorant comments. Hold on. Please play that over. He did not say some, and that was the effrontery. Emeka, let me explain something to you. I listen to you on Dr. Damage's most nights. I think your summation and conclusion on economic issues is brilliant. But the thing is this, there are too many people on panels like this that I wonder who or what raised you. I can talk like that. I'm over 50 years old, and I cannot address another man, even if he's 30 years old like that. So the issue is not what you said. The issue was, I know I've been on this panel from day one. There have been over 200 men and women that have been on here, the vast majority of them expressing very well articulated summations. And for you to say that some of these people on this, how dare you? You need to apologize to everyone, sir. You need to apologize respectfully, sir.
Now, if you think the comments people make here are factual to you, that's fine. That's your opinion. You take it that way. Now, some of the comments that have been made, some of them are not factual. And now you say you listen to me on a different platform. I think you misspoke on that, right? And you know, once we speak on something that is not factual, we call you to tax immediately. Now, I called Paul to tax when Paul said the government lends ARIC funds. The government never lent ARIC's fund. Never.
Sir,
ARIC was a reserve. I allowed you.
It is not about what Paul said. The issue was what you said about the people that have been on this panel. I don't care what Paul said.
I was going somewhere.
That is not the issue at hand.
Rudolph, I was going. You see, I don't know why he's speaking, and I wasn't even talking to him. I was delivering my point. You see, I front load my comment. I front load my statement. That statement was to go at Alaba very hard so that Alaba can feel the heat when it comes to him. So him chiming in, you see, Alaba by number one.
What I said that there are people watching this at home beyond the 10 people on this platform. There are kids, there are parents who are watching this. And when I go out there, I hear from them and they tell me what they think about what we are doing. And especially for the young ones, for the kids, I don't know. I think people here can take whatever is going on. But for the young ones who are watching us, the image we are projecting, I have students who are watching this, students who are Americans from other countries watching this.
I appreciate what you said, Rudolph. I do appreciate it.
So do you think that what you did is the best way you can handle issues? Because it's not.
No, you say one thing. I agree. That's not the best way, right? But you keep allowing people to malign me too, and me not speaking for myself. You keep doing it. So then let's not put the onus on you. If someone is maligning me or mischaracterizing me, what is the best way to do it? Would you take that person out? Would you correct that individual? Or would you allow me speak for myself?
Yeah, you will get a chance to speak for yourself.
But you don't choose the way I react to. But you can't choose the way I react to. If someone is insulting me,
you
can't be. If someone throws it today, Alaba, he always does that.
What did he say?
You see what he's doing. I like Alaba. I do like him.
Emeka, I know we play around here, but I'm really, when it comes to the way this is perceived by people, other people, besides the guys you see on screen, which I know we can play, we can take any hits, but the way it's perceived, it's of concern to me, because we want to defeat our purpose. If people tune off because they are not getting the value, they think that
then the best approach I would say is people. I think Locopia said it. Everybody should try as much as possible to respect themselves. You may not agree with our opinions. My opinion may be different from yours. Your opinion may be different from mine. Respect your opinion. Don't call names.
Emeka, sorry.
Doctor, wait. I think you're still missing the point. The point is not whether you spoke to Paul. The point was you saying that there have been many people. Or you didn't say some. You said many people on this panel were ignorant. And there's been over 200 human beings.
Well, sir, I wasn't talking to you.
All class of all educational background. For you to say that is abominable.
Emeka, see, let me tell you something, right? Look, sometimes some people here, I know, they have hot temper. Some trigger for very little words, you understand? But what I see here right now, I may not have known what happened. I think I saw that issue of Paul talking about I'm combining maybe Ariki, whatever, this and that. Yeah. And the way you came in was bad anyway. But it seems some other issues happened after that. I don't know. But from what I'm judging right now, even from Rudolph countenance, it's like you must have said something that's very, very appalling. Very demeaning.
No, I told I don't know what his can do. I told him to shut up because he was a hard he was insulting me. That was why I was holding up for myself.
I
know you will speak.
Now, somebody is telling you right now that it's not even about this platform, these people you are seeing here right now. It's about the larger majority outside. You understand? I think that would have reset your brain to like, oh, okay, Ruda, I'm sorry I came out like that, but sorry, this and this and that. So like sometimes you're not even remorseful of what you did, or maybe trying to hurt people out there by the way you came out to stand your ground. You might think, yeah, you are fighting for yourself, but the way you might have come, around doing that, you might have hurt a lot of people outside the accessibility. Like, man, what kind of show is this? You understand? So that is what I'm just saying, that
No,
Rudolph is trying to
I hear
tell
you loud and
but
clear.
no,
I hear
I
you
don't
loud and
think you are getting it. I don't think you are getting it. I
I
don't
want
think
to
you are
say
getting it.
something.
All right.
Please,
Sorry,
I want to
Rudolph.
say
Sorry,
something.
Rudolph.
Hold on.
Please, just
We have to end this, Emeka. Hold on.
2 seconds.
No,
2
hold on.
seconds. 2 seconds. I want to say something. 2
Hold
seconds. I want to say
on.
something.
Hold
Rudolph.
on, Igbo.
2 seconds up past there.
Hold on. Tone, go ahead.
Emeka,
Please,
Emeka, me and you used to have back and forth in the comment section before, until you showed your face and all that. I found out you are not even the profile I had in my head wasn't you. Like Kandu said, you're a good guy. Kandu is my friend. Even we speak outside this platform. One day, me and you fit jam for streets, either in London or Canada, wherever you are. We fit jam. Listen, at the end of the day, even in Nigeria, like I tell you, don't be deceived by this young face. I'm older than you. And in Nigerian culture, I don't know exactly where you come from. Even by 1 year, one person old past you, you go, I can't talk to Dr. Rudolph anyhow. That's just all and this is not enemy territory. That's one thing I want you to understand. We're all brothers. We all want, if Nigeria better, all of us. See yesterday match. I don't know whether you're a football person. Maybe all of us rejoice. All of us rejoice now. Did we say Biafra or anything and all that nonsense? We didn't say that. All of us rejoiced. So let's just get this thing. I know you have your views. We all have our different views, but we can disagree to agree. That's simply what Dr. Rudolph is trying to say. And let us be cognizant that some respectable people, see, this platform is one of the elite A-list platforms that is on the net right now. A lot of people. Even one of my commanding officers called me the other day and said, oh, but you be star right now and all that. We panelists, I just laughed. I said, well, you know me, my passion from the time I was wearing the uniform and all that. So let's just tone it down sometimes. See, saying I'm sorry does not take anything from your body. For don't move on a long time. That's it.
But let me land. I front load my comments. That is what, when you guys keep interjecting, it cuts my line of expression. And I front load my comment. Let me land first. What you guys are trying to personalize with me is what you people all do here. You all do it. And why do you want to put Emeka to the name of what you all do? You insult yourself here all the time. Let's be very realistic. But let me speak to Rudolph, please. Guys, just hold your calm. Let me speak to Rudolph. Okay.
Emeka,
Rudolph,
my mama did not teach me to insult people. I don't insult people. That's not what I do. I'm a respectable man, and I demand to be respected.
Kando, please.
That's how I conduct myself.
Kando, I think this is the first time you've joined in. Do you know that I don't, my comment is not even about you. That you insert yourself into it.
You were saying most people on here with whatever you call us. That's why I came in.
This is your first time here. This is your first time here. How does that comment affect you?
No, I've been here from day one.
Rudolph.
All right.
Rudolph, please, I want you to cut this thing off. Because one, that the way this thing is going, they're trying to move on to another part of the discussion that it does not matter in this discussion. What matters a lot, you, Rudolph, please, I would like you to do something. Let us learn how to talk to each other in a noble way. With a manner of approach, let us approach to each other in a respectful way. Not to talk, even if I speak something I don't like. If you want to correct me with a noble mind, not to abusing me or generalizing everything to everybody. Please, most important thing is that we are saying something that will help our country. We are saying something that we are trying to buy from each other knowledge. Not to, even when I say something you don't like, you may say to me, hey, this thing you said, I don't like it. See the way it's supposed to go. Then I will understand you. But when you say to me, want to correct me and ask me to shut up, it's a wrong approach. I may pick offense. I may decide to keep quiet, but other people may pick offense. But what we are trying to establish here right now, Emeka, please, I don't know the area of region he came from. I'm an Igbo man, call Igbo man. But there's some certain things we need to take away with our ego. What we need to do, please, my brothers, if I offended you, I've said something wrong, if you don't like, please forget about it, forgive me, and we will move on. You cannot take anything from you. You cannot take your position from you. You cannot take your wealth from you. You cannot take your riches from you. You cannot take your life or you cannot take your name away from you. We are looking a way to move forward, to make things happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rudolph, sorry, maybe you give me access to admin, so that I'll be watching. I won't host anybody that may pew. You are gone. I'm so for you, choose because look, everybody had the craze. I swear to God, everybody had the craze. But if I thought somebody saying like, calm down, just no worry, take a cheap pill. It won't cost you anything. The one follicle of your hair will not vanish. Just relax. Even if person tell you are stupid, you can decide not to respond. You can do that. You have the strength. You have the power to do that. I think it's just ego, pride, or what nonsense that's just trying to like, hey, no, you can't talk down to me on internet. I want to show like I'm happy or like power. If you get power, go Nigeria, go beat Tinubu now. Go beat Tinubu. You get power. So if you're trying to say everybody calm down. Not you won't die. You will not die.
So Rudolph, let me say something. You see, some of you,
I swear to God.
Some of you are coming face to face with what some journalists go through, because you have all kinds of people you interview, whether online or offline or even recorded. And sometimes these things come across. If you remember, 2 weeks ago, Rudolph tried to address the same thing, and we made an appeal here. Don't come and insult anybody's intelligence. You may be very intelligent and a professor, an emeritus in your field. It's okay. But it's a public forum. Be civil. Look, nobody, none of us here, our surname is Nigeria. Nobody. And so when we come here, let's try. And Emeka, the first day you appeared, it was me you took on. But I will not take offense.
But you took it like a man. And that's good.
But remember, I softly told you that's not the way to go about it.
You're happy you chose that at KJ.
If he goes at me, you'll be going at me. Paul went at me today. Alaba went at me today.
Hold on.
Last week, I don't. I take it as a man. Wait, if you go at me, I'll take it as a man.
But all right, guys, I have to go. Thank you, everybody. KJ, thank you. Let's take a break. After that, forefathers will take up. I want to thank everybody that joined me. Alaba, thank you so much. Mazi, Prince, thank you. Kando, thank you so much. I'm seeing you I didn't know that you've been coming here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tone, thank you. Loco P, thank you. KJ, thank you. And Emeka, thank you. Let's go take a break and then we will come back.
The commenters association.
Yeah,
thank you.
On the comments, thank
Women are supposed to remain in the kitchen, not to go to politics. And you know how they keep women away from politics? All the meetings of political parties are held in the dead of the night. Don't be tempted to jump to the conclusion of the West that stigmatize us as the most corrupt people on earth. It's not true. America, Britain are the worst corrupt nations on earth. Prof, the Transparency International tried to rank great corrupt countries. They say Nigeria is corrupt, Ghana is corrupt, Cameroon is corrupt. But Switzerland, that warehouses all corrupt money in the world, is never in that reckoning. Pakistan. Yes. The Chief Justice then was not removed for corruption. Oh, listen, can the NBA morally go to the street to fight for judges who have millions that they cannot account for in their accounts?
Plenty of issues here for the.
All right, take it over, forefathers. See you guys next week.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you going because of me?
Really appreciate it.
Anyway, thank you.
Remember, Rudolph.
That was loco. Now every time a loco shows up,
yeah, no, my AY. AY want to overthrow. You want to overthrow my title.
That's loco. Loco. I must say, man, it just seems as if whenever he show up, that's when.
Whenever I come, you want to come out. I like say no.
Yeah. It's interesting to see that Falana was talking like that. Actually, some of us you don't see them often. If they were telling Nigerians that this is they are telling us we are the most corrupt, they are the ones. You don't see anybody say, they don't repeat it so the Nigerians know. Because Nigerians think the West they are perfect. They think their economic system is perfect. They are not corrupt. They don't. Everything about them is clean, and that is wrong. And I wish he was saying more about it because whenever I see him on TV these days, he just sounds a little bit more like an establishment lawyer.
It does. Sorry to say, sorry to cut it short. It does, right? It's just that the issues are too many.
It's too many,
and it seems like it's the only one. It's the only one coming, so he can't be repeating. But I think that's where the media is supposed to come in to help him out to echo these things all over and over and over and over again. You understand? Because I'll tell you this: what other countries use to bamboozle other countries is they repeat. They ask the media to repeat it to you all the time. So by the time you are saying it all the time, they program you. You start believing it, and before you know, you start abiding, soaking it to yourself. So the media in Nigeria has to be echoing all these things, repeating it, even if it's past story. Like maybe there was a case that happened before 3 years ago, and we've not seen the end. Yes, the news came out 3 years ago, but this next year, the media is supposed to ask that question. Well, what happened to that 3 years ago case? What happened? Why have we not seen the end? Then to it's like the media, people have not forgotten, they are still remembering also. I think we should go and look at the case because if we sweep the case under carpet, the people will react because the media is reminding them.
I think you're correct. The key term you use that I think is quite powerful is that the cases are too many.
The key are too many.
That setup thing. Every time I try to track them on Twitter, and so many cases. How do you even track the cases? When you are finding so many cases against the federal government, how many of them can they answer? I think maybe you pick one that is valuable, don't let it go and fight it to the end. Because when you have so many and you are getting distracted by so many issues, then you can't track progress. I really think that is what the idea that if you like me now, if I'm pursuing security, I'll pursue it to the end. If you are pursuing corruption, pursue it to the end. If you are pursuing electricity, pursue it to the end. If you are pursuing recalling House of Assembly member, pursue it to the end because one of those are coming. If you have a solid win, it's going to make a big difference. Sorry, there's a bit of a feedback from you, Loco. So if you have one of those wins, it's going to have a lot of feedback benefit. And I think that's the tactics we need to use. And he did say he's willing to work with the diaspora. So it's something that the diasporans should consider doing, because if you have somebody like him on the ground and he knows a lot of people on the ground too, you can see how you can have a kind of pathway to influencing events on the ground, and his own thinking too can be expanded because he too it's only one man, like you said. What can he do?
There's only one man.
That is why I find it hard to, because it's hard to criticize someone like him that has been working hard, even Showore too, because it's failure they delivered, but what can you do? We are not even in Nigeria. And there are very few on the ground. Nigeria is a tough place. If they have your phone number in Nigeria, they know everything about you in Nigeria. So you can see how it will be very intimidating to do something against the federal government in Nigeria. And all they need is your phone number, and they will know, they will have your fingerprint, they will have everything about you. They will know your address, everything. That is very intimidating. And as long as federal government have your details, all the international bodies have your details, and you're in that country, you can see how hard it is. That's why when criticizing them, it's hard because you will have to tell them you should have been prepared to lay your life down. And I can ask somebody to lay their life down when I've not done the same. You see what I mean? So AY, I think Ferrari wanted to say something. I think Ferrari, you appear to have spoken a lot of people's mind today.
Yeah, I just want to say that we should stop placing expectations on the media at home, because they really don't speak for the people. We have, those of us are, and the man who came today, Falana, also said it, we have to focus on mobilization and technology. The media, we have to have a very powerful diaspora media that is as strong as Al Jazeera, CNN, or MSNBC. We are enough people abroad to do it. Let me do the math for you guys. Let's say, for example, Dr. Damage's program has maybe 2,000 subscribers. Out of that 2,000 subscribers, Dr. Damages has 100,000 emails. Then you go to Mayegun, maybe he has 5,000 subscribers. Out of 5,000 subscribers, he has about 500,000 emails. Now, those emails might be people abroad. They might also be people in Nigeria. Then you go to the other one, Niger World. Any little thing you guys are doing outside counts. It counts. So you're building a critical mass number. I'm telling you guys, I get emails and text messages from organizations I don't even know in my phone. And they are so persistent, they don't give up. Whether I read it or not, they don't care. They send their opinion. So we need to be doing this. That's number one. Number two, you guys just think about it. You all send a lot of money home. Just think, let's say you pick $300 to send home every month. Do you know that your $300 can employ 3 journalists for a month? 3 journalists. If they're getting $100 from you, they will be glad to work for you than work for Arise. I don't know how much Arise is paying them. And they will go, even if they don't have a camera, they will go with their cell phone and cover things on the ground and put a cell phone, like all those cases you're talking about. You just have to be more organized, more coordinated. Like all those cases Serap is covering. You just have 2 or 3 people that get $100 from someone abroad. Go to this Supreme Court. Who is the judge? Who is the Kini? Go put camera. Ask them about it. Tell them you're from diaspora media. Just ask them about the case. How far with that case? What did they do? Go to the police commissioner. I know it will have its risk. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to be perfect. But you are on ground. And the only thing evil needs to thrive is the lack of searchlights. Our job, for those of us abroad, is to provide searchlight. We might not be able to change. We might create a crack, like what's his name said. That crack is what we need. That searchlight. We are on their face. And then, so they send it to us. We play it while we are discussing. Oh, why did Judge so dismiss that case? Does he even have legal backing to dismiss this? Then we go and ask another lawyer. You're putting them on the spotlight. Take Milo Meladi or whatever his name is, going to Dubai with all those cars. You understand?
Dino Melaye.
Dino Melaye. If you have anybody in Dubai, they take an ordinary cell phone to his face. I'm not saying it will change him, but I'm saying you bring to light issues. You can only change things that are visible. Why the Nigerian problem is difficult is not like apartheid. It is more virulent than apartheid, but it is not visible. How do you fight an invisible enemy? You guys, we got to think outside the box. And that's why I get mad when people come here and make it about themselves, make it about us cursing each other, come here and throw distraction, come here and throw all this nonsense. We need to be coming up with ideas. Ideas in this age of technology, ideas can pass the test of time. We already know the problem. I don't want to talk about the problem. I know since I was 20 years old, I'm 55 now. I don't want to talk. I want to talk about solutions. And we got to think outside the box. We got to have a network. There should be a network between Damages, Mayegun, what one is that? Niger Watch, Obedience TV or whatever you have out there that can talk. Remember, the people at home don't even have lights to view us. I know 100 people. Out of 100 people that I know, only 2 people know I'm on this show. One was a Nigerian pastor who I promised to, and I will go to his church today. I said, no, I can't come. I have to text him because I will be on this show to ask Falana a question. So those are the only 2 people that know on the show. I have asked my relatives, have they ever seen me on YouTube? They said no, and I just left it there. Well, if I won't give me a very direct answer. YouTube, if you Yoruba mean, where would I get money for data that I will be looking at somebody on YouTube? So my people, the people you want to reach, it's this problem. You are looking at it. We're not looking at things right. We have to think.
Well, I agree with you on this media approach. It's a very powerful tool. The problem that seems to always occur from what I've seen, and it's not only you, is the mechanism, because it involves funds being moved around and gotten to places. You have to have a very, very neat mechanism that doesn't allow for confusion and accusations all over the place.
Yeah, listen, Oga, waiting you they say sounds good on the internet. To hire somebody to say go and do what you just said, it's impossible in Nigeria because of how Nigerian system works.
I don't believe in the impossibility
let me tell
context.
You,
all problems are solvable by men. That's how we got technology.
Let's give example. You say $300. Let's put $300 as right now at 390,000 naira, at 130,000 per person, which is 3 people, right? And they go over there. The next thing, they will get a visit from these crooked individuals, and the next thing, their life is in danger. Believe me, in Nigeria, the problem they have is that nobody will put their life in danger.
You can always employ another person again.
You can always look.
Oga, forget.
Instead of me just giving people $100, all this money I give them.
Oga, they tell you.
Look, I agree with you. I don't want you to have a negative mind.
I engage a lot of people. I went to Nigeria this December. I engaged with a lot of people. I said, why can't this media? Nigeria is one of the biggest countries that use social media in the world today. Why are Nigerians being the biggest country that use social media, but they cannot use social media to organize and go to each state house in every state and impose their will on those people? How do you deal with a bully? You deal with a bully by standing your ground. Once you stand your ground, a bully runs. Believe me, if each state people go to where they are making that law and come after them, all of them will be on their knees. But you know what everybody says? My son is not going to be part of that people that goes to that stuff. Then I ask them, is your son went to college and came out of college and drives keke na pepe for living? Is that a life for your son? You think that is a life? So nobody want to put their life in danger.
I want to respond to you, Ike San Francisco. I want to respond to you. You're right. You're saying that, but don't say it like that. Don't look at it like that. Look, let's say you have a cousin. Oh God, I'm in trouble. I don't have these. Okay, I say, I'll send you $50, but I need you to go to, you know where there will be an event tomorrow. I just want you to go with your cell phone. Just go record anything you see there. Send it back. Look, by the time one person hears that they can make $50 from just a phone call recording, before you know it, Nigerians have no job. There's no job.
Oh God, they will get you video where you want. They will get you the video. But that video doesn't want anything.
Our job is to set it up first.
Ferrari, they go beat them all. They go beat them all. Don't talk like that.
I know. Before you say, they will start beating them when they get to the big boys. But when you start small, I know where you guys are going.
There's always going to be problems. You can't use the problems to stop the.
For me, I think there's 2 things here, right? First thing first. We know there's no job now. Everybody's throwing away their profession, wasting their time in school right now. And before you know it, they start taking cameras and be creating content and doing this and that. You understand? But there are some people genuinely who still want to do this journalism, who still read mass communication. and they are looking future like one day I will become this, and one day I become that, maybe big media mogul or big broadcaster or whatever. You know, I know those kind of dreams are dying away right now because there's no job for them anymore, and everybody wants to be content creator, do content creator or whatever. So, but like I said, if you take somebody who is into who studied mass communication and you put them on that diaspora kind of network, media, so to speak, you might be surprised. That might also be part of like content creating. You understand why they'll be getting this and be sending it to you, creating content and be putting out there. And the risky part Ike is talking about is yeah, maybe trying to confront a policeman that is taking bribe. You want to video him and this and that. Yeah, those might be hurdles that challenges that you may not be you wouldn't want anybody to encounter. But like I said, if you're employing this, you're not just getting one random person from the street, take camera, go to record. If you want to create that kind of structure, I mean, you create it properly with a foundation whereby, there's definitely going to be security for that person that moves with that person 247 if he's going for that kind of job. Because definitely he's going to get bullied, he's going to get mobbed, he's going to get attacked by either criminals or government officials. You understand? As far as he's trying to bring the news to light, he's going to get attacked. So by the time you definitely also, as you're paying him, you're also paying for trusted security who's going to but see, by the time you see person come down from moto with maybe he lost car with the right escort put two mopo follow and come out, he carry camera, they record. You first think twice, who is this person first now? I mean, come on, it's psychology now. You not go and say, my friend, come and bring your camera, I'll slap you, you crazy. You how dare you? When you see two like maybe two better security, then in back, they do like that. So if you are going to do that, you need structure for that, yeah.
Look, early this morning, because I woke up really early this morning preparing for church. You were there, I think, at some point. Forefathers and the guy from America was talking about how China. It was very interesting. How forefathers, can you hear? How China had the balls to confront America. See, we cannot say because there's a danger. We need. This is the time that we need to harden up.
We have to do it.
Harden ball and start confronting the system, and that's what you just said. And this idea you just put forward is brilliant, and it costs money. But if we all put the money together to support these people, maybe it will be a rolling contract, monthly rolling contract. So as you perform, and we see that it's working and all that. I mean, if everybody on this platform, Emeka, I'm talking to you too. It all concerns us for the betterment of our country. Don't mind Kulata. Kulata na distraction. No, don't follow that guy. The guy gets. At least you are here. You're showing your face. Much respect to you, my brother.
Sorry, I'm a practical man.
If
when
all
you are
of
done,
us
I have
even,
questions.
if all of us, one minute, if all of us even put $50 together and all that to support such individual, man, we're going somewhere. So please let us just stop coming here to insult ourselves, even when we disagree and all that, to agree and all that. I know Emeka, he doesn't like to be interrupted when he's talking. He wants to get to this thing. So it's disheartening when we come here. We spend hours every weekend. Maybe next weekend, God keeps us alive and all that. Just 3 days ago, I lost my auntie on what she shouldn't lose her life for. She was diabetic. Her children took her to hospital. And in Nigeria, mosquito bite you, na drip. All they needed to do, insulin, administer insulin on the woman and all that, check her iron arrows and all that, administer the correct insulin. They just go put drip. The woman just took off from there. I'm still it's still just messing up my head right now, and I'm grieving. What kind of country are we in?
Tone, I'm not interrupting you. Was it type 1 or type 2?
I don't know. She had issues with her eyes and all that, glaucoma, which she was dealing with. During the course of the treatment, it was found out that she's diabetic. She didn't even tell me. I spoke to her about a month ago, and she's been telling her daughter that she needs to talk to me. She needs to talk to me. Just yesterday, Saturday, I said I was going to call her, and I got the news that she passed. It was on Friday.
My condolences. Okay.
Condolences.
That's the thing.
The diabetic cases you have in Nigeria is type 2 diabetes. But the fundamental problem they have in Nigeria is that the pastors have put it in their mind that when they have neuropathy, that some fool put voodoo in their doorsteps. That is the fundamental problem.
I understand. That is just even an metaphor. No, the thing is that her own daughters, because
Call their names.
her own daughters that should know better, her own daughters that should know better, did not even know that for them to follow the correct process. Because everything in Nigeria, even I've asked that
your
question.
Hold on, let's not treat too far from the point Ferrari was making. And I really am, sorry to be hearing the kind of stuff that's happened to you. We seem to be having these type of stories come across. Last week I was talking about people, somebody I know getting robbed left and right. Regarding what Ferrari was saying, I think I'm beginning to think that he may, because I was concerned about the mechanism to make the payment. But it's possible if Dr. Damage is willing to stand as the middleman and do it in a very, very transparent way where we see all the funds come in and get used to employ and have the people do their job. I think it's something that is doable because there are sources, there are means. It's not the ideal one. You have like GoFundMe out there that people can put funds in and transfer the funds. Dr. Damage can manage it where he hands the funds to people. But as long as all the transaction is transparent and open, I don't think anybody will have any issues with that. And in time, when we have our own kind of platform that is designed for this purpose, you will be able to even do more stuff. But I think it's not impossible to do what Ferrari is saying. And I think it's a good thing that our people get better information, quality information, and a kind of dispelling or removing all the spells that these useless leaders have cast on our people so that they don't necessarily come up with the truth and know how to challenge them accordingly. So I think it's doable.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Let's get practical. Let's come back to it. Okay. I don't know if Alaba has actually managed an organization before. If you have, you begin to think of the feasibility of what you're saying. Colata has been cheering me up from the just comment.
You are not very clear. You want to.
Colata has been cheering me up from the comment section, and I think I agree with him. Now, for every organization you run, you must have a clear objective. I want to play along because I know this is going to die. Even if you start it, I give it 12 months to die. But let me play along. You have a set of objectives that you want to implement. The objective, not clear. You're looking for donors to put funds into something. You have not calculated the risks of those who would utilize the funds wrongly. You have not also looked at the operationality of the activities that will be going on. How feasible is the operation? You have not considered the risks involved, that those who will implement your ideas may not even understand what you're saying. Here we have said there's a high rate of unemployment in the country. That is a huge risk for you, throwing in funds for someone to be funding their lifestyle. That's why I say I give it 12 months, it's going to die. And it's not me just saying, if you try it, it will die. Then why I'm saying this is, every organization, regardless, even though some non-governmental, some charitable organization or non-profitable organization stand for something. And those who fund non-profitable organizations are heavy donors, they are billionaires. If you say this is what you want to do, like me playing along, you run out of funds in your first 12 months. Not everybody is going to continue to fund something. You run out of funds. Those who you are paying their funds into, you are going to fund their lifestyle. They are not going to deliver. They are not going to deliver on what you want. They are going to enjoy themselves and wait for you to keep on funding them.
Okay, see, I get your point, but
hold on. See, sorry for that, sir. Mika, listen. Sometimes, right? You see, in life, there are too many facets of life, right? You might have experience in whatever you are doing or what you think will happen if you do it, and I think it doesn't go same for everybody. There are some people out here in the diaspora. They have people they pay salary that do job for them in Nigeria, and they don't use it to fund their lifestyle. They get the job done 100%. You get me? So say you are giving them money, this and that is supposed for it to fund their lifestyle. I mean, you understand? Look, see, there's some we have Nigerians who still have sense. Many. I know what you see on social media right now. You're like, yeah. Obviously, people they'll become driving Ferrari. They want to go and this and that. Yeah, we know. Yeah, they're there. But you're not just waking up one day, carry your phone, call Nigeria, hello, come, I'm picking you, go and do this for me. I mean, you can't just pick everything carry on the street now. There are people out there. Like I'm here. I recruited people in Nigeria. We are just doing face interviews, but I don't know if they are telling me the truth or not. But they started the job and they did it. You understand? Fine, it might be my risk to say, okay, first payment and this and that. But definitely you do the first job before I pay you. You understand? And if I'm putting money for investment, I'm not giving you the money. I'm just putting money to like, okay, I'm buying this, buying you the phone, buying you the camera, buying you the maybe paying for the security and this and that. Like every month, once they do the job, I get to pay them. You understand? And at the long run, they deliver the job 100%. It has been going on for years. And they did not like, as far as whatever we agreed, you understand? And they live out of their own part of the bargain. I'm living out of my part of the bargain by paying them salary. And we are good. So saying that, hey, no, it's not up to, like I said, person like me, that I standing against oppression, that I hate injustice, you understand, that like I detest it. If you employ somebody like me to have that kind of heart, why won't I do it? When I know that I'm willing, I'm even trying to selflessly expose those people without even with my only two way, with me little funds or no funds. But like this is not good. Standing, no, God will not agree. Then I'm not somebody that's even paying me for doing that. Why would I accept it and even take the risk when I know when I'm not being paid? Then if you beat me for I not agree, will not agree. If you beat me free of charge. Now somebody is not paying me to even doing I not agree now. I will still do it now. Now you're even providing me security. You understand? Maybe I'm policeman or I'm mopo 247 when I'm going to do my job, and it's just guarantee. Only not say which simple person will say no. I want to live my lifestyle and watch that kind of transaction. When I know if I continue in this job, they do my part, I do my part, and they do their part. I'm going to feed my family well, take up my responsibility. So why would I just jeopardize that thing and give them money? No, I'm not paying them upfront contract. Every month, this is what you get for doing this. If you do it the first month or 2 months, you fuck up and get out now. Go somebody else. You understand? And you won't tell me everybody, every 10 persons will behave like that. No. There are people out there who you do the recruitment, you see their mindset, you talk to them, you see how intelligent they are. You can see how passionate they are with Nigerian issue. You understand? If they're social media, what are the things they see on social media? Are they these big brother kind of people? Big brother all my life, or I don't have money to eat, but I have money to subscribe to watch Big Brother Nigeria. Those kind of people are not the kind of people you recruit now. Never. You start you first engage them, reason with them. You see what you're doing. So I mean,
I'm not being the agent of. I'm just looking at the risk. Remember, these individuals.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I think just I say, now me day here. I recruit somebody for Nigeria. I never seen him before.
Remember, these government people.
Add to what
remember, these government people have people in diaspora doing the deed for them too.
Hold on. Let people with experience tell you what their experience is. Hold on.
You're talking about risk for those people. That's where I'm coming in. So if you are going to another, what you are saying is another level. See, like they have people in diaspora.
All I'm saying is that when you hire somebody and you understand that you're going to provide security for them, remember that these people have agents here in diaspora working to undermine everything that is being planned to get Nigeria better. Somebody,
hold on.
The video is there.
Hold on. Look, let me add to this.
Mike, so what do you suggest?
Hold on now. Let me just add to what I want to say. Hold on. See, what Loco has just told you is real experience. Okay, now you add another dimension that there could be people in the diaspora that are used to sabotage such things. Yes, there might be, but because of the nature of what we are doing, it's going to be resilient. Because as long as we are dispersed all over the world, you are not in one country where they will just round everybody up. Some people are in India, those people are in China. Those people, even the Western people, can't touch them. So you can still carry on. I think it's a very, very resilient way of doing things. And the business I'm doing in Nigeria, I've not been there for 3 years. It didn't crash. It didn't take everything and disappear and run away. So what Luke is saying is actually accurate. It's not impossible
to
do things remotely, especially in this day and age where your phone number is your entire identity. Where do you think they are going to run to? You know their family, you know their social media, you know their handle, you know everything. People think that
if they run. Yes, you pay them
they're not
2
running
months.
anywhere.
They fuck up. They run and go get out.
All I'm saying is that if you're gonna embark in this, you have to have more than just providing the police. You have to have a way that you're gonna evacuate that person with their family away from the arms way. Nigeria is a deadly place right now. Nigeria is not.
You will
My
have
brother,
your own ways.
I
And some of those
understand
people have
though.
lost people already. Remember,
For
you
me,
could have people that
it
have lost
doesn't matter
people
how
due
much
to
you
all these
guys tax.
problems.
I can afford to donate. I'm just saying, whatever we want to do, we need to calculate it very well. It's not like we are thinking as people that live in the West, where things work.
Before you start donating,
like rugged Nigeria.
I need my fish. I need my fish.
They think like dogged Nigeria. No worry.
See, what I'm saying is, I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is right. You're doing a risk assessment. But remember, everything has its risk assessment. First of all, before you embark on such thing, those of you abroad has to be well organized. If you have to go PLC, where you have your lawyers, there will be open accountability. You have to be well organized. And then you will have agents or offices in Nigeria whereby even if they won't be visible, that will be doing the recruitment and collecting this thing is doable. I understand your concern. It's very doable, but there are risks, but the risk is not as high as you are estimating it.
When you look at the risk versus what I'm doing, risk versus benefit analysis. When you look at it, it's
doable.
doable.
Saving our country. We can't keep going on like this.
It's doable. It's doable. But the fundamental is that you gotta put a lot of resources in this. It sounds so easy. But you have to put a lot of resources on it.
A lot of like what funds or what?
It's quite lean.
Is it funds?
It's not as much resources you need. KJ,
is it funds? Wait, is it funds first? I don't understand. Because
KJ,
what they did is maybe
KJ, the quietest good man that never
Can I have the floor?
Can we allow KJ to speak, man?
Lokopi, I have the floor. I know I'm your brother, Lokopi.
Thank you, sir.
So relax now while I talk. People should have asked me who has been on ground and practiced and how these things are done.
You will have the last say. You have the last say now.
Hold on. Because it is the rat that is in the house that tells the bush rat where the meat is stored. That's where it be now. You know, go change. Okay, but here's what I would have said if you ask my opinion. That people like Falana and those outstanding lawyers we know and their antecedents, it will be better use of resources if we identify the areas we want to attack and get them to take those areas to their courts and finance the process of those cases, those things going through the court. For instance, if we decide that the Nigerian people are not getting the best of the constitution and we want that a particular portion or all of it to be tried in the court, we can get him, pay his legal charges, and then facilitate his going there and let those cases be taken to court. And we can push it all the way to the end. The idea of getting a journalist to go do those things is good, but let me tell you where the problem will come. Now, because he's an individual, he's going to be an independent journalist. There are certain events that he needs to get into. They will refuse to give him accreditation. So he go there, they will frustrate him. Okay, because once he fires his first shot, and that shot seems to be very damaging, they'll watch out for him. Every other event, they will not give him, accreditation.
For sorry, take Mazi Prince Agbachi, take him out. He's driving.
So now,
yeah.
Look, I'm not talking. You can.
You are driving.
So now, having said that, you see, the other way is what I understand what Ike is saying. Like we are sitting in the diaspora and speaking. Let me tell you the truth. You don't want to put your life there. You see, it's not even a question of catching you that is killing you outrightly. It's a question of taking you to a place where you will chop cockroaches. Okay, where you will be so dehumanized. I don't want to say certain things, my brothers. So the thing is this, they will take you to places that you yourself be wishing that you die instead of going through those things. So it's not what you are saying that
But
it
you
is.
don't need accreditation to go to those villages that have been people have been displaced and other people replacing
No,
them.
if you want the
Thank you,
villages, if you
forefather.
want,
Thank
hold
you.
on, hold
You
on
see?
now. Wait, Ferrari, wait, Ferrari. If you want a village that is displaced, I have people who I can send you the pictures now. I can send you the videos. I can send you the interviews. That's not to get pictures from those villages. Not the problem. I
Not
have
pictures, not
I
pictures,
have
not
it here.
pictures.
Okay,
For
I have
KJ, hold on, KJ. What about talking to judges? Judges who are giving interpretations in court that you think is doesn't sit well with majority of the people, and asking them questions, really getting their opinion. You understand? Now you are going to like high court of a case now. High court is not dangerous ground now. Nobody can go down and kill you there. You understand? Nobody can go and kill you there. Mr. Tom, what are you drinking? We don't drink on stage, so you know that one. Or it will take you out. We
Didn't
don't
you
drink on
see?
stage.
Didn't you see Passat
Yes,
sipping
you are
wine
only allowed
earlier
to
on
drink. You're only
today?
allowed to drink water or milk. If you drink anything, they
What
have to
has
take
gone
you
into
out.
loco? Loco
no,
has become this thing.
No,
but,
you have to keep the rules. No, you have to keep the rules. You
but
understand?
listen, local P. If I know the judges, most of them will not grant interview. Do you know how long
No
I've tried to get
problem.
interview from that lady in Nyako? She will not
Let
grant
it
it.
be on camera. Hold on. See, let it be on camera that you are trying to grant it and they are denying you on
They will
camera.
not even
Don't worry.
allow you to take that shot. Now, okay,
I
make I
think
leave
No,
it
some
for
of them
that's
now.
will
what
talk
I'm
to you. You know,
saying.
it's
Let it
not
be
as
on
it's
camera. You
not as it's
cannot
not
be
as much as
totally
you think. They will. They
okay.
are
What do
willing to
we
talk
do?
to
What
you.
KJ? What do we do? We do nothing. I don't get you guys. We come here and talk every day and
See,
do nothing.
AJ, see, let
I
me tell
don't
you
And now
this.
you
get
see
Something
how
you.
I
type
They
of
feel
are
about the
shooting,
military
right?
risky.
now. You
They
see
There's
how
are
I
something
feel
type
about
risky.
the
of
Like
shooting
military.
that will
I am
even
destroy
telling
during
you
you,
2 times
military,
and
God,
came back
they did
and
I'm trying
come.
better.
to tell you what will work. You are talking your own. If he's a human rights lawyer like Orisa Bakubana, if you can get an interview from him. If he's a retired chief judge, yes, he can grant you an interview. If he's a serving judge in the
See,
high court,
look,
he will not
KJ,
grant you
we
interview.
may
You
not see,
have
KJ, see,
to
From
we
press
may
You
not
don't need
get
nothing
100%.
interviews.
beyond
You
what
don't
we are
necessarily need the
doing.
top. You just need
See,
anybody because they will be
we may
telling you
not
what
get
goes on within the
100%.
system.
Okay,
See,
so
we may
what?
not
Yeah.
get 100%.
Hold on, guys. Maybe I'm the one missing it. Where are we driving at? When you go to talk to them, what is your aim? What are you aiming to
See,
achieve?
hold on.
To
Your
Whatever
to
point
it
reveal
is,
is
what is going
educate
on and change
Nigerians.
minds.
Just educate Nigerians on what your
Yes.
job you just gave. Just
what is
say
going
whatever you
on.
want to
That's
say.
all you're trying to do.
Yeah, you
You're
understand.
just
Don't
and
say anything. Don't tell us anything that will make us happy with you. No. Just say your mind. Don't
no.
worry. We just want to hear.
Ask the
Don't
kind of
worry.
question that people that really want to change things for the
Sensible
better will be
questions that you
asking.
hear. If it's IG or police, no problem. Even if they deny you, no wahala.
No
You understand?
wahala. Even
Hold
if
on,
they
see.
don't say no, even
And
if
see,
no
and
comment
listen,
in itself is
see,
a
and
comment.
KJ,
Even
listen,
if you
see,
go to
look,
there and they say no
KJ,
comment,
listen.
that's a
There are
comment.
Nigerians who truly shall to like they don't care if they won't slap them. Some are still there. Some not care. You understand? Because it's if maybe you are looking at it from okay, it's only what will benefit financially benefit this journalist that you think is going to be there. No, it's going to be also about the passionate journalists who love the word journalism. You understand? Who people like you who started before, don't be people like you now because you have compromised right now. You know your journalist, you know journalist right now. But when you started, the way you were when you started, like for you, I don't think you were putting money first. You were passionate about the job, to like you know care the risk way day. You were even using your money to look for yourself for some stuff when you started though, because you of now you know journalist right now. So like I'm saying, people like that, you understand that you see to like okay, no wahala. You're just trying to do the job. They want to put their name out there. So trust me, you by the time you think and before you slap them once or second time, before you break the camera have already worst case scenario, you put it live on Facebook, like as if you're recording, so that before you won't slap them 1, 2, or 3 times before you
And
break the
all
camera.
you need is the recording of the slap. It goes viral. That's using
Everybody
technology
on
to
life,
bring it
have
to
seen the
life.
slap. You understand?
That's
Before you
all.
slap a bit,
You
everybody
wear
on life have seen
secret
the slap.
cameras on your button. That's
You understand?
all.
There are many things you see.
And you can be able to check what they say. If they say we are doing this, you send people there to go and actually verify. If somebody says something, you can be able to know what's going on. And about what Ferrari is saying, it's not only about reporting too. I also think that there is also sensitization campaigns that we need to start.
You understand? The part of this is
So
like
that people
Nigerians
know
If
what is
this
going
was
on.
possible, why haven't all the side chick record and put it out? if these are possible, why haven't all the hackers
So
that
are
hacking
you,
people stop?
Mr. Ike, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that as human beings, we are not capable of solving our problem? Is that what you're saying?
That's
That
what I'm
because the
telling
problem
you.
is so hard.
They are not capable. The people you're trying to save don't even want to save
They are
their
very
damn
capable.
self.
Don't do
And
that.
believe
Don't
me,
do
those
that.
people in
But I'm
Nigeria
dealing with
don't
them
care.
every day. No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Okay, wait.
You will not believe the areas we go to in Nigeria today.
Why are you?
Fight on the ground.
Why are you
So you're
sacrificing your time to
saying
be
as
here?
black
And I
people,
want
we
to,
cannot.
I'm trying to let
No,
you
no.
guys
So
know
I'm
what
asking like a question. Okay, why are you here? Why are you
Hold
sacrificing
on.
your time to
What
be here?
Ike is trying to say, I want you guys to understand what he's trying to say. Look, it's not that you don't have journalists in Nigeria who are brave, brave-hearted journalists who do some good job. Now, I have somebody, a friend of mine, who sent me the recording of the Khan chairman of Bokos local government. Okay, where he made a statement, bold statement. He declared the people who have been killing their people, and it's there trending on the internet.
Yeah,
What
I
has
saw
come
the
out
video.
of it?
Hmm.
I have more than.
What?
Hold on, sir. Ferrari, hold on. I have so many of those videos of people who have. Look, I don't want to say anything. There are some of us who took part in helping people know how you can go live when these things are going on, and this is what to do. This is what to do. Some of those people, some of them did, some stopped doing because why? They were traced to their homes, they were traced to their communities, they were traced to their families. Remember, as me and you are talking now, I'm listening. Oh, local, please stop shaking your head. The guy who was mistakenly was said to have accused the former minister of powers. His brother is still in detention. That guy is still in detention up to this moment. And it wasn't even him who leaked the information. The guy who leaked the information ran away. They went to his house and picked his younger brother, and they've locked him in Abuja till today as we're talking. So it is not a question of I don't know, Sha.
Okay, GKJ, you're saying we do not. I don't get you guys. I'm confused.
No, I think it's just in a way
They're
it's giving
saying
us
we do
feedback.
nothing because there are risks. I'm confused.
I think
Because
they are giving us
there's
feedback.
risk in everything.
See,
You wake up every day, there is risk.
whatever you're talking about, right?
Oga
You
Ferrari.
cross the road, there is risk.
Whatever
Oga Ferrari.
all of them
And you
boils
have to
down
have
to
a
you.
loose system. If one
like you
journalist
said, you
gets into
have to
trouble,
use.
call another
Hold
one.
on,
You have to have a loose system. Where if they take out one journalist, there's another one to replace them. You just operate in a way that they cannot stop.
I didn't know that we have become that brave that when you take
Of course,
out
you
one,
have to be that brave now. You take,
You
of
have
course.
to
You think you're going to stop in this world? What did I
You
just tell you? Our inheritance. This is our inheritance. There's nowhere else to run. You have to do what needs to be done.
How is it going to change
I don't
if we
know,
don't
man.
try?
What else do you want?
Oga, the problem, everything you said
We
is
know the
fine.
problem. I'm tired of talking about the
Sounds
problem.
so
40,
easy.
50 years, we know the
It
problem.
sounds so
What is
easy,
the solution?
but it's not that easy. You
We
have to
know.
Nobody
calculate
said
a
it was
lot.
going to be easy.
Ike, hold on. Okay.
Hey, it looks like I'm agent of negativity.
No,
I'm
you are
not.
not. Nobody said it's going to be easy.
Hold on. No problem, yes, it's gonna be sabotage, right? Okay. Why not like you try the first whatever? We see the mistake we make. Okay, we go back.
You learn.
We think, oh, maybe okay, try something better. This and that. Yeah, we're not saying maybe we just put our foot on the pedal and just go from 0 to 100. You get my point? So whatever it is, everything is gradual. It might take 5 years to build up. It might not even take Tinubu's regime to build up to become effective.
Let me tell you the approach I would have. Let me tell you the approach that I would have say, even though it might sound illegal. The approach to show them that technology are the youths that owns the technology, not the old people. I would have say, if we want to do stuff like this, is to use technology against them. It's not using journalists, shadow technology. That is what I would have suggested.
That's
But,
what we're
hey,
saying. We're saying using technology.
No, you're
camera,
talking about
video,
technology with the journalist. No, I'm talking about shadow technology, working on the back, from the back, where they don't know what is happening. That is the part I'm talking about.
Please explain
more.
No, hold on.
Can you explain?
Please explain further. Please explain further. Please.
Is it? Let me help you. Let me explain.
No, KJ,
Hold on.
KJ.
Let me explain what.
Explain. No, let IK.
KJ,
No,
you
let
offend me.
no, let him land. KJ, wait.
You want to take us into another realm.
You offend me.
He's telling you about technology that works.
No, KJ, I'm not going here.
No, let him explain.
Let IK land now.
KJ,
let explain what he's telling you.
No, let
him explain.
I can explain. KJ, you go back and up.
Please, I don't want to be the agent of negativity. I'm done.
No, I said explain. No,
I'm done.
No. I'm not going to just explain. Maybe I go learn, think how to make them better.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Thank you.
Every politician in Nigeria have homes in London and America. Who buys the home for them? Who helps them to buy the home? It's the same people that you said that will contribute money for us to hire journalists, right? Right?
Okay. Now,
because allow me, and all of them have girlfriends in Western world, and those girlfriends are Nigerians. All of them use phone. All of them use internet. All of them make noise. That is the part, the shadow technology, where you use shadow, walk from the background, where they will never see the person that is coming to them, where they will never see what is happening. Rather, use that technology the youth are clamoring for. I don't know if you have noticed, in the recent time, the hacking of into our WhatsApp, if you don't have second authentication, they have been hacking into people's WhatsApp in the recent, like in the last, this January, after Christmas. Those are the shadow technology where people do things and you don't know who is doing it.
Okay,
and all these people have access to the same platforms that we have. Nigeria, if you talk negative about Nigeria, one of the things that you're going to see, as all of us are here, when you go home, you might not be safe. You don't know what is waiting for you. My brother, you might be surprised what happens in Nigeria. I don't know the last time you went to Nigeria. Nigeria is not good now.
I was there. I just came back December 2nd. No worry.
Well, I was there. I just came back January 10th.
Okay.
So Nigeria,
but still, you've not told us the disadvantage of what you are talking about. You haven't said disadvantage. Because all what you're talking about, hold on. All what you're talking about is, there are people abroad who help them to buy house. They have side chicks, or hold on. Let me finish. You say to blackmail them or whatever. But what we were talking about that is going to happen, I want you to make mention of that process we are doing in Nigeria. What is the disadvantage? That's what I wanted to hear. Not to say
the process Ferrari suggested is really a very good one, but he doesn't look at the risk. You see this Oga where they here, this KJ don't they exactly what this guy is talking about. KJ have a better experience in that if we want to do this. Because for me, if I'm going to suggest somebody that I know that will do this work, you're going to tell the person how you're going to evacuate the person when issues come up. You're going to tell the person. You're going to evacuate.
San Antonio. You see, what I have heard everyone say, and especially Ferrari, is number one, what are your objectives? And how do you want to go about doing it? My personal belief is when I want to attain an objective, I don't care if I have to go through you, over you, or under you. So the fact that this, yes, it is dangerous. And like Ferrari said, when you get in your car in the morning and drive somewhere, it's a risk. Life itself is a risk. So there will be risk, but how do you mitigate those risks and put processes in place, even verifying that the people that you're paying are doing the work, like Local P said, how you verify that the work is being done. But I mean, to say that, there are risks, KJ has gone through, he's gone through it, he's been harassed here and there. I've heard him talk about some of these issues. But if you are serious, you have to be able to sit down, just like Maker said earlier. What do you want to do? What type of vehicles are you going to use to achieve your goal? And what duration are we talking about? Are you looking at a 5-year plan? Because this is not going to, you're not going to throw these people out overnight. This is going to be committed, something that you're fully committed to and willing to devote resources to. There is nothing wrong with that. The resources we are talking about for long time process. For long time process, he said it sounds so easy, but you have to look at risk versus benefit analysis. If you cannot look at that, you cannot obtain your goal.
So
no,
don't
this
you
is a
think that
big
the
resource.
benefit
Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
Wait,
What is actually going on?
wait, Steph, 1 minute. IK, it seems you don't understand also. We all understand the risk. The main purpose, I mean, if I'm wrong, people correct me. We want to use this as I like the term Ferreira used earlier, a mind revolution. We need to get people, the ordinary people on the streets and all that, for them to know what is happening. Because you find out, okay, look at this great show that goes on every Saturday and Sunday. A lot of people cannot access it, number one. A lot of people are unaware. Look at Maegu, who is the wonderful thing he's doing. Nigeria Watch, the wonderful thing he's doing. It's how to get people to know about it. I know KJ might have had his bad experiences, but then there's still some people that are ready to take the risk if they pay them. It's all a matter of I mean, if you pay me like in Nigeria today and all that, $800 every month is a lot of money. You pay me $800 to $1,000 and all that, and $800 to $1,000 for all of us here is nothing if we break it in bits pieces. We're not saying, because if we keep saying, like forefathers, really, I mean, I want you guys to go back to what he was saying about very, very interesting topic he raised about how China rose and all the strategic alliances and all that. This are the things that we need to start working strategically. Like my brother just said, can do and all that. It's not a short-term thing. It's a medium term to a long term. And every time we make a mistake and all that, we learn from that mistake and evolve. But if we say, oh, because the risk is there, I said they will carry this person and all that, all of us will just maybe we just cuckoo man just throw the hand now. Maybe just
I'm all rest now.
Guy,
Okay,
I came into this. I just came in. KJ, wait. I came in just because of KJ and my brother Iki. We are emphasizing so much about risk, like we are planning a queue. Are we planning to bungle somebody into somebody's bedroom, a public office bedroom?
What you're talking about is cute to them.
Can I talk?
What you're talking about is cute to them.
It's not cute. We have human rights. It's not cute. I can take a camera and record you.
It's not a queue. It's not a queue. Journalism involves risk. Every business in Nigeria involves risk.
Really surprising.
KJ, you've done journalism in Nigeria. The rugged
way.
Were you the only person that did it when you did it?
Exactly.
Do you think that since you left, there are no people that are still doing the same thing?
Doing what you are doing, going through the same risk.
My brother, don't overprice me. I have
I know you tried. Listen.
Don't overprice me.
I know you tried. What I'm saying is that
listen. Tell you what
let me talk. I said you tried. You did your
bit. Saying all those things.
It's not recorded.
It's not risk in everything. Let's not personalize it. There's risk in everything. But we have to think outside the box.
I think
what you're considering is not illegal.
This conversation we're having, my brother KJ has a role to play in helping us to reach out to maybe one or two people he knows that they can do the job.
Okay, let me even tell you the first.
You understand? If we encourage them, they can even do better.
Hold on. If you are even serious in the first place, this is the wrongest platform to even discuss what I discussed, because this is an open platform.
Exactly.
Just the way they are hearing, they're also hearing it. They are getting ready
I disagree. You're not planning anything.
They can't do anything about it anyway.
You're not planning anything illegal. You're planning by the book.
I agree with what KJ said. And I've always said it, that whatever we do here, talk here, is merit therapy. If we really want to go into the hardcore conversation, it cannot be on this platform the way it is right now. We can float an idea here, but discussing the nitty-gritty that we are planning to do, trying to do now.
There is something they said about hidden in plain sight sometimes. sometimes they will look at it and think, oh, nah, they are rubbish. They can't do anything.
Exactly. I mean, come on.
You know, when Hamas wanted to hit Israel was seeing them practicing.
Security.
Israel was seeing them training. They were like, no, it's nothing. They are useless. They didn't know the danger that was coming. So it's often like that.
No,
With
but
this
what I'm saying is that forefather, you know this, and I want to say now, experiences have shown that on this platform, that the kind of deep conversation that may go on when you close the show and go offline, there are certain things Kandu may want to say here now. He can say half of it, but when you're offline now, he can even tell you the remaining 20%.
Exactly.
You understand?
True.
So we can float ideas here, but that does not mean that you want anybody to now give you the whole 100% of what he think is the impediment or the.
Then this is not the platform to talk about his idea. The platform to talk about his idea is in a secret environment where everybody will be open to make that suggestion.
No problem.
What I'm floating to you here is what I can tell you outside, like in this platform. These people you're going after, they are not even up to 500,000 people that is making Nigeria where Nigeria is today. They are not even up to 500,000 people. But they are so strong and so powerful because they have weaponized poverty.
They are not powerful. They just are.
They are. They are. You know why they are?
What we are not seeing the idea of doing is even going to help them, but they are short-sighted that they don't even know.
Exactly. The people, not only that, the people that you try to save don't even want to be saved. Those people, because what are the factors? Excuse me, you use China as an example. What are the factors that make Nigeria where they are today? Three things. The problem Nigeria have is three things: the government, judicial system, and the pastor, which is religious, pastors and the man. Those are the three fundamental: religion, government, and judicial system. That is what is put Nigeria in the situation we are. And those individuals in Nigeria you try to save, do they really want to be saved?
I think some of them
really want to be saved?
But you have to ask yourself, some of them are victims of what Nigeria has done to them. So those ones will definitely want things to change. And you have to know the kind of people you work with. People that have an instinctual, visceral interest in fixing things.
I have a young man who have dedicated his life to change people by doing grassroots work, by doing journalism. He schooled in London and went back to Nigeria and doing. Do you know what he goes through? But he's strong enough to continue going on their face.
I think we are limiting this to journalism. It's also media sensitization of the people.
Which media? Media these people have bought. Which media?
No, it's not like TV. Everybody's on smartphones. Everybody's on Instagram.
You can why Nigerians like to
sensitizing people.
Let me ask you
not conventional media. Not conventional media.
Who cares about professional media? Everybody's on his smartphone.
People are judging this thing wrong. We are not saying go into some clandestine activity that is legal against the law. We're saying those of us who are in the diaspora want to provide an alternative media to what Nigerians are getting now. That's legal. That's by your right, and it is doable. I don't know
and
why
you're gonna apply for Nigeria to give you license to have that media, right?
Okay. The opposition would never let you land.
Alternative media.
Wait,
come on.
Mr. Ike, there's always a way. Why there's a way?
Don't you know that some bloggers,
Listen, what we are saying is that we need an alternative media that speaks on behalf of these people suffering. Yes, the people don't want to be saved because they don't know. You are educated. You know they should be saved. You've enjoyed the good life. You've seen it in other places that is doable, and you want to bring that good life to your people. How is that wrong?
And we know it can be done because Nnamdi Kanu did it.
It can be done. Nnamdi Kanu did it. Mobilize the whole of Eastern Nigeria.
So it's not impossible at all. It's very, very possible. And that is
so I don't know why we are so we can't. I don't know.
Okay, can I remind you?
Let me shut up my mouth. I don't want to say anything anymore because it looks like I'm the agent of negativity.
Remember that DJ that during the Lekki massacre, remember it was one person that dared to film, and it was that footage even that CNN used The Nigerian government issued them.
Abi?
Just that footage from her phone shook the media. So how much more if we send out people that are ready? I mean, it's just a price. We have some fearless journalists that will be ready to take the risk. KJ, I understand totally what you said.
I will allow the
have
conversation to flow now, and I'm not going to moderate for the next 30 minutes. So let me allow the conversation to flow, and let's be nice with each other.
You guys, it's like describing an elephant. Those who touch it on the tail say it is very thin. Those who touch it on the body say it's just round. Those who are touching from the stomach. Let me tell you something. You see, you're not moving against a system that is you're talking about the system that has the monopoly of violence. That's the system I'm moving against. They have the monopoly of violence. They can bring it on you justly, and nothing will happen. So,
KJ, sorry,
hold on.
sorry.
Let me talk.
Femi Falana, hold on, sorry. Femi Falana, with all the secrets is brought out now. All the secrets is brought out now about billion probing this, probing that, right? At least you must have seen by now they don't shoot and miss, or they don't throw bomb for a house, or this and that, right? So I mean, Femi Falana, or what he has done, you can see what he's just.
Okay. Femi Falana is part of the system, or
I don't know. So you okay?
That man is part of the system.
Sorry. Excuse me. He may well be, but okay. So some people like you, we've got to be serious, quite frankly. Now because I mean nothing is easy. Okay. Once there's a way, there's always a way. It's not easy, but you have to be determined. Look, the resources available to us, we can mobilize. That's what it takes. Okay. I mean,
if we want to talk about this, we're gonna get out of this platform to talk about what we are.
Of course, I agree with you.
That is the reason why I'm using the negativity part. We need to get out of this system to talk about it.
But first of all, we have to accept that something is possible. We can do something.
Possible. Exactly.
When we get down to it,
everything is possible. It's impossible when you haven't got into the right source. But that's not what I'm saying. Everything is possible. I'm not playing the negativity. I'm just putting it there for you to understand.
That's what you're doing. And you got to be serious. So because saying it doesn't solve any problem. It doesn't help anybody. So first of all, there are things we can discuss on this open platform, right? And then of course, when we get down to business, look, first of all, it's a matter of determination. Something can be done, and we need to do something. Okay, first things first. It's organization. That's what it takes. I mean, we are scattered all over the world. And you're telling me information technology.
Mr. Oti.
Yes.
I don't know who is seeing TV. I beg, make those guys on the comment talk this thing. Don't leave me alone, I beg. I know all them. Because leave me alone. Mr. Oti, let me tell you something. In the modern time,
yes,
I don't think there's any organization that I know in this modern time was as organized as IPOB. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
It was so organized that it took government renting lobbyists in Washington to try to destroy them.
Okay.
I'm
going
somewhere, please. Hold on, I'm going somewhere.
Okay.
Now, you talking about being organized to do what we are saying. We, first of all, just like Kandu said, in the first place, what is the modus of
the goal, the objective? The objective, is it?
Then how do we now, if now that have been determined, at what is the time frame, and who are the players that will be activated to use in this forum? These are the things we need to. It's not.
The devil is in the detail. We know that. But first of all, you see, acknowledging, accepting that. Look, we have something. We have this platform. We come here every other. Every weekend. Okay.
There are people like people like Rufai. Rufai is still in Arise News. He asks the tough questions. He doesn't relent in asking the tough questions. There are people like Ruben Abeti, even though sometimes he plays a little bit of politics, but he asks also the tough questions. So there are people who are on ground who can do what you are asking. The question
I disagree
is,
with you. Those people speak for the politicians. You're not getting it.
No, but
They speak for the politicians and the powerful.
Listen, he's doing his job. He's being paid by.
He's doing his job, but he's still being curtailed.
We're doing it, and those of us, I mean,
my
all of us.
brother, you see, that means we cannot agree on anything. So let me even stop talking, because if you can't agree that right now on the Nigerian media space, Rufai asks the question that almost everybody wants to ask, then I am true here. I don't have any other contribution, because
he's asking the question, but he's still being curtailed. Rufai is being curtailed, and they have people like Abati to throw a wrench wreck in Rufai's talk. No, it's a mind game. While Rufai is pushing, they would throw someone like Abati to confuse the people. So that pushes their stand. So that way, no clarity on purpose of where the country is
at the end of the day, Ferrari, you still have to pick and choose from here and there.
If you open platform to say
understand?
whatever you want to say or do whatever. It's your own. You cannot have it. You can't work for anybody. It's just like you are a pastor inviting me to come and preach in your church, and then I'll come and start preaching what you have already preached that your people. No, every media has the way to go, and you obviously follow the guideline given to you.
KJ,
if you want to practice your own, you go start your own. You do whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Sorry, KJ, from your experience, okay, from your depth of it, I mean, so what can we do? Okay, I mean,
that's what I've said. You see, I said I talked about for if you ask me.
Right. Okay, yes. There's something concrete.
Best way to get, because listen, I'm looking at other options we're not looking at. For instance, for you to be able to get what we are doing now in Nigeria, be able to watch us for maybe for 1 hour, you must have up to 5,000 naira worth of airtime. Okay, that is one. How many people can afford that amount almost on weekly basis to load up their phone?
Very few.
One. Two. I'm just going to put that out quickly and I'll leave. Now, you also need electricity to watch. If it's on TV, you need electricity to watch it. And most times, governments have devised a way of cutting off communication in certain areas, so you can't even communicate with the people around that area. So if whatever you're putting on the net, except for few who have their own, who have come up to a particular level, they can't even get access to it. So here is what every other person will know, because the news will carry it. If I take Ike now to court, okay, and Falana is the one leading the charge, the news will carry, because Falana is already a known person.
Yes.
And in the case that I'm saying that his local government does not belong to them, that will quickly pick up, steam in the media, and it will be followed and discussed. So you have already started changing narrative.
Sorry. The solution you're proffering, is it by legal proceedings, taking some?
Yes.
Okay, right. So that's something we can do, and therefore all this argument, this distraction, we cannot do it, that at least this is something we can do, right? In other words, incentivize, mobilize some lawyers to prosecute. Okay, we pay them, because it's just really, I mean, they work. That's their job. Okay, they need money.
Yes. And they're not putting their life
we can support that. We can enlarge the volume or the scale of what he's doing and get other lawyers, and pay them. It's part of what we can do, is it not?
Yes.
And again, it's also a way of, if like this information, getting people to know what is going on in the country.
Yeah.
Because the more these cases, high profile, maybe Falana is going to court, perhaps he go with 20 lawyers, or 10 lawyers.
Zakame is one of the guys that are popular now.
It's part of what we can do. Okay. And then, of course, like for example, here, most of us we all live abroad. Okay. How about, these are politicians come here. Is there a way we can really, accost them, make their life uncomfortable, and again, bring it to the limelight? It's a part of what we can do.
You can do that. They will violate the laws here. You get yourself in trouble. You can't do that. You can't interrupt their rights. They've got rights.
I'm saying exploring it. I'm not saying, I'm not suggesting anything specific, but at least, I don't know. Okay. Yes, when they come here, it all depends. There's so many things. It's just a matter of really, put on our thinking caps and networking.
Yeah, put on our thinking caps. Let me address what KJ said.
And then saying it's not possible, the risks everywhere. Life is about risk. You can't get away with it.
KJ, you're right. We sponsor the lawyers.
Exactly.
But if their stories still don't get out to the people, it's still useless.
There's no harm.
You know how many cases Sarah
there's no
has?
risk to it.
You know how many cases the lawyers are pursuing in Nigeria? No media is reporting on it.
Exactly. Give it more profile.
Somebody sued on the office of the first lady. That is not constitutional.
Okay.
Nobody is doing a follow-up on it.
It's not. But put it in the
news. It's not. So you see, the issue is getting the word out. That's what we're talking about.
It's part of it.
Okay, that's what I would say. There are many cases going on in Nigeria, and not everyone gets immediate attention. But when Orisa Bakoba goes to court, it will get media attention. When what's this other guy who's defending the car?
It's not only on the other young,
Zakame.
There's so many of them.
Okay, gets media attention. When Maxwell or Maxwell Okonkwo and Maxwell also.
This is Ugoji, but I think he's not in the house of Rep. When Ugoji, this guy
Ugochine.
Right. So there are people like that.
No, what am I saying? I'm simply saying, even for such people, why I'm talking about these senior lawyers, because the Nigerian law system also have a particular way. If you are not a senior lawyer, the way your case is treated, even before you get hearings, they will have you.
Yes, that's good. But then, such places we send, this journalists we're talking about, and they go there and then, bring it to the limelight. Nigerians will say it, and not only in the Nigerian local media, even in internet, we can, and then, how do you say, kind of make it go viral in the international media. So we can do all these things.
There are many ways to do it.
Initially, when Sahara Reporter started, they didn't respect Sahara Reporter. But today, they might not invite Sahara Reporter to Aso Rock to come interview Bajabia Miala or their president. But when Sahara Reporter gives a report, they listen. So the point is of
we have retired Supreme Court justices. We go to them. Let them speak a bit. Let them talk. See what I mean? So
that's what I said. We didn't say. I hope you are getting us correctly. We didn't say that. I said a serving judge will not grant you.
The retired ones.
But the retired one will grant you interview. And what is going to say sometimes, it's just like, if you followed Arise News 3 days ago, they invited an AVM to come and talk about the crash that involved the late Chief of Army Staff. And what he was saying, you could see that he was just being political. He never answered any direct questions. Okay? So that is what because they are still being paid their pension. They are still in their payroll of government. You cannot go there and say, the man who came and said something about Boko Haram and the coming of the Islamic fundamentalists, where is he now? The Yoruba guy, the guy who retired, also a brigadier general, where is he now? We have not been able to see him since that time, the last time, over 2 years now. The Nigerian media has moved on. The Nigerian space has moved on. It is his family and his people that are suffering the pain right now.
Is that moving on that we are trying to change? We just don't let the story go away. We don't let them move on. Because there's someone out, we are abroad, we keep pounding on it, and we have to find a medium. You understand? It's the culture we are trying to change. We can't just say because that's the way it's been, that's the way it's going to continue to be. We have
look
to
at
push
the biggest example. Look at Nnamdi Kalu's case. Nnamdi Kalu have been tried, acquitted, but guess what? He's still in jail.
We know, but nobody is letting his story die. We talk about him here. We talk about him on all the media. So they know they've got a bone in their neck. So that's the way you change a country. You don't just say because there is risk. Like this, I don't understand. Then let's just keep living like this.
Mr. Ferrari, I think you're misunderstanding also. We didn't say because there's risk, it can be done. We are saying that what is the mode of operation? MOU.
Exactly.
That is what we are saying. And we're beginning to define it.
Those of us abroad, we will come together with the best brain. We will have the best lawyers, advisors. We will have the best intellect, the best technicians. But we have to do something. We can't just come here and talk every week.
What you say makes sense.
Together.
It's making
Everything
sense.
is workable.
But you're talking about Nigeria. That's what we're talking about. First of all, the people in Nigeria have to be willing to put their life in danger.
Don't bring that. Excuse me. Don't bring that. You know,
don't bring them in. They are traumatized. You are here talking because you are exposed. That's why you're here talking.
What would you do?
What will you do? You can't even eat. You don't understand.
So
what would you do in Nigeria?
What would
you do?
All these Nigerians that are in
listen, you have another opportunity. You can't even think out what we're gonna do, and then you're blaming those in Nigeria. What does that mean?
Okay.
No, forget them. Forget
I
them.
know exactly what we can do, but what we can do cannot be what we discuss in this platform.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
I will still say, I will keep on saying it. I rather play the negativity part of it, but what we can do, there's so many things. There's a raise, arsenal of things we can do. But at the end of the day, we have to do risk versus benefit analysis before we proceed. And how long do we willing to do it? And what are the commitments that we will
There's no time frame as long as it takes.
Okay, there is time frame. Oh.
So what? So you mean if you this, because this is activism, this is political activism. So you mean if you do it for a year,
you have to have a long time goal, and that long time goal is going to be almost the next 16 years. To me, that is how I look at things. Four election cycles to make some change.
Let's get one first. Let's get one election cycle first and see.
Oh, you can't even. This one is done already. This next 8 years is done already.
Look, gentlemen. What I'm simply saying, you guys we are all correct actually. And to our guests on the chat frame who have their fingers on the button, please leave me alone. I do not hold anybody. I'm not these are my suggestions and they're my opinion. I'm entitled to it. But however, if you have a better idea than myself and I don't have monopoly of knowledge, you can come on you can come to the platform and exercise your freedom of expression and say what you think. Okay, please stop insulting me,
and abusing me too, because I'm the one that they're abusing. I can see what they're writing about me.
My
listen, guys, don't worry, my brother. Leave those people commenting alone. Let's keep talking.
Don't worry
if
about
we
them.
can get ourselves together and we can be well organized out here, we already have people inside, powerful link that we can connect with, and then they also would help support. You understand? I'm talking about the same elite, because it's not all the elites that
can
are.
I ask you a question?
I can wait. I can wait too. I can wait. Let me just tell you, there are some of us that are connected already. Like Ferreira, we talk. He's got my number. I've got his number. I've got his email. I've got Forefather's email. He's got my email. So I understand what you're saying, KJ. I understand. When we get out, even some of us may not wait until the end of the show. I know that, like some of us that do very late night shifts and we off camera, we talk anything. We can start collating our email and then get to a place. It could be a Zoom meeting, and I think Zoom is and then we fix a date. It doesn't necessarily have to be on a weekend or a day that we agree, and that is where we start talking about the core deep things that we cannot talk on the public space like this. I totally understand.
I will be part of it. Even I can volunteer my Zoom. I have enterprise Zoom. That is not the problem.
But then
that's fine.
Aton, how do you vet yourself? Because
thank you.
They'll still throw you one or two.
Okay, yeah, that's the next issue.
We always having this show, even today.
That's a good point.
That is the next.
With you. He'll be pretending.
You still have to move forward with the Judases among you.
Another question you're gonna ask.
Steph, wait, Steph. I understand what you're saying. Like for me,
it's true.
Dr. Rudolph set up something, and that was what kind of calmed it down, because some certain individuals did not want to give their real name, which I have issues with. Not that I'm afraid of them. But if we have to get out of the public space like that, at least the listing you should even give me your first name. Like Tone is my name. Everybody knows that's what's on my passport. I've got nothing to hide.
Just be first name. I should know who you are.
Of course, yeah, of
Okay.
course, yeah.
I
But
agree.
what
I
I'm
agree.
trying to say,
So you
yes,
live
what
in
I'm trying
London,
to say
right?
is that
The people,
So,
the
so
people,
you live in
people,
Britain, right? You live in the
yeah,
UK, right? So
yes.
have you organized, like, are you in any organization that Nigerians are involved in Britain where you live?
no, except for
I will
this. We
answer
try
you.
to set up we
Okay.
try to set up we
No.
try to
For
set
example,
up some
I am
we
in
try to
the
set up
Anambra
something
Welfare
recently.
Association.
Okay,
We try
you
to
are in
set up
Anambra. Okay,
in
you're in
Manchester,
Anambra Welfare Association.
Igbo community,
Biko.
Manchester.
Okay,
So
Igbo community, and
Manchester.
please tell me your experience so far in that organization. And
Right.
I'm glad that you said Anambra and Igbo,
Actually,
because
I
it's
came back from a
important.
meeting. Anambra Welfare. Yes, I came back from a meeting. Our first meeting.
I
Okay,
want
go
you
on.
to give me your experience, honest
Okay.
in that
Okay.
organization.
Now,
Honest experience.
okay, so first of all,
Underline honest
it's
experience.
difficult. It will come a long way. It has not been easy. No, but for example, our number welfare is going very well. Okay, because the people in charge, it shows you that leadership is everything. In when you're dealing with human communities, any kind of albeit a social or political organization, leadership top notch. Okay, it's going very well. And then the Igbo community one. They had a problem in the past before I joined them. As a matter of fact, I'm the Secretary General now, Igbo Committee Manchester. Again, we're doing very well. It's not always easy, but again, when you have committed people knowing what they want, have a good vision, this can work. I'm talking about Igbo people now. Difficult, but if they believe in you, trust in you, if they post trust in you because you know what you're doing. And it's not about individual goals or self-aggrandizing, self-regarding motives. It can work. Are you with me? Nothing is impossible. And then sometimes
the reason why I asked you that question, there's a reason why I asked you that question. You said you have come a long way.
Yes.
And let me tell you, you use Anambra organization as an example. Remember, it's not a club. It's Anambra organization is a right for any Anambrarian, right?
That's right.
It's a right. It's not social club. It's not like People's Club or...
Once you're from Anambra, but again, look, I have to admit again, because other states have their own associations, and some actually do have problems, kind of, politicking. But again, this is
so now what you're trying to say, what you're trying to organize now, you want to organize not a state now, you want to organize the whole Nigeria. All these individuals have to come together to agree on your goal, whatever you try to accomplish. Anyway, I don't want to say much because the reason why I think we need to. No, you have answered my question. You said on your answer, you told me.
I think you're getting it wrong. I think you're getting it wrong. We're not trying to organize a society of Nigerians or an association of Nigerians.
No.
We're trying,
you're going to organize for people to accomplish your goal.
Yeah, I know. Let me land. What we're saying is that, you understand, what we're saying, we're not trying to say organization of Nigerians, that's separate. That would help if we have that on the side. But what we're saying is that we're saying all these YouTube settings that are all over, if they can cooperate into a bigger network and use the concept of business, PLC, business going public, based on in-depth analysis of how much the cost would be.
A network, a media network.
A media network that would serve as an alternative to the Nigerian media. Their primary objective is to be the voice of the people, not the voice of politicians. That would be what will bring them together if they all can agree on that. Now, they already have all these little things they have going in their various YouTube settings. But we are saying they need to be elevated to a basic, maybe a CNN. Now, if they can't be a CNN,
could that be
a small
a radio, for example? A radio for a start? Or I don't know,
radio or so, yeah. A small media. Now,
whatever it is.
Television or something small, where they have a studio, they have network all over in Australia, in Canada, in US, all over. You understand?
Now, how is their funding going to come? Their funding is going to come from the sympathy of Nigerians that are itching for change, that are living abroad. So let me give you a good example. If Dr. Damage wakes up tomorrow now and says he wants to set up a TV station or a radio station, guys, I need 100 volunteers to invest in that radio. It will be this amount per share. It would have gotten the professionals together, the lawyers together that will put it. So what you're doing is you're buying shares. It's a business investment. You might get returns down the line, or your money might go down the drain like every normal share, but you're investing in your country. And then you have elevated him. You have brought him bigger than what he is from an ordinary YouTube with 12 people and 2,000 viewers. You've taken him from that level to a 50,000 viewers. Now, if you're a 50,000 viewers, your next problem is how do you beam to Nigeria who don't have electricity, who don't have data? That's your second problem. And I bet you there are experts out there who will work that one out for you once you're at that level.
You can actually copy IPOB and use their model. You don't have to invent the wheel.
Yeah, you could copy. Yeah, you could copy their model. In fact, you have to eventually, because you don't want to deal with the mess of Nigerian laws. You will have to eventually, but first you have to solidify yourself on the outside. If Dr. Randall, Dr. Damage calls you tomorrow, I can say, I want you to come and buy $500 share from this public PLC. Won't you do it for the love you have for whatever
I will buy.
Exactly. So I know the funding base is there. We're just not organizing to get there.
It's organizing.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. Can I just say something?
You might have to just butt in because there's no moderator now.
Okay. I overheard what you guys were saying, so I just wanted to just chip in. Because when SAN Falana was here, I wasn't able to come in. So because I had a question I wanted to ask, and you guys seem to be saying something in line. You know, we've had too many organizations here and there for, criticizing government, writing, talking about what government did, many exposés here and there. But at the end of the day, it is just an expose. The government we are dealing with here seems not to care. They have so many faults, big faults now. It was before, it used to be cracks. We used to see signs. But now they are shameless. They are shameless. So if you open a CNN-like report studio, you will still be dealing with a shameless organization of people who don't care. For me, I think we should be in between those like the IPOB and those who are just criticizing on the studio. I think we should find that place.
Middle point.
A middle point, yes. Not hardcore, but not softcore,
Mm-hmm.
And I believe what we need really is, since we want to emulate the IPOB style, which is, because this thing needs continuous investment. You cannot invest once because it's not going to be profitable. But what you can do is dedicate a particular amount. Say, okay, every month I'll give to this. That means what we need are lobbyists. You cannot fight these people back home without truly knowing who are their head. They have overlords abroad that makes them that confident for them to rig your elections, beat you hands down, chase you away, not to vote in front of the external forces who are there to observe, and nothing is done. They must have that assurance from the overlords, and that is where we should be dealing. We should have people who are lobbying for us, who will tell us what Americans think about the situation in Nigeria, what they think, what they really think. Because if we don't have anybody doing that for us, and we chase this, if we chase Tinubu today from Lagos, he will bounce back, because what the West want is status quo. They want Nigeria to remain the way it is. So we have to chase it from abroad, but we are the diasporans. We contribute funds. IPOB had a huge sum of money that they used to lobby and they fought against this government with their own money. So if the whole of Nigeria wants to come,
how about making our people aware, getting them, I mean, Nigerians, okay, because
when you are lobbying, when you are lobbying, you are
Exero.
dealing directly, you are asking these people questions, they are telling you, you are broadcasting. You are telling, yes.
So yes.
Exero. I don't believe.
Thank you, guys.
I don't believe
Thank you, guys. I gotta run.
Are going to solve our problem.
No, we're not going to solve our problem from there. We're not going to solve the problem from there. No, we're not going to solve the problem
ourselves.
Let me tell you how it is. We're not going to solve the problem from there, but we will know where they stand so that when we are going,
we already know.
No,
I'm sorry, Exero. We already know they don't want the best for us.
Exactly.
There's no need going to back and forth.
Exactly. Then
they
if you
don't.
tackle
They want
the
us
issue,
like this.
Look at what South Africa did with this issue in Palestine. Do you see now that
because South Africa has gotten their shit together, we have not.
Organization
our shit together,
exactly.
and the West
organization
is not going to help us.
If we are the organization, these people back home know they are not legitimate, but we have not formed a structure that can counter them. If an external force is tampering with Nigeria, we sue them and we make them know we know them. So when we go back to Nigeria,
this head of principality or external force you're referring to, where could it be? Where I mean, do you have any? Do you have anybody in mind? Any entity? Any?
Me and you, we can. In fact, we can also deduct from things that happened in the past. There was a time the former UK head, what's that one, Boris or something, when somebody asked him about the situation in Nigeria, what did he say? He said, if he had the choice. Yeah, you remember? So we can deduct.
I mean, yes, okay, yes. Even, I mean, the UK here. So,
we can deduct already where the problems are coming from, you know? So that when we are facing back home and saying we want a change, they will not bring their arms and say, we want status quo. Status quo is what they want. They don't want you to they will call you a external, what's that word? Something from out of state, non-state actor. But yes, but when we organize ourselves and they know, they see that we're
in a legal way, we have to use
exactly.
We have to use their instruments.
Exactly, instruments. That is what Zimbabwe did.
But again, it's organization. That's the thing.
They were doing these things to Zimbabwe. They were using illegal instruments to make banks not to lend to Zimbabwe. All institutions were shying away from Zimbabwe. So Zimbabwe did what? They discovered that these things are illegal. We have changed from the former ways, and we are here now. Why do you continue denying us loans? You know? So the
this Nnamdi Kanu lawyer, international lawyer, I think what's his name? Princeton?
The
American lawyer.
The American guy, yeah.
So there are such people, okay, that actually know their ropes, know their way around, know these things, you know. So, but we have to be organized as we
have to be organized,
you know.
Yeah.
So, but something can be done. It's just there's never. We can't do anything.
We should be a step ahead of the normal broadcasting, but not to the extreme. Not to the extent that they will now describe us as. What's that word they use for?
Well, terrorists at worst,
you know,
or maybe whatever opposition.
Etc. Listen up, please, my brother. We're not discussing, like somebody rightly said, we're not discussing the nitty-gritty of our strategy here, certainly. But however, anybody that's interested could kindly leave their email. I already have some few people's email. Leave your email on the private chat. We'll pick it up and then we'll email ourselves. And we start working. Like IK has said that. I mean, he's got a few of us have got a Zoom thing and all that. And we can meet on Zoom, and that is where we can really open up and talk. Now, we reference to people that not telling us who they are. There could be a reason for it, and this is one of the reasons. Maybe they've had a bad experience before. Just for instance, if I tell you, if I mention my last name, a lot of people will connect. They will say, so your dad is part of the system. But I know my dad was never part of the system, but he was a part played a part in some in some way and all that, but some people from some certain part of the country saw him as part of the people that play. So the thing is, this is me now. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not representing my dad. My dad is even no more here. He's gone. He's gone. But what we're saying is we're all here as one man because we want the country to change. We want to get, because the consciousness getting people to be clued up to know what is going on. I mean, like my ego, I go there, I learn a lot of things. And that guy, man, he's my friend. We talk. That guy does. I mean, the kind of research that he does, that guy is good, and he has not studied journalism for one day. He's even setting up an office because he lives in Glasgow, in Scotland. He's setting up an office which will be ready in February. So this is a one-man person. So if one person can be that organized and all that and passionate, and there's nobody that paying him. It's just people. When he says something, we contribute. Last time he was having problem with his camera and all that. I mean, before we could say Jack Robinson, they put together about £4,000, and he bought himself the equipment he needed, because people saw that he's doing the right thing.
He's honest. He's committed. He's doing a good job.
Yeah. So people saw that he's not the kind of person that will eat. He's doing what he says he is. He's real, and people gave their money. A lot of people don't even know his real name. They all just know him as Manigo. So this thing about identity, Steph, I understand you to some extent, but then again, because I like to view things from the other angle. Somebody like Forefathers, I don't know what his real name is. I don't know why he's decided that we should just know him as Forefathers for now. I respect him, but when we hear
can
and
actually,
see,
I mean, for example, those of us that live in the UK, we can
Tony,
decide.
Tony, I get you. But what I'm saying is that as far as
Mm-hmm.
we're concerned here right now, I don't care to know your name. But if I'm to enter inside a bedroom with you to have a more intimate conversation, I should know who you are.
Oh yeah, okay, I get you.
If we enter the other room, I should know who you are.
What is wrong, Steph? What is wrong with you? Why would you want to go inside the bedroom with me?
Other room with the man.
No. So what he means? Okay, look, that's a kind of.
I know what it means. I'm just joking.
See,
we're joking.
Now, those of us that are in the UK, we can. Okay, look, we perhaps say, look, let's meet somewhere in London. We actually in person. At least then, okay, I know who you are. You're reading what you're doing. Okay. And then before I start having any kind of serious engagement with you, that's that is not asking too much. So yeah, that's the thing. That is possible. So that was kind of if like self, mutual self-vetting. We see ourselves.
My thing is that let us just start something at least. Oga, drop your email.
You have my email already?
And start communicating. Yeah, just drop your email. I will shoot you. Anybody that's listening, I will shoot you emails and all that. Forefathers will grab. We already started something earlier. Our Forefathers, I think Jago too was involved and all that. See, listen, we just got to start doing something, because it's just so painful, because we have talked enough. We need to start doing something. We cannot say because there's chances of, in fact, when I cross when I leave my house now and cross to the local shop to go and pick up something just about 3 minutes, a car can knock me down. It's all risk.
You'll be there.
Life is all about risk. I can marry a girl and she divorce me and take all my money. It's a risk,
And I still don't understand. We have a political base. What do I mean by that? The wind of change is blowing towards our direction. Why we cannot harness it is the fact that defies all logic for me. Like, maybe we're not trying hard enough. Maybe we're just all too what's the word? That big Oyibo word, lakasadika, whatever that word means. Yeah. I won't cut my tongue. But we do. People want change. People want, which was why I was mad with the Obi movement. 6 million votes, and you want to do the same thing over and over? No, you got to do more. You got to set up an alternative media, mobilize people more. Have 100 million emails that gets your message on a weekly basis. That is mobilization. They might not read it, They might not read it, but you have a connection with them. That's network.
And they can actually borrow a leaf or two from IPOB. I mean, this is
And then we're gonna say we're gonna do the same unless these people keep playing us.
Mbore, you know you can say anything at any time. You don't
get away with it.
Sorry, Mbore, I'm not sure. Nobody has ever tried to bring Mbore into the conversation.
Yeah, she will talk. She knows she can talk. She's the first lady. She can talk anytime.
Put the link. Father, some people are asking you for the link on the chat.
Oti, with all due respect, most of us to the IPOB, I respect them. God knows, but we are much smarter than them. We are much smarter than what they are doing right now.
Sorry.
We have smarter people here.
I don't know why you have to, I'm just saying, if there's something they've done well, something they've experimented with and it worked, we can borrow it. Borrow it.
Guys, it's all right. At some point, I just need to listen to what you're saying, and that is all. But thank you.
Good. So listen, look, I'm not, when I mention, you see, as I said, borrow a leaf, okay? This life, you don't reinvent the way. You don't have to. If something has been done somewhere, you can learn from it, right? It doesn't mean you're adopting and imbibing their ideology, their beliefs, but at least they've tried something and it worked for them. And then you want to do something that so that's what I mean. Come on, I think I'm here to praise or
I've always assumed that it was a lady, but it looks like it's a guy.
And these days, the issue of the camera technology are so developed, you could have a button record things for you that they don't even know you're recording them. There are too many things we could do with technology, and we
Mr. Ferreira, please look at the private chat. I don't know whether forefathers can pick it up. So if you can just email everybody, if you can pick up these emails. You already got my forefathers.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I will.
And I didn't
send my
email. I'm sure whether I've got your email, OT, but please leave it again.
I didn't send it to Ferrer. He sent me his write up.
Yeah.
My email address. Wait, what is it again?
Yeah.
Tope is also
shared. I mean holding passport self. I getting passport number self for hand. No, my brother.
Talk by any woman that shows up here can say anything whenever they want. So
Tope is here. Hey.
No, I'm just saying hello to everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Tope.
Hi. I've sent my email at home.
Yeah, I can see this. I can see that.
All right then.
Welcome.
You guys should have a lovely week ahead.
It'd be nice for us on the chat.
Hello. Hello.
That's the future of Nigeria. You see, we're doing this so that when she grows up in 15 years, 20 years, she can watch and be proud.
He has a country to go back to.
Say hi. All right then. Bye.
Steph, I've not heard from you. I mean, do you have any view on the what we're discussing?
Who, me?
Yes.
I've been talking since now.
Oh, okay. I mean,
no. Steph has been. I think he supports this type of idea. I think generally he's in support. He just likes to know people more when he's going inside bedrooms with them. That's really
because listen. I've had everybody have got his own experience. I've also had my own experience. With human beings. It's not always difficult for people to disguise themselves, and at the critical moment they will throw you under the bus. And when you begin to see this, one of these early signs is when people don't want to be authentic with you. You understand? We can't be serious, say we want to effect a change, and you cannot even be sincere enough to. We cannot even be sincere enough to even know ourselves. I mean, it's the barest minimum.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, you see, this is part of what we are talking about here. Because our neighborhood and the way Nigeria has been loose, look at what is happening now. Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso announcing their pullout from the ECOWAS. Maybe it's a good thing.
No, it's good. I love that. If it's happening for real, that's good.
Because it's not... ECOWAS has not performed. And our leaders have just left it fallow because that should have been a structure for Nigeria's power, really. Nigeria had West Africa locked down. But the Francophone countries, which are controlled by the French, Nigeria can't seem to do away with that influence of the French from there. And this is why ECOWAS, as you see, is not a military pact.
But
if
not
Nigeria is
when Nigeria is
serious, if Nigeria is serious
not
and it's
free herself.
Francophone, that's the problem.
Nigeria at the moment. So
why didn't Nigeria, when they have the way to do it, as in come together with this nation states that is not Francophone?
Yeah.
At least start from them. Then the other countries can, join at any time.
Yeah, and it's harder though when they are separated, by in between them are Francophone countries. You have to deal with the French sooner or later. How can we carry on like this, where one of the most powerful nations in that area allow the French to just?
If Nigeria is sincere and they start with the people that the Anglophone among themselves,
they remove the countries, they remove the leaders that are not supporting the French too tightly, and like Benin Republic now. Why should the Benin Republic be so Francophone?
As far as I'm concerned,
remove that regime from that place.
The problem is that they are just looking for excuses. Take for instance, Nigeria and Ghana alone can decide to even form an alliance and use a common currency. If it's working well, another country will not say, okay, let me join them.
That's the problem now. They won't, because it's harder to do that when you have countries in between you. People that have common currency tend to have shared borders. And these small Francophone countries, Nigeria cannot deal with these tiny Francophone countries. What can we do then? It's ridiculous.
You invade them.
You completely make sure, because even through politics, get there and get somebody that supports you into office. Remove all the people that are busy supporting the French. Get people that support Nigerian government's agenda into office. Get the people that are going to force those laws to be changed that make the country so close to the French. Because I don't see why. And if Nigeria is not as ready to exert its power, we are not going to be strong enough to do anything even within our own country. It affects us too.
Is that not what Tinubu would have done when there was a military coup in Niger and the government was fighting with France? He would have brought them closer, self.
That's why I said now he could have used that as an opportunity to say, you know what, this Oyibo, if you want us to help you control these guys, make sure you remove your influence so that we take charge of the neighborhood. It's an example. And if they refuse, bring those countries together. Because all of them now, look at the three of them now, formed a defense pact. Why is Nigeria not part of it?
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take my leave. So
you didn't even say anything. Well, you just come and said a few English and you went away. What is that? What is that? I say you didn't say much today.
No. I've been having some arguments. Okay,
what happened with them? You were not here when Falana was here. Why? I would have thought you're a lawyer now.
I was in a meeting, Anambra Welfare Social Meeting, Manchester. So I take seriously my community,
that's good.
Organizing.
That's good.
So you love your community more than Nigeria.
You see,
Anambra is part of Nigeria, is it not?
I think it's a good idea that you stayed though.
Anambra is part of Nigeria, and see, the thing is this, because all these associations we have, we can also use them kind of as not political, but at least this thing we talk about organizing and mobilizing, the resources we have. It's all part of it. We have all these things. So, so I mean, it's not partisanship, but politics. Everything is political. So even our cultural associations, we can really, make use of them.
You have politics there too in your cultural association.
Everything. So, I wish everyone a good week. Good night.
You too. Yeah, good night. Thank you for coming in.
Right.
I speak the truth. I see you backstage. I'm not sure your camera is on. I can't see your face. So AY has been very quiet all day, and nobody has given AY space to talk. AY is so nice. He doesn't like to force his way.
Yeah, you guys are bullying, and I'm scared of you guys now.
So, what do you think about everything today? What you've heard?
Yeah, I watched it in the morning when Uncle Falana was here. Of course, I don't think there was any question I could ask him. Falana is definitely a shining light for the country. Anyhow, you're gonna see it. He has done a lot. and he's still doing a lot. I don't think he's part of the establishment, honestly. From his antecedent so far, I think these are kind of people we can still rally around, because even we youth, even if we want to fight, we want to take a different direction, we can look at work with some elders we feel that have that level of credibility, that don't belong to the establishment, and work with them. It's not even it's not a bad idea. I know Showore is very, very close to Falana too. Even people like Showore, definitely, it's not a bad idea. This fight is a log fight. I want to specifically give a lot of credit to Ferreira today, my former enemy. Ferreira actually done well. I love his consistency. No matter what
it's
anybody
growing on me. It's
say.
growing on me too.
Yeah, he has some level of, why I'm saying that is I watch people before I actually pass that final judgment. Even last week when the Labour Party chairman was here, Ferreira was one of the person I see here that is sticky to the issue. He really like completely differentiated himself. It's not driving what is driving him is not hate, it's not tribe, it's naughty, but issues of Nigeria. Today, he actually also displayed that by the kind of question he asked Femi Falana. I know even forefather last week, he was also on point with the Labour Party chairman. One thing we have to know, because a lot of us, I don't think they believe in Nigeria. They are not fighting, they are fighting for their tribe. They can be fighting for anything. We have to clean our mind. If we really need to fight, if we want to make changes, we got to look at Nigeria as Nigeria. I'm telling you, there is nothing more. The moment we come into, we are divided, we will not achieve nothing. Nothing. Why I kept giving a lot of credit to Showore, what Ferrer was also suggesting as regard the media is very important. Ferrer, I don't know how you follow Showore with Sahara reporters from during
Sorry,
the time
guys,
of,
my internet. I'm changing my internet. I'll come back.
Okay, during the time of Umar Musa Yaradua. In fact, Showore did a lot. Sahara reporters were able to do a lot of work. They expose a lot of corruption, a lot of things, dirtiness, a lot of things going on in Nigeria. That's why I still give him a lot of respect. They did a lot of work. Rudolph, Adiola, these people did a lot of work.
Why I don't mean to interrupt your thought. In fact, when he started back then, what I thought was that we need like about 100 of Sahara reporter.
Yes,
that was my thought back then when he started. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Just imagine we even have 10 Sahara reporters.
Imagine, yeah.
Do you know? Sahara reporter changed a lot of things. So it's just that what I noticed with our people, when the news is not going their way, they deviate again. Oh, they pay Sahara reporter to do this. We need to stop this. If Sahara reporter is not favoring their so-called favorite, Sahara reporter has collected money from the other side. These are things we need to stop. We need to stay on the issues and fight, because like Falana also rightly said, the people that we actually change Nigeria, I just spoke with, I was on a group call with a friend in Nigeria now. He's a director with NEPA. Some of my friends in Canada, we discuss this type of issue. The people that will change Nigeria is people way in diaspora. Nothing more. People in Nigeria, they don't have the boss. They don't even know what's going on, a lot of them. The leadership of Nigeria, they are confused. They don't know what is going on. If you want to know, I got hold of this information when I was serving in the North. You look at the state governors, the reason why they are so corrupt, they just take the money and do what they want to do. They don't know what to do. They don't have idea. Look at listening to President Tinubu speak. You wonder, like, what's going on? They don't even understand the problem. See, even in research, the biggest part of a research is to understand the problem. You need to really understand the problem. When you understand the problem, that is when you start looking for solution. That is why they take things from the surface. They see it from the surface. People are taking 30, 40 years, but we are taking from the surface. I just let now Burkina Faso, they have invested in nuclear power. They try to start selling electricity to other countries now. That they are working with Russia. The nuclear power they are building can even give electricity to 28 countries. Countries are not joking. We are sleeping. We just saw the news today that some country left ECOWAS because they are not serious. If I was the leader, I will exit. Because even we as individual, like, there are times you don't want to play that rough play, man. You gotta, like, it's not serious. Get around here, man. A country like Nigeria, you should be serious. You should be. We need to be serious. We need to do things, because if the country work, everybody will benefit. That is what we don't still understand. Even the money you are stealing, millions of dollars, what do you want to use it for? You don't need it. You don't need it. What do you want to use the millions for? The average age of Nigeria senator, of governor, is 50. What is the life expectancy of a Nigerian? How many years do you want to live? If you are 80 years old in Nigeria today, everybody is, oh, you don't old though. Look at Falana that has been working for years. He's still not up to 70. If you know the history of Falana, you would think he's like 90 years now, because he has been on the stage working for many years. So we need to, like, cut our greed and actually look at this issue holistically and be ready to make a change. Of course, Peter Obi tried, I sincerely just see Peter Obi as he was a better alternative. I still have the feeling Peter Obi is kind of part of the establishment somehow. But it was a better alternative, better out of the three top candidates. That's why I give support to him. But I don't think Peter Obi, to be honest, you ask me sincerely, we need to move away from this.
My thing is regarding Peter Obi.
If we want to change, we need to move away.
Let me just add something about Peter Obi. Regarding Peter Obi, he may be part of the establishment, but he's also somebody that can be part of the movement for change too. Because if you look at the way him, Molema, and Arikana came together and they wanted to talk to the youths in Ghana, it shows you that he may be part of the establishment, but he also knows about the change that is required, that needs to happen. So he could also be an ally, just like Falana can be an ally in the change. Because if you look at most movements in the world, it often takes people from the what you call the bad side or the bad guy side to join the good guys to complete the whole mixture that is going to actually defeat the problem that people are facing. You always have an establishment figure join because they have an insight that the people that are not part of the establishment do not have. So they always have something to, and some of them, they are part of the establishment, but they don't necessarily are comfortable being there. And when they get a chance to leave, you want to have a kind of line to open to them to join the movement too, so that the change, because anything that can help get to the result should be supported, isn't it? Because it's not, we don't just want problem.
There is danger. There is danger in that as well.
Yeah. True. Look, I wanted to add that I think that God has blessed Peter Obi for him not getting that position, though, because by now his name would have been turned to shred in the eyes of Nigerians. God has
I'm
really
not sure,
blessed him.
Are you sure?
God forefather. You don't know the level of rot that
you don't get it. It's deeper
You don't
than
you don't know how bad things are in that. You just don't know.
Because this currency
Yes.
issue, we are not going to be having it too. If P2B was
I
we are not going to
agree.
be
Some few things might be slightly better than the other, but I'm telling you, after 1 year, no Nigerian will go near him again. That is how bad it is. It's not because of him.
No, but
Because
what
the
you
people that
said,
will surround him.
what you said makes sense, and that thing is also true of any other person.
Any other person, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why
It's
we have
gonna
to
take a lot. It's gonna take a
on
lot.
the
But
system
the only
and
thing
the regeneration of mind.
the only thing that would have counted for him or any other person that had the mind to bring that change is that if the people actually see that you are putting in that 100% effort,
yeah,
even though there's going to be criticism, but it's not going to be that much. You know, it's just like when you tell people, okay, you're the head of the household and say, okay, we don't have money for food today. You understand? Let's just drink water and go to bed. And your son woke up around 12 o'clock to go and pee and see you eating rice in the bedroom. How is he gonna feel? Do you understand? Because that's exactly what we are here now in the country. This is a time for austerity measure. And you see the leaders living as if we are in the time of 1970s. You know, that's the problem. We are not seeing, they are not.
our region is in trouble here because if you look at the move these three nations are making now, if they pull out of ECOWAS, so what are the implications now? They may not even care about using our borders anymore because I learned that them and Morocco is giving them a path to the sea.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, I heard that.
And these are dangerous developments, and Nigeria is just asleep on the wheels. With our useless leaders traveling to foreign countries, nobody is taking care of the tail. And these kind of events, when they happen like this, you could see a situation whereby they cut Mali, Burkina Faso away from West Africa and into part of North Africa, and they use them against us. And now they are looking to go nuclear on top of it. Well, Nigeria had a meeting with Russia. They went to the Russian summit more than almost 4 or 5 years ago, where they signed the nuclear deal that they're going to build nuclear power plant. They come home, they go to sleep. They don't do anything. This is the game the Nigerian leaders are playing with us, and this needs to stop. They are killing us slowly.
Forefather, did you hear what that man, what's his name, said today? When the one that talked to his senator that saw him in the train. Did you hear what that U.S. senator said about Nigeria? I don't know. I don't know if anybody recollects. What's his name? Anybody? What he said? That who? Help me, guys.
Who was that again? I forgot who said that.
The guy with the baritone voice.
Yeah, flagship.
Flagship. Yeah. Did you hear what that U.S. senator said about Nigeria? That is deep. And for a U.S. senator to know that, oh, you're from Nigeria. Oh, it's so shame. What great potential you guys have, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing him. You know, and your people are just shredding it to pieces.
Yeah.
That's a foreigner.
Describing us. Senator understands foreign policy, and they know about all those countries.
They know, but because it benefits them, that's not their concern. It's us that have to get ourselves together. They're not going to get us together for.
It's our job to do it, and I think the sensitization. We need to sensitize our people seriously, and this is getting very, very urgent because the fact that you have to be telling our leaders to buy Nigerian
our leaders don't know Jack. AY is right. They have no idea.
If you have to convince your leaders, to use Nigerian-made cars, or you tell them
that's sad. That is one of the biggest strategy ever.
That should tell you that these people are crazy, and it's not only them or the elite class. Because there was one woman that wasn't Tinubu. The woman was like, "Why should we buy Nigerian-made cars? It's inferior quality." It's like, do they need to tell you that you are a leader?
To tell you that you don't need
to tell you the kind of work that needs to be done in Nigeria. That sensitization needs to happen so that when Nigerians hear their people talk like that, they'll be like, "How dare you?" Because if Nigeria starts selling those cars, Nigeria start buying it. Guess what? Cameroon will start buying the cars. Nigeria Republic will start buying the cars.
All of them will start buying the cars. How rich we are going to be?
These useless leaders just want to kill us. They don't want to do anything for the country.
Guys, in the early 90s in the early 90s, here in the UK, you could count how many Hondas that people rode, because they were so dedicated to Ford, which they associated with the UK. It's only just recent. Okay, look at Kia now, what they are doing with cars. Even their cars are just. But when they started, everybody was laughing at them.
I'm laughing at Kia. Thank you.
Man. Kia
But
has
look at where they are now.
Look at
Their
where
cars
they are
are
now.
super. When you sit in a Kia, I mean, they've got one of the best electric cars and all that. I'm planning even investing one in one of their cars and all that. They are as good, if not better, than some Mercedes. The old
It's
school
one
one.
of the most
So
stolen
the thing
cars
is,
here in the US.
It's all about mental slavery, and that's
They
what we're
steal
talking.
Kia
And that's
so
what we're
bad.
talking. Yeah, so that's what we're.
That's
So
a
that's what
weird
we're
record
talking
to have.
about. You know.
Yeah.
So
Most
getting people to start thinking differently, you know, and that's how we can
We
we
need a
can
revolution of the
progress.
mind, and it's
Yes.
only the media. I'm telling you guys, whatever we got to do to get this international media that will focus on Nigeria, and then if we establish it, then we have to worry how do we transmit it. And there's technology. The people don't have to have internet. You could donate $1 transistor radio for them, battery powered radios that could beam all this information to the people. There are ways to do this thing. Technology is just there. All we need to do is copy it.
There's a radio that is called radio that is called wind up radio. You don't need any battery. You just wind it. I don't know whether you know about it. You just wind
I never
it,
heard about
and
that
it
one.
plays. Yeah, wind up radio. Just Google it later. Wind up radio. Just wind it, and that's it.
Wow, they said the access to smartphone in Nigeria is about 11 to 18%. That is not high enough. It needs to be higher than that. Yeah, it needs to be higher than that. Smartphones, because smartphone is where you go to Instagram, YouTube, and you can reach them through
I don't
YouTube
know why.
adverts and stuff like that.
One other thing, these Nigerian leaders, they always think money, money, money. But why are they not thinking? There's so much stuff that can make money for them that they don't have to steal.
They are cowards.
Exactly.
There's so much stuff they could invest on. That population in itself is money. If
They know. They are just cowards. They are sellouts. They know. They know. They're not stupid. They know.
The problem with those people is that they don't know better. They don't know any better. They are just like the people.
Are you telling me that Tinubu doesn't know if Nigeria gets richer, he gets richer?
He doesn't know.
No, I don't think he's
the only
that
way they
stupid.
know how to.
No, I don't think he knows.
They might not know.
He knows.
Because there's so much
If he
money
doesn't
to
know,
be made.
he doesn't know. How did he make Lagos State richer and became richer too?
Exactly.
No, it
If
is
you
only
get
by
richer,
dragging
if the state
tax
get
out of
richer, you
people.
get richer.
Multiple taxation is
All
not
they
the way
know
of
is
getting
to
rich.
take and tax. They don't know of how to create, how to
Thank you. They
make
don't know how
money
to
from
create.
a population,
Thank you.
how to supply people's demand and make money.
Thank you. Thank
They
you.
think
Nigeria
that
is a big
making money
population.
is denying people's need.
Thank
No,
you.
that's not how you
Nigeria is
make
a
money.
big-
Basic economy, you supply people's demand. That's how you make money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But if people say they need
from
electricity,
consumption to
you supply
production.
it, you make money.
Yeah.
People say
Nigeria
they need
is a
water,
big
you supply it, you make money.
Yeah.
I don't understand Nigerian elite. I just don't get them. They just like
They are
dumb,
sick.
dumb,
The elites
dumb.
are very, very sick. Something is seriously wrong with the elites. And we need to seriously be calling them out. Like, you, the elites, you are failing the people. They are the worst of the worst. Because
And you
they
can
should
make
know better than they are doing.
money with a population of
What Ferrari is
200,000.
saying is very true. They can make a lot of money because if you have a livestock farm, you don't starve the livestock farm and expect to make a lot of profit. You make it so that it's bigger so that you can make more money. But our leaders, their job seems to be they don't care about making Nigeria richer.
They don't think.
Let me shock you. Let me shock you. Nigeria as it is now is a huge population. That means if you do the basic taking tax from people, forcing people to pay tax like Tinubu and his multiple taxation of Lagos, you will make money. But if you put the fiber optics on the underground and put electricity, you don't even need to move. You don't even need to send somebody to go take tax. It will be transmitted electronically to the state account. That means whatever they are getting now, it will be 100 times. But they need to do it. You need to put those
Lagos State has got the best tax
It's
system.
productive.
Collection
Nigeria is not a
system. Lagos
productive
State.
country. It's not a productive economy.
It's not a
productive
and
economy.
we have the resources to be productive. That's why. We are angry.
We have all the factors of production now. Just to put them together, that's the problem.
Put them together,
When okay, let me just share this quick video of this man so that you see the kind of mindset and the way our elites think. And I find that problematic because it's a kind of sample of behavior our leaders tend to show that it's not good at all. It's a very short one anyway.
Don't worry about what you are hearing about the Japa syndrome. We will train more people. And then we can supply themselves.
And you heard them saying, yes, so, yes,
and they're clapping for him.
Exactly. He tells you that the lady standing next to him was like, yeah, it's okay, yeah, we'll train more people.
And even the man,
what kind of
the
move are
governor
these?
was standing beside him, clapping too.
That one is the one that said he was going to send his people overseas to go and work for other people.
4,000 of his people overseas.
Forefather.
That's why I think it's an elite class problem in Nigeria. They are completely crazy.
Did you not see the video of Imo State governor saying he's going to give 4,000 youths jobs in Europe?
Yeah, is that not him? I thought that was him standing there.
By himself.
No, this one is Tinubu.
Yeah, but the governor is standing by his side, shaking, clapping for him. That's exactly how I roll. Yeah, and for me, it makes it sad that I almost declare Tinubu my enemy. If
and
not
he's
for
saying this thing the same week they are killing his people in the north.
This type of people, I don't understand them. They are so useless.
Let me advocate for them a little bit. Oh. Even those of us that are here talking, it's because we have, for me, I think it's because I have come to this abroad. And, I told you guys about what my first experience is when first week I got to the US and I went for a job interview and they told me I could start immediately. How shocked I was that, there's a place where you can start work without having to call your uncle who knows one director, who knows somebody. They say you can, it was like, there's a word like this that exists. Man, you understand? Maybe even though they travel abroad, maybe the possibility of things they can do, that they can build, they can be productive, they can create production, they can create wealth, other than the one they are used to, which is just take from the common purse, take from oil money, because think about it, maybe they've not been exposed to see that, you can build. Look at the Chinese. They send all their children to America to go study, learn all their technology, come back home, and they just start building. They just all their villages. They just start production to the point that even the Americans,
Falana says they've been exposed. Falana said that credit swap that they had with China, that is something that says, yeah, we want to strike out on our own and do our own thing. But no, they stopped it. They said these people are not interested because that tells you that these people are sabotaging the state. They don't want to build our state. Why would he
What did you say they stopped? Father, what did you say they stopped from China?
There was an agreement we had with China. So yes, currency swap, so that we don't have to be using the dollars. It's going to be making us more money, and our export to China will increase too. And our leader stopped it.
It's against the overlord now. America, you want to de-dollarize now, when you have America there. That's what I'm telling you.
But that's the problem. When these leaders are not striking out on their own to do their own thing, like the way the South Africans, Algerians, even Mali, Burkina Faso are doing their own thing now.
Exactly.
How are we going to get out of this mess? They will be treating us like slaves. Look at Tinubu. Oh my God, that Tinubu one pained me so much because of him, what he said, because I always thought that was a form of slavery where you just send your people overseas, they go and work and they send some billions back home and you think that is a life. I went and checked Madam Tinubu's record. Do you know Madam Tinubu's record is similar to this Tinubu's record? Like he was a king, she was a kingmaker too, just like this one was. And then this one is very, very happy to send our people overseas. Madam Tinubu was selling slaves, even when they banned slaves. They banned slaves. They still want to be selling slaves. Human beings, so. And then she said, instead of her to take discount on any slave, she was willing to drown those 20 slaves. Human beings. And this Tinubu must know that history because he must try to find out, okay, what's the history of this Tinubu name that I answer. I'm sure he must have been curious when he heard Madam Tinubu as a famous person. He must have read it. And yet, that is the kind of statement he still come up with today.
But
I find that very disturbing.
But guys, something is going to give very soon. You know why? Now, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali have pulled out of ECOWAS. As it stands now, ECOWAS is no longer feasible because ECOWAS is about free trade and movement.
It's basically dead.
It's dead now. That means they watch the hardship that is coming to Nigeria. That means that electricity that Tinubu cut off from Niger. The Nigerians now, they will go and now block the River Niger to create their own dam for electricity.
Yeah, they said they want to create, they build it now. That's what they want to do.
What is now the future of the Trans-Saharan LNG pipeline or whatever?
Officially dead now.
Everything. This useless leader that could have. I said it when that coup thing happened. They could have used that.
Because you know your interest.
Is
a lot.
And just to cap it up,
difference.
Just to cap it up, you know that this man from Blinken visited Nigeria. There's no other reason why that guy is coming here other than to make sure that they put soldiers and take back Niger, bring back Niger to status quo. That means Tinubu is playing a bad regional politics. If you look at the north of Nigeria, the people that put Tinubu there, all of them are in favor of don't go to war. Now Blinken is coming here. What else is he coming here for? They don't want to touch Tinubu before because of the scandal, but now they're coming here. That means they want to go back and take back Niger and bring back Niger.
Yeah, that's uranium. The uranium.
Yeah.
Can I ask something?
No, uranium is to the.
Can I ask something? This may seem a little bit controversial. I wanted to ask.
Sorry, Father, let me just crown. Okay. Uranium is to France. The trans pipeline that is going to Europe and America. That one to Europe exactly.
No, the pipeline is not going to America.
No, it's going to Europe. I mean, but Europe, Europe. Let me tell you how this thing works here. America has forced a lot of European countries that are closer to Russia now into NATO. So America automatically will fight for their interests. You understand me now? Even here we are now. They just warned us 2 weeks ago that we should prepare for war. They told us that
I'm going to leave you guys, but I want to say it is sad that we are being run by
this question before you leave. Let me just ask the question before you leave. Is it because our Nigerian deference to elders and power structures, where we always like, oh, this one is more powerful than let's not question the authority, or is it more of a Southwestern thing where because Southwest, as a matter of fact, in Africa, maybe even in the world, they are some of the most respectful people to their elders in terms of people that are ahead of them in power. They lie down. If you look at the world, people in the world where they show respect to their elders, the Southwest have the record. If you look at the way they prostrate for their elders, there's nobody in the world that does to that point. Could it be this type of mentality is why Nigeria doesn't seem to want to shake off the control of Western powers? Because it's like we are questioning.
Remember the other day we were talking about critical thinking. It has its impact. You know, I'm a teacher here in the US. I was shocked on how they have taught those children, even from elementary school, to question you as a teacher, to correct you, to be bold, to let you know. Don't ask questions. That teacher don't teach me nonsense. It's from the elementary, those little children, you know. And I will be telling them, you guys are lucky. In Nigeria, you talk to a teacher like that, you jump 6 strokes of the cane. You see, that's huge cultural difference. You see, I'm still there with that my African mentality. You shop, who are you to ask the teacher? The kids will tell you point blank, Mr. Ferreira, you're wrong, or Mr. Ferreira, go sit down. They will point blank.
But then if you look at the Nigerian groups, then I'm talking tribalism to an extent now, which I don't tend to like to talk about. If you look at the entire Nigerian group, which group would you say is the most questioning of authority? And maybe it would have been good to have such people as leadership in Nigeria?
I would say, I'm not sure, it's maybe between the East and the West. At least the East and the West still question authorities. So it's certain they respect authorities, but they question it. The North, on the other hand, is a pure ranker-dede culture. It's all destiny.
In my own opinion, I think the Southeast will be far more rebellious. In terms of
Southeast.
Yeah, you can't go to a meeting with them and expect to cheat them out of that meeting. That's my instinct anyway. They will watch their back.
Southeast are more rebellious. The other thing is, so Southeast, they also have the economic power in terms of individuals. They don't have that culture of waiting for one person to take care of them. So they kind of like, that also gives them that independence. Yeah, because they struggle for their team. They're not gonna wait for senior brother. So because when you rely on Percy to feed you, for example, to take care of you, invariably you gotta like support whatever they're doing, even when they're doing it wrong. You can't really question them. Because of that independence, you can easily question what is going on.
And they don't like to come second in anything. They don't like to come second in any. They don't like to come second best in anything generally.
Yeah, you know, Southerners generally they are very competitive. So yes, that is what also that is one very good trait I love about the Southeasterners. Yeah,
but guys,
they don't like coming second.
It's so surprising that you guys could come to this conclusion. It's a beautiful thing to hear when people who are not from the Southeast speak like this after discussing and analyzing, and you come up to this conclusion. You know, this is one of the reasons why Southeasterners have problem anywhere they go. If you look, because this rebellion you're talking about is just because they will be the first to point finger at the wrongdoing. They don't have that finesse of trying to cover it up. And that's why they didn't vote for Buhari first. The second time again, instead of to say, let's vote for this guy so that he don't punish us, they still did not. It's a trait. You know,
and there's always room for that type of traits. Like even in the case of the UK, when the UK wanted to go to war, they brought Churchill in. The moment they won, they kicked him out of office immediately. A guy that just won a war for you, you voted him out of office immediately.
That was because Chamberlain messed up.
He was the prime minister now. He's not Chamberlain. They still voted him out of office. So my point is that maybe a Southeastern leader would have been really, and TPW could have been quite good for Nigeria, because at this time we need somebody that talks for Nigeria.
No, by now his name would have been in shreds.
We don't know that.
I think so. The way that Nigeria is.
Peter Obi is late. He came late.
It would be so much struggling with those that are under him to put them in check.
It's a shame though. We've never had a Southeastern president in this democratic dispensation, so we can't necessarily know.
Because they will change the order. They will change the order. They will change the order.
Because my feeling is that they don't like if a South goes into an office, they will look at the Igbo man in the eye and they will have a discussion.
Exactly.
Then the South will come out with 80%. The maybe Southwest will come out 80. I was someone, maybe they will just say, I don't care, I care about Allah, maybe 75. But the Southeastern guy will be like, if he comes out with 80%, he's going to have sleepless nights. He's going to like, somebody cheated me. He's going to want to go back and negotiate that thing. And that is why wherever they go, they succeed, because they don't want to come second best. And they will always find a way, whatever agreement they have, to circumvent and get a better outcome than the person that negotiated that stuff with them was hoping for.
Jago, did you hear the Falana thing? What's your view on it?
Unfortunately, guys, I would like to say hello and greetings to everybody on the panel, and a great show. I like the cerebral way that this conversation has gone on since I've been viewing. Unfortunately, I have knowing that
and let it stay like that.
Knowing that Falana was going to be on board today, I definitely wanted to tune in, and normally I tune in without actually presenting myself. But I was extremely busy today, and I've come in pretty late, and I've been busy through the night. I've just come to a close now as far as work is concerned. Even though a man shouldn't necessarily be working on the weekend, we know how we do it. Anyway, having said that, it's fantastic what's gone on, what's been spoken about, and where we have landed. And I'm happy that Speak the Truth is around at the same time. I listened to both Speak the Truth and Forefathers yesterday. It was very interesting, the banter that they were having. Very, very interesting. And indeed, Forefathers, as much as I completely disagree with his perspective, you know, he still remains the one who would be as awkwardly as objective as this panel has ever had. Sometimes we reject the whole thing. But when we stand back a bit again and we view, although we may disagree deeply with his awkwardness, the fact remains it's objective and it's allowing people to really spark their minds and know where they stand as individuals in ourselves and speak in a way that is not just heartfelt but thoughtful. And how we can land on our thoughts. Now, I say all this to say, Falana's and the reaction I saw, and what AY was saying as to what Ferreira normally does, and obviously did today. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. But again, just in knowing the people around and trying to understand where this conversation is going, it comes to a point for me. Who are the partners of the people we are calling partners? I've heard Forefathers speak about possible partners in Falana himself, like Shora, I suppose, and people who are not necessarily in political positions, but have influence. Now, my preface is to ask, who are the partners of these partners? Is it us? Is it truly us? Is it really us? Are we the people who can bring forth what is needed, which is a movement? And that's a word that Speak the Truth spoke yesterday in the dialogue with Forefather. Now, I'm saying this out of real appreciation of the journey that we've all taken together on this platform, and how important this platform is, and how much power and energy we have. Just the 10 that normally may constitute the maximum on this platform, on the panel, but the different level of hundreds, 150, 500. That's what I've seen as people who are viewing us from time to time. And we don't know necessarily who they all are, as they all don't comment, but they view. So the movement, I'm asking, are we the partners? I'll submit there and continue listening. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to follow up a little bit too, because I once said it's not always good to give up on somebody. Let me commend their forefathers for yesterday.
Indeed.
I actually watched the whole thing. The conversation between him and I Speak the Truth. Forefathers have really proved yesterday that he can actually be a different person and that he intentionally, I'm coming, that he intentionally used to throw most times when we are in this program. I was mostly humbled and surprised when Forefathers said that he went back and watched a little bit of the clip earlier on and that he's apologizing to I Speak the Truth for the way he was cutting him off. I was like, wow, who is talking? Is that Forefathers?
Seriously. You have to check yourself now and again.
But overall, it was a good conversation. I Speak the Truth, I hear you.
Yes,
I
bro.
love that conversation.
I speak the truth. I hail you as well, bro. I liked the questioning and the depths and the angles that you were bringing to certain suppositions that indeed were awkward in hearing what Forefather was saying. But then you took yourself away from bringing your opinion necessarily, but you brought your interviewing skills to the table, which were very pertinent. I enjoyed it immensely.
It's crazy because we're just having a conversation. It's funny when you have a organic conversation, people that listen to it, they tend to appreciate it more. It went on for hours. I didn't even see that one coming. 17 hours before I had to
You
just
didn't know people were watching with keen interest.
No, I didn't know.
I woke up like 2 a.m.
I wanted to join at a point and
see
say, no,
here.
make I don't spoil this thing. Let me just see that and enjoy the conversation.
You guys tried though.
Thank you. We appreciate
Good
that.
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, he speak the truth. It's always deep. It's deep on issue actually. He understand deeper stuff, man. Yeah, that is at the level we're supposed to be discussing. Yeah, like I want to also mention, like I said right now, the Burkina Faso we're talking about, for further try and research that. They signed agreement with Russia to build their nuclear power plant as we speak. The so-called giant of nowhere, giant of nowhere, we are sleeping. Saudi government, they invested in renewable energy. By 2030, they are exporting renewable energy to Europe, selling energy. This is a country that produced 10 million per barrel of oil a day.
Per day.
We are producing less than 2 million as we speak, of population of over 200
it's
million.
so sad, guys. I will join up with you guys later. I gotta go.
Okay, Ferreira. Nice one.
Look out, Ferreira.
Thank you, Ferreira.
Okay. Yeah.
We need to understand this issue at a very deeper level. Not the way we come here, we talk, we get it very distracted on trivial issue. We need to understand the issue at a very high level. Nigeria is blessed. Invest in renewable energy in the north, give them light. There is coal in Enugu. What are they doing with it? Give Southeast light through that means. Go to South. We need to think because electricity is a major thing in Nigeria. If we have electricity, I can tell you 30% of our problem is solved. Through
There's
electricity,
no sense of urgency.
through electricity, let me just enumerate. Through electricity, your telecommunication infrastructure, they are going to improve vigorously. They are going to improve. Because right now, what is going on is just everything is just a mess. Currently, even a barber, they can't afford to buy gas and cut people hair. It's a lot of money now. But when you give them light, small businesses will survive. The issue of Nigeria need to do something. The cars they produce in Nigeria, these Yeye senators don't want to use. Do you know what it takes to pop in 50 billion into Inosi Motors and instruct Inosi Motors to have an agreement with him, set up factory in Abuja, even if he's servicing factories? They will employ Nigerians to be doing this work. So these things are deep. The governors, they need to wake up too. They need to work together. They need to do something. I don't know why they are not understanding this issue. You want to send people abroad. You will train more people, send them abroad. Who does that? Who think this way? Myopic thinking.
What if we have people that we choose on this panel, empower them to go and meet one-on-one with some of these governors, one-on-one, and impact some of these ideas on them and see what they do with it? Because sometimes, you know what they say, give them a chance. Let them know now. If you let them know that now they know what needs to be done and you don't see it moving, then you have to ask yourself why. And they need to also explain why they didn't do anything.
Part of the stuff we need to dismantle, very seriously, urgently. The issue of state governors going to Abuja every month to share money needs to be stopped.
Which one is this sharing money thing?
You don't know what happened in Nigeria? You don't know
I
how
thought
this
it's your security vote that they get. Which one is this sharing money thing?
Allocation is sharing money. That's
Have
what
you seen the constitution of that country?
Yeah, it's sharing money.
No, but that is that not normal for the funding of the state?
No, it's not. It's not normal. Let me tell you what is going on. You don't understand these issues. See, a lot of the governors, they don't think of how to improve their revenue because of that money. This money, majority of it, used to come from the oil. How can a state like Benue, like Zamfara, that are very strong in agriculture, be coming to Abuja to share money? Now you want to make these governors to work. Here is the system. If you want to let the state remain, let each state control their resources. River State, you make a lot of money from oil, push out 60% of money to the federal. Federal work with the state with lower revenue. You don't give them money for free. What is their project? Do they have capital project? Do they have, what are they doing? Match it dollar for dollar. You building your manufacturing industries. Okay, we got to match it. 50% we match it. When you say do this, state will not think. Agriculture is a very, very viable. These are part of the negotiation you need to make with countries. What is wrong if Nigeria is supplying some country what they need in agriculture? Tomatoes and pepper, they are wasting in the north.
But that is another layer on top of it. But this money sharing thing that they go is normal state allocations where they give them for salaries and all the rest. Yes, they are spending it for themselves, but that is part. The trick is to stop them from stealing the money. And even if, like I always said, even if no penny was stolen, Nigeria would still not be any better off than where we. It's not going to be that much different from what we have right now.
Can I quickly come back in? Can I quickly come back in? Can I quickly come back in order to try to answer our forefathers' question as to or pursuance as to individuals from the platform being, armed to go and negotiate and advise dialogue with governors in order for partnership. Again, I'm afraid that that's as far as the economy is concerned, and the economy is of ultimate importance. As far as that's concerned, Nigeria would always have an economy because God has blessed us so. It's only that the economy is never in our hands necessarily. So therefore, communicating on this level is not necessarily the answer, I believe. I think more it's the level of how we, the people, are going to communicate in terms of the politics of that country, which is that basically it needs tearing down. You see, the only thing that works in Nigeria is the thing called corruption. Corruption is the only thing that actually works, which is to say, basically, you pay someone for extremely bad advice, which is not something that you're supposed to be paying for. So, with this understanding, if we can bring it on board, if someone can mute themselves.
Exoro, is that you? No, that
please,
sounds
somebody.
like Exoro.
Well noted, forefather. For me, that's not going to work in terms of communicating economically. We all possibly have economic and business ideas for that country. We know how things work, even if we're not in the realms of business. I think any of us as the diaspora going back home would want to go back home under a business guide, even if they're not business people. Many also would go back within their profession, which is what we need. What we have to ascertain with the governors, I think, especially the governors of the South, is that we have had such enough of the fact that there is a non-politics going on here, that we have to give you the ideas of how we, the people, actually want to set this thing up. And if we can't communicate to the whole country, communicate where we can, which for my 10 pence, because I'm not 10 pence and pounds me I they spend though. For my 10p, it's about the South, because that's where the economy is. That's where the actual mental power is. I'm not saying anything bad about the North. active mental power is in the South. The real strength of the country is in the South in all terms. So we have to again change it, which was I think the argument: do you go from the bottom up or from the top down? We spoke about some time ago, and this is the bottom up procedure which needs to happen. We need to break down the infrastructure, let these people know that, boy, the government is far too expensive. Government is far too big. Government is far too illegitimate to lead the people of this nation that is responsible for bringing Africa as a whole to a point of power. Because right now, at this stage, the world is at an extreme position of angst, whereby it can all just go off everywhere, and there is no haven for us as a people. And how to get them to appreciate that is hopefully what we are delving into in terms of discussion. Because whilst we have to argue, whilst we have to have difference of opinion, whilst we even get personal or irritable, whatever it might be, the bottom line, the focus is what I heard AY say about Ferreira. The focus has to be the highest order. We can't complicate things further than they are already complicated. So again, I feel that in us partnering or coming with an idea, coming with a plan towards Nigeria, it has to be focused on the actual idiotic politics that is playing out, and the fact that there is no actual reason, rhyme or reason for it. We now need to grow up and apply real common sense value on the ground. That's the focus. I submit.
For regarding the mass media stuff, I think it tilted towards a kind of press kind of approach to things, or journalistic approach to things. It can be just sensitization messages. It can be a one-way street. It can be just interviewing the market woman, talking to people, going to villages that people have been displaced, talking to people in IDP camps. You don't necessarily need access to some of all these big people that are just going to cause problems for you. And because the true idea is to sensitize the people to now understand what their leaders are doing and how to stop them, how to demand stuff. So that, because if the people know exactly that, okay, this Tinubu guy running overseas is a bad idea, or them not using innocent car is a bad idea, or not discouraging people from using dollars, they will be going after their leaders when their leaders try to do that. And if the leaders sense that the people are not going to stand for it, they're not going to do it. They are not stupid. Tinubu is not just going to come out openly on TV and start insulting Christian pastors. If he does that, he knows there's going to be consequences, because the people are not going to allow that. And there are certain things, even as it is right now, that is baked into the Nigerian psyche that is unacceptable behavior. And you want to start getting them to understand that some of these things their leaders are doing should fall into those columns. You shouldn't have to convince your leaders to buy nationally made car, because if you tell Nigerians that, if we buy this, if we make these cars and we are buying it, 200 million people among them, they have customers buying these cars. Before you know it, Cameroon will start buying it, Niger will start buying it, West Africa will start buying it. We are going to be richer for it. The people will start knowing that, why are you buying Toyota? Why are you buying this stuff? Buy our car. It will start becoming unacceptable to them. And I think that is how you move opinions. And before you know it, and like somebody said, they are going to try to stop you because they know how powerful that is. And I think that's another path we can go to. And that doesn't even involve conflicts. You don't have to fight anybody. You just have to tell people what they think the truth is. And you don't have to get any press card to enter anywhere. You just have to tell the people the truth. And the 18% that have access to smartphones, they go to Instagram all the time. They go to YouTube. Target them with this type of adverts. Target them with this type of information, so that they will start understanding. After all, these are the ways they targeted us with family planning and all this stuff that we adhere to on the continent. You'll be surprised the kind of impact you start making just by sensitizing people. This is why Google AdWords is good, because you can also get rewards. That's a kind of analysis of whether the advert you are sending out there is having an impact. you can also be able to analyze it. If it starts having an impact, you say, okay, yeah, that's working. We will do more of this. If this one is not working, you move away from there. We have to invent new ways of combating these people and making change, because this is a new age. That's part of the conversation myself and I Speak the Truth had yesterday. It was a long one. We were talking about democracy extensively, about different kinds of democratic system that we could come up with. And that's kind of area. We want to go to areas that have not been treaded before. If you want to change Nigeria, you have to start using new tools, new methods, because that's the one they've not prepared for. They've not prepared for it. And you hit them. When you hit them, they're not going to see it coming. And it's also cheap too.
Forefather, it's easy to speak all these things. Just tell me, answer us. How do you sensitize the Northerners? How do you sensitize the Amajiris?
No, that's easy. You let them know, because I know what some of them are thinking. They are thinking that they're preparing for jihad. You let them know. You show them what is happening in.
How do you approach the North even? Because you know how they round people up. You know how these people round people up and just fight.
No, you don't round them up. You don't approach them face to face. They all of them have devices. They have devices. They have ways or places you can meet them that is safe for everybody, that doesn't involve this in confrontation. They are neutral grounds. They have their own devices.
To stay on the fringes. You know, to sensitize these people, you need to enter.
No, it's not. Somebody that has their phone, you are in their bedroom with them. You are right in their bedroom. If they open their phone, they want to watch their imam on YouTube, they are going to have to go through your adverts, telling them all these things.
Is it you think there's internet penetration there?
I'm not saying
I think you just have very wrong opinion about.
There is, so they are not as backward as people.
I don't know if you ever been in the North. The thing is, where have you been in the North? Which state?
Okay, let me tell you. I've been to Kaduna.
Listen, you get a lot of things wrong. Listen, the North have a lot of progressive that actually think the way we think it right here. We reach out to these people. Sometimes I even feel the North is even easier, because the North, you can talk to one person and he's going to transmit that message to 1,000 easily.
That's true.
So we need to understand every part of Nigeria. You need to understand, if you want to fight a fight, understand how you want to deal with them, how you want to penetrate. It's no issue of, this part, I don't think, these are no issues. You need to study, okay, what is going on? Who can I use? What can I use? Was it not the Britain that came to Nigeria and they were successful in their operation, in all what they wanted to do? Let's talk with people, man.
Very few people.
There are ways to talk to people. You don't dehumanize people. It's just like, for example, if you want to penetrate Benin, for example, Benin people, if you are able to talk to the Oba of Benin, Benin will listen to the Oba. You need to understand people. You need to study environment and know how to communicate to them. I can tell you for free, if Oba of Benin speak to Benin people will listen. So there are settings like, they will listen. No matter how you see Benin people, there are people.
I know now. I know. Even some people that you know how I know people are so loyal. It's like
loyal to the Oba.
What these people, they were like, down with Tinubu, down with this, down with that. And then when the Oba said Tinubu is this, oh my God, you saw that defending.
Forefather, let me tell you. Oba don't need to speak. His body language, people will line up.
Somebody said in the comment section, Tunaija is using hard words to sensitize Amajiris.
What is wrong with this guy? It has to be you.
These are things we need to understand. We need to understand, how do you go about it. It's very important, because the moment you think you are more important than the second person, or more, you're going nowhere.
True.
As you're stating it now, it is good that you're stating it. What I want is we get through the North first, because Nigeria, the other part of Nigeria is not a problem. if you want to do any sensitizing, let 80% of that sensitizing be in the north.
We from the
The
south,
other
we
parts.
have our own issue. I'm
Every
telling
part
you.
of
You'll be
Nigeria.
surprised how bad the South is.
Forefather,
Every
we
part of
have
Nigeria
our
is a
I
problem.
know for sure.
some things you can't even speak them up here. We got
You
our
know,
issue.
you know when they started that when they did that NSAS, the NSAS penetrated everywhere except the north. Why? That's why I said.
Because
The
it
Hey,
was
the
not, it was
reason
not
is
their
that
interest.
Let me tell you the reason.
the north
The
don't have
problem
that
is not
problem.
the problem that led to ELSAS is not
Yeah,
as pronounced
it
in
was
the
a
north
certain problem.
as
It
it
was
is in the
not a
south.
problem.
So you can't expect them to buy into something that's not affecting
Yeah,
them.
exactly. They don't
So
know what
it's
you're
a
talking
message
about.
of a new Nigeria. I have to craft a different message. How that thing affects them too.
Steph, thank you. That's good one. You gotta, we need to understand all this stuff, you know. They are different. The dynamics are just different. Even issue, that's when I hear people speak, even issue of election, they are different. If you're a politician, you need to know how to behave like people. You see politicians, if they come to Southeast, you know, see what they wear. You go dress like Igbo man. If you go to Southwest, you will dress like Yoruba man. These are politicians because they understand the language. You got to speak the language of the people, not language in terms of language. It's called register.
And you have to know exactly what to tell them too. Somebody that knows them will know what they will listen to.
You
talk to them
understand
and
their
give you the right
issues.
words.
You let them know I'm with you on these issues. I'm gonna solve the
and that
problem.
might be the first time any movement like this has gone after the entire country. You know, like Nnamdi Kanu was southeast, Agboho southwest, but the one that goes after the entire country, this may be the first time. Maybe under the fight against Abacha was more national, but this may be the second time we are seeing a full national approach to this whole thing. And I think it's possible because it doesn't take a lot. The weirdest thing about it is it doesn't take a lot. It just take a few people bringing a few $100 and then start sending it out there and analyzing the results. And obviously you have to make the adverts, make the videos and all the rest.
You need the right people on ground. You know the right people on ground. The right kind of
which is not too expensive too. There are a lot of people that have suffered injustice in Nigeria that will be willing to die just trying to correct these things. There's a lot of them in there. So we have not tapped into any of that at all. So we can recruit people on the ground that are driven, that nothing will make them compromise, because compromising their position will be like allowing their relatives to die over and over again.
That's what happened with SARS. Now, why do you think people were ready to die during SARS? It's because of their experience, what they've experienced through the SARS people and the police. People were tired. They were like, oh, instead kill me. When you push people to that point, it's not gonna be funny. SARS, you think these people were scared to die? They were not really.
I agree with you guys. Where we're gonna have the problem is choosing the right kind of people on the ground.
Don't
not just
worry,
anybody.
we'll go get there. Now, small. We will get
No,
there.
not be small. I think you will forefather that just said to put people on the ground, to put them on the ground. So in that I wanted some clarification in who these individuals are that we are putting on the ground.
Yeah.
You know, are you saying this is the diasporas?
I think the diasporans are best. If you, let's say you wanted to go and talk to somebody directly, somebody of high power, it has to be diasporans, because if you put somebody local, they could come after that person more easily. It will be easy to intimidate that person. And you want to shield the ones locally from unnecessary hassle. And if a diasporan can do it, and if a diasporan that is an American citizen, you know, the way they will talk to that person will be different.
So yes, I agree with you, and that clarification has now been made. Now let me put this to you real quick. In doing this, how would you operate it? Would you lend a template to one individual, a couple, a percentage of the diaspora? Would it be how would you engage? You know, I don't want your full plan necessarily. I just want to appreciate that the engagement process of, if let's say for argument's sake, you just underline it should come from the diaspora. Now, in the diaspora, in coming forward with this, there is a plan that the diaspora are working towards, and they have put X amount of people on the ground. Is that what you are
The way I'm picturing it is that there are certain things you have people on the ground to do locally, and most of the stuff will be done remotely from overseas. And then if you want, there are certain things you want to do on the ground too, that it has to take somebody from the diaspora to come in and do it, because you don't want to expose the one locally to unnecessary hassle. You see
Yes,
what I mean?
I've heard you on that. I'm looking at what numbers you're talking about.
I think you have to start small. You have to start very small until you are sure you know that it works. Because if you start small, you can test it and see how the response is.
Forefather, I'm sorry to say, but why do you want to use the diaspora when you know the people who are the locals are the best to use? That's you're getting it
not
wrong.
for everything.
From my
Not for
perspective,
everything.
from my perspective, coming down from here to go and speak to one chief or something will not. In fact, immediately you leave that palace, you just call the governor, say one useless person from diaspora just came here, so they will know the secrets. That these people you know how much money they're getting from this.
What secret do they know? They don't know any secret. All you did was come there to tell them this is what needs to be done and let them know that it's also in their benefit. And you want them to understand that you are giving them a chance to do the right thing.
That's why I told you that.
So if they go,
I'm sorry.
If a local person, if they can say you are crazy, what will they do to the local person? They will say, let's call, where do they live? Let's call this thing. Let's go and find out where they live. Chidima, go and get them. Is that not the son of Chika? We're going to go and get him.
Let me just give you my 2
cents. Is that what
you
want?
Let me just give you my 2 cents. I know I'm not perfect. I know I'm not. Maybe somebody's going to analyze it better. But this is what I think. To be able to change things, you need to involve the locals. The minute those chiefs see that the people around him think in a particular way, they will see that they have to either conform or something has to give. But if you come from abroad, say you want to do this, the only thing they see, okay, just give us our own share. And then
if you give them, how about if you give them the impression that you have locals that share the same ideas and that you are just there delivering it to them?
I think
they will know people surrounding them have the idea, but they don't know who.
You know, you can tell somebody something, they just listen to you and you're just
no, guys. When I put forward that it's you know, I was asking forefather what's the kind of overarching viewpoint of the proposition in terms of people on the ground, and you yourself, Xero, have just said in finding people on the ground, you admit that some notion is coming from outside in order to find those people on the ground. So we have to take understanding that the thinking of a new Nigeria is being looked upon by us in the diaspora and understood. We are in the understanding that things are woefully upside down. We're not inside that mess anymore, but we know the mess that it's in from the affiliation of us being Nigerians. Now, given that, I follow, I think, what forefather is putting forward, which is that the diaspora has to be a major link into changing Nigeria at whatever levels. And in that, if you are coming with a plan, then you are coming with mathematics. And this mathematics would break down that in the diaspora, there's X amount of individuals. In the diaspora, we are going to choose a percentage of those individuals to forge a plan. In forging these plans, there will be another percentage from those plan forgers who are now communicating into Nigeria. Maybe you lay a template and to see how things work. So in analyzing the Nigerian complexity, we view that there's one governor that we can actually work with. So we go to his particular and we lay down a financial foundation, which is that we are coming with notion, knowledge, and investment. And we make an example of, let's say, a township, a small city, a village even, where now we have put in practical measures to changing the aspects of those in that local area. So now that you've done that, you have a foothold. Now this is already kind of, excuse me, this is already kind of going on in terms of people investing in Nigeria, even now, as the country is in a great mess. So if you have done that kind of engagement, by the time you have these people on the ground, by the time you yourself have spoken with certain authorities, they know you now, and in them knowing you and that you are a Nigerian, then you know you're from inside Nigeria now. Your people are there, even if it's not in that state. You did from Nigeria. So, given that aspect, and the beginnings of a movement, because it's still going to take a move in order to do all the things that we're talking about. Sensitizing people, training people, making sure that individuals feel more empowered and engaged with the process of politics. Being able now even to push further, and because of financial investment coming from the diaspora, you are now able to use hardcore currency. You know, there's a big advantage to us in the diaspora with the naira being as low as it is. Our dollars and pounds, it means serious stuff back home. If you bring 20 grand to Nigeria, you're in the millions already. And the thing is, when you're spending a couple of naira, when you're spending 50 million naira, you're spending 50 million. You are actually spending what we understand to be 50 million. But like, if I left this country, the lifestyle I'm living now, and the lifestyle I'll be living in Nigeria, with the fact that I'm connected to pound sterling, yet I'm in Nigeria. I already have homes there. I already have land there. So I'll be living a much higher cost of living advantage than I am here in the West. It's just a matter of fact. I'll have houseboys, I'll have drivers, I'll have gardeners, I'll have what I want. So all the domestics, the domestic chores that we have to deal with here, that is now taken away from us. We have our full mind to think and do. Imagine that. Imagine it.
That would be quite good to be able to do. And I speak the truth, I've been quite quiet today.
Okay, guys.
I know it's going to get hot very
I'll
soon.
be
He's going to
watching
say
on
something that's going to get me cross.
I'll join on YouTube to watch.
You guys are in the morning.
Thank you,
let me go and take a sleep.
We're not going to go long today. Today is Sunday now. Normally it's
I'll see you guys
10
tomorrow.
hours max. Yeah, see you. Thank you. And we got your emails. When we send emails, people, please look out for it.
Yeah.
And if we're going to have a gathering to talk something, you know, you that like to have a conversation behind the scenes, that would be good to have that. And maybe start some of all these things. And I'm beginning to realize that we could do this thing even because there's crowd GoFundMe out there and that one can use. As long as things are done transparently, everybody knows what's going on. It can't be that much of a difficult thing. And besides, Dr. Damage technically has a media house, which this is. And if he's recruiting people on the ground, it shouldn't be surprising for anybody to think that he's doing. And some of the videos they capture, they can share it here, which also helps share information out to people, and more Nigerians will be coming here to engage. Okay, so I don't know from what I'm seeing in the world right now. It looks like things are about to go crazy. Because with these 3 dead in the Middle East, I've always called that conflict the most evil conflict in the world, and it may just prove to be the most evil one, because many people think Israel is losing this war. Many people have been saying, "Oh, Netanyahu should go away. He's dead. He's gone." You know, the reason why that man is hanging on is this purpose. If America gets into that war and goes after Iran, that has been his plan for the last 2 decades. That has been his plan. He wants America to go to war with Iran and destroy Iran for it. Then they carry on with their business. And America is all too willing to do that because they will use Israel as a trap to drag Iran in. Now 3 American soldiers are dead, 30 plus injured.
Yep.
So it means some are going to die from there that are injured.
Yep.
Yeah. If you have 30 injured, some are not going to make it. So that must have been a serious attack. And now they are from the papers in the UK here. You see that they are trying to wrap it around Iran's neck, and they want to go after Iran. I tell you, man, if I was Iran and these will come after me, man, they're going to get a war they've never seen before. I'm going to fight them so bad that by the time they are done, they are not going to be able to shake a stick at Russia or this is China anymore. But I don't know what you think about it. Where do you think this is heading? And obviously, Nigeria is nowhere to be seen on this on any of these at all.
To be honest,
AY, what's happening with Texas and the rest of America? Because that's another thing that is brewing that nobody is taking notice of.
What's going on there?
What happened?
It could be civil war.
Oh yeah, I've always said if Trump makes it into office, there's a potential for civil war in America. There's so many things are going on everywhere.
No, there will not be civil war.
Oh, keep thinking that.
You think so?
Oh,
God.
These are the right wing in America saying, those ones are technically the owners of the country. When those right wing white people are telling you something, beware. You have to be
here
warned.
in the UK, they have started warning us that people might be conscripted into the army. Conscription has stopped how many years ago in this country? They started warning us that we should be ready.
They're about to lose power and they don't want to lose it quietly. They want to start a fight.
That's right.
And that's the problem.
They don't want to lose it quietly, bottom line. And when a man is at that desperate point, bad decisions are due to be made, I believe. I mean, imagine England calling for war instead of trying to dialogue at diplomatic
Why would
level.
they dialogue? Why would they
No,
dialogue?
in real terms, I'll tell you for why. I did, if I can. What it is dialogue is in the interest of the UK explicitly. The way they're playing ball, I mean, the proximity of Russia to the UK is ridiculous compared to America. Wait. Let me just give you this paradigm. Let me just give you this paradigm. In terms of going to war with Russia, England is a fly to be swatted in comparison to the machine that is Russia. England is just from the people, based on military wares, ammunition, money backing it, nuclear armory. It just goes on and on. The England aircraft, England cannot compete on this level, and neither can the rest of Europe. So America being as far away as it is, with the capabilities that Russia definitely have, we are first in line.
So let me quickly tell you.
So with this understanding that England is here, England is bottom here at the ground, and Russia in comparison is on top fully. How do you not look for peace?
I don't see that's why you are wrong. I don't look at it like that.
It's not wrong.
I don't say wrong. That's why I share different opinions.
Let me say this. Developing story first. This past week, America, there is a conclusive strong plan to install nuclear missiles in UK. I don't know if anybody is aware of this.
I've heard that.
They used to have it.
UK already had nuclear submarine anyway.
UK have nothing, man.
What are you talking about?
They just have it.
UK has nuclear submarine. What are you talking about?
They have nuclear submarines already. Bro, yeah, I'm just saying UK have something, but they are installing nuclear missiles in UK. They used to have them there. They removed them in 2008. They go back.
Yep. Just in case.
So sincerely, you can't completely rule out world war. The way things are going is scary. If you watch Iran, they have a lot of restraint. So Netanyahu bombed what's it called? Not Hamas, Hezbollah. They killed one of their top commanders. They've actually killed some of their fighters. But Hezbollah, they have the power to actually fight Israel. But because of Iran, they have it restrained. I think Iran understands the general plan,
Oh, of course.
Netanyahu,
They know they are trying to trap them.
Netanyahu want to draw the whole of that region into this war.
Into a conflict. So they change the equation in the land.
That is where it's going. But it seems the Arab world, the Middle East, they understand this man wants serious war.
Then why did they go and
They want to
attack
stay
him?
in power. Yeah, it's because the thing is, that is how World War started, right? If you expand into the whole country in Middle East now, Russia are flexing muscles, China are flexing muscles. China, they want to attack Taiwan. That is still going on.
Yes, sir.
If America get into war in Middle East, China
Yeah,
will
they can
use
go
the
after-
opportunity
yeah,
to
they can go
attack
after
Taiwan.
Taiwan then,
They will
yes.
make sure they get the job done in a few months.
Very, very
Get it
short.
done. Get rid of the government.
2 weeks.
And Russia, they are start by Russia. They telling them stop bombing Houthis rebel in Yemen. You need to stop. A lot of things going on in the world people are not aware of. It's actually scary. It's scary time. If you don't know, you need to learn.
I think the world has been a little bit negligent, and I think people don't think at this level enough, because that's why I keep reminding people of the conversation I had with an American. I said, if Americans, the British, won the First and Second World War, these people have been known to use nuclear weapons. They pose the greatest danger in the world in terms of being rational, like the way Jagon just said. Why is the British not negotiating? Why would they negotiate? They've been gaining from wars. They've been winning all the time, and they won First and Second World War. They reshaped the world to their own image, and you want them to concede that for free? They are
And
not.
what don't just
You
happen,
have
right?
to give them
It's
solid
planned.
reasons.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like the world has not taken that into account the way they deal with the West enough. You know what I said to them? I said, you guys need war counseling, because in the way the world is going right now, they need war counseling, because in the way the world is going right now, you need to share power. And I understand fully,
bro,
that
need to
your
share power.
instinct is not to, because you've won so many times. How can you want to share power? And this is what we are experiencing now.
And North Korea are not smiling with South Korea. They are threatening too.
Yeah.
So a lot is going on. Like
North Korea is going
America are even accusing China of giving weapons to Houthis rebel to stop all the ship in the Red Sea. So now they're telling China on the ground, they say, hey, you need to tell them to stop. So Houthi don't want to stop except you stop the war in Gaza. It's a lot going on.
That Gaza one is deliberate. The Americans kept it going because this is the first time America has shown that they know if this war ends like this, America is going to seem as a terrible, terrible nation. This is not like Saddam Hussein. It's not like you just went in there and slaughtered 14,000 children, destroyed the whole town, and you backed them to the hilt. And that war ends like that. So you can see that the main plan is to expand it in the first place. That's why they were willing to just send their ships down to the Houthis, start
immediately.
The Houthis very quickly. They are just looking to an excuse to attack Iran. These crazy people, and what they think they are going to get away with it. If I was Iran, I will follow the Singapore principle. I will become a poison shrimp for them. By the time I'm done with them, I will make sure you are not a superpower anymore. I will kill and destroy all your assets. Whatever you like do with me, but when I'm done with you, China will just walk into America and take it. And that would be the approach I'll take. Because it's just wickedness. What they are doing is just, you are minding your business. They won't let you rest. They put sanction on you for 40 years. They won't let you rest. You go and start killing people. For what reason? Because you just want power. Ultimate power constantly. Next time you will fail not to get that power if you come through me. And this is why they don't want to go through North Korea, because they know North Korea has that same plan. North Korea's plan is you come for us.
North Korea is ready to die.
They will kill so many things. That is their original plan. And I think that when you have that kind of plan, they fear you. Because they know you are not there to negotiate, you are there to do damage. And they will have to come at you with everything they've got, which will expend a lot of their resources, while the Chinese, the Russians are there. And when they do that calculation, they'll back off.
Bro, North Korea have missiles that can get into America now. They don't play around.
If I was not this in Iran, I would be so cross right now, because what they are doing in that region is horrible. They just came and started the war. They just started it for no justifiable reason. And since last year, do you know that Israelis have been ratcheting up the pressure on the West Bank? They've been killing more and more of them before the Hamas thing even happened. It's like
That's a continuous thing now.
Yeah, It's always been a tactics. And then he went to the UN 2 weeks before Hamas attacked. He showed the map of Israel without the West Bank and Gaza. It's like their plan is to completely take over the entire territory. It's just crazy. You're looking for trouble, and when you see the trouble, if I was Iran, I would give it to them. After many years of preparation, I will give all the trouble that they want. If it's just to bring them down a notch. Because this is not going to end. They're going to come after Iran. They're going to come after China. They're going to come after. They already came after Russia. They just keep looking for trouble, and I understand why. Because they are power. They are the superpower of the world. What do you want them to do? They're not going to back down until somebody stops them.
They build a war. They build a war around Russia right now, and if they are successful, that's a really strong war. They build it around Russia.
Yeah, Russia will punch through.
If they keep pushing, that might cause real war between NATO and Russia. That starts at the end.
See, listen,
we are all done.
We don't want to think about how this war is going to play out. It's not going to be a conventional war. Nuclear is definitely. And do you know how many people are going to die?
Why do they keep saying that? I'm not
anyone now you think they're gonna be giving flower? It's nuclear, man. Where you think we're going?
Nuclear.
It's nuclear.
It's not conventional.
I don't know why people think I'm sorry. Let me. I don't know why they think I'm anti-American. I'm not anti-American. I'm American-centric. It's like Israel now.
I believe you are anti-American. That's why you're wishing us Trump.
See, exactly. So it's like Israel now. My sensibility is to support Israel, but there are certain things you do. You have to be criticized. Come on, because by default, I'm more on the side of the Israelis than the Arabs. Look at what Arabs have done on the continent. I'm more on the side of the Israelis. But you can't just go and start slaughtering people and you expect me to support you. And I am on the side of the English-speaking side of the world, generally. If you ask me to pick, if America was on our side, the British was on our side, they were funding us, we were becoming nuclear powers, and they asked me to pick between them and the East, I would pick the Western region. That's the part of the West. We speak their language. We tend to have links. Africa has colonized them. They've come and colonized us. It's not exactly. We are not that distant from.
Did you say Africa colonized them?
What do you think the Moors went there to do? To throw flowers? They colonized them. They messed them up in Europe too.
That's why
Africa was part of the problem. We always forget that Africa did similar stuff to them.
So, no, we didn't. No. We didn't do similar stuff to them.
It's not the same. It's not the same. But we did go there and rule.
We went there. Okay, so this is why
it's not the same, Joe.
This is why
of course it's not going to be the same. You wanted to set up colonies like Nigeria, like they did to us.
So this is why, like, when people criticize the Falanis, I always say you have no idea how civilized and advanced they are, because they were parts of the troops with the Almohads and the Almoravids dynasty that went across the Gibraltar to when the Moors went there to rule certain parts of Western Europe, so parts of Portugal. That's why you see them with this skin color, the Mediterranean look, parts of Spain, parts of France, and some parts of Italy. So we didn't go, we meaning Africans, we did not go there as like conquerors, but we had influence in that area. Yes, we did rule for almost 800 years. And this is something I think a lot of people always mistaken. And to divert a little bit, this is what I always tell people, that our ancestors have always been in contact with the European. We've always been in contact with his faith, with his creed, with his religion, which is Christianity, as we know it today. We were in contact with them, but our ancestors refused to imbibe their beliefs. So we did not accept what they believed in. And this is just to divert. I'll come back to the whole topic. And then we came, when we got pushed back to Africa, they came through the Atlantic and enslaved us, and of course gave us their own version of what a lot of us practice today. But that being said, I really wanted to touch on what we were talking about earlier about Nigeria, but if we've moved on, we've moved on. You know,
before you go there, bro, I don't know if I can quickly. Forgive me, please. Forefather, I sent on the chat, private chat, a video, YouTube video, and it just depicts certain things that we're speaking about from a slightly different angle that may further our conversation, and I've got a bit to say on it, but I won't say that now. If you can just check that, if you wish to play it, it's a long video, but all I'm looking for is the first 5-7 minutes, if that. Please go ahead, speak the truth, forgive me. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try to play it. I'm not sure people would like to sit for 5 minutes watching.
Yeah, maybe it's not as long as that, but it's quite important to our conversation. I know it's Sunday and we're not going on forever to tonight.
All right, let me just play it then.
Thank you for that.
Immediately act to protect Palestinian lives. Now, it's a powerful verdict, and it's one that puts both Israel and its Western backers to shame. For example, when South Africa first brought the case against Israel, this was the view of the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken.
We believe the submission against Israel to the International Court of Justice distracts the world from all of these important efforts. And moreover, the charge of genocide is meritless.
The charge of genocide is meritless, right? Very, very dismissive. You know, some people interpreted that as being a bit racist. You know, you're just saying, oh, these South African lawyers, they're just, you know, giving this pile of papers. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely meritless, ridiculous, so dismissive. Now, the International Court of Justice haven't ruled that Israel is guilty of genocide. That's for the merit part of the case. So that will be much further down the line. But in this preliminary phase of the case, one thing they have definitively said is that this is not meritless. They have said South Africa is putting forward important arguments. They've given important evidence, which means that there's a plausible case that genocide has been committed by Israel. That is the opposite of a meritless case, the opposite of a meritless case. So the United States here should feel absolutely humiliated. They're not alone, of course. The role of the US Secretary of State is the same as that of the Foreign Secretary in the UK. And 2 weeks ago, our Foreign Secretary took a similar stance to Blinken.
Do you agree with the South Africans that Israel has a case to answer before the International Court of Justice?
No, I absolutely don't. I think the South African action is wrong. I think it's unhelpful. I think it shouldn't be happening. Now, of course, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but they are talking here about genocide. They're taking this case on the basis of genocide. And, you know, to prove that, you've got to prove that there was intent. Now, you know, I take the view that Israel is acting in self-defense after the appalling attack on the 7th of October. But even if you take a different view to my view, to look at Israel, a democracy, a country with the rule of law, a country with armed forces that are committed to obeying the rule of law, to say that they have, that country, that leadership, that armed forces, that they have the intent to commit genocide, I think that is nonsense. I think that's wrong.
But you can't know that. You can only judge on the basis of what they've done.
Yeah, you can judge. You can judge, though, on the basis of what they have done and how they've acted and why they're acting. And to say there's an intent to commit genocide, I do believe that's wrong.
All right. Now, that was, I think, even more offensive than Blinken's argument, right? Blinken called it meritless. David Cameron called it nonsense. He's saying what the South Africans are putting forward here is nonsense. And his argument as to why it's nonsense is just so legally illiterate, right? He's saying, oh, they couldn't possibly be committing genocide because they're a democracy like us. Right, that's completely irrelevant. Right, you'll notice that nowhere in the ruling from the International Court of Justice do they say, "Well, we have taken into account that they're a democracy, and so therefore they might not be committing genocide." It's a complete non sequitur. Right, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to say that. I mean, he's basically just using different words to say they're an ally of ours.
That's cool. That's cool. Go further. We don't have to go further. I don't want to take away from what Speak the Truth was about to say, and please remember your thought. Definitely, I would like to hear from you. I'm sure the whole panel. But I play that not for us to go into the Israel-Palestine conflict and how the world sees it, but more to how the West's attitude as to what we're speaking of here, to where there is a case to be answered. Whether they're guilty or not is secondary for the moment. But where there is a case to be answered here, the Western political media persuasion on the people in general in the West is such that it basically denigrates the position of South Africa and what they're putting forward. Now, again, it's more about our conversation here that we're having now, not necessarily about the ICJ issue and genocide. It's more to do, whilst those things are extremely important, it's more to do with our conversation here and where we need to think around it in terms of what we've been speaking about here and how we emancipate ourselves as a people, how influence is bared against us globally. We don't always appreciate how strongly this force is, and it augments the minds of the people. So we who have a force, an existence to forge and to push forward with, there is so much against us, and the answer as to why is historic, as I'm sure Speak the Truth is going to begin to announce. But I just want us to get our minds to the level of political power that they're still grappling with today as we speak, whilst there is forces, East and West particularly at this moment, that are vying over the control of the world. It is going to leave the West. However, the influence and the fight behind it not leaving them is as real as we are breathing. So yeah, I just wanted to put that down, if that's tangible at all. Who is muted?
Muted, sorry. Yeah, when the International Criminal Court released their information, immediately this happened. This aid cancellation happened because Israel released some documents saying that some UNHCR or UN workers were compromised in terms of regarding the attacks, without providing publicly the evidence that they claim to have. And suddenly, how many countries in the US, UK, Australia, all of them, they banded together, about 9 of them completely stopped funding to this UN organization that was giving aid to Palestinians. And that became the news from the point of view of the West. They used that to cover the news of the judgment that went against Israel. And it shows you how they are complicit in it. And when I was saying it from the very beginning of this war, that this is not about Israel. People think Israel is the one controlling America. It's the West. They know what they are doing. The same thing they are doing to China and they are doing to Russia is what they are doing in the Middle East. Israel is just a tool, just like Ukraine was a tool, and Taiwan is a tool for them. It's the same game that they play with everybody else. And that's what they did to us in Africa. Divide and rule. The British did it so long, then they handed over to the Americans. Americans have perfected it too.
You always repeat that same.
Yes, because it's the only thing that makes sense.
But it might make sense, but not everything that makes sense is true or fact. Now, Israel, the United States does not control Israel. The United States, if you understand the way the United States is set up, and if you understand American politics, you will know that the Jewish lobby, the Jewish movement controls the United States. Whatever
I don't
they
believe
say.
that.
Well, it doesn't matter what
you just have to look at the
what you believe does not matter. Like I said,
the positions that they hold.
If something,
that's all. That's what we have to do, bro.
You know this trick they said that the biggest trick the devil ever played was to pretend as if he wasn't there. And if you look at
That's
history,
what the Jews in America are doing for you, bro.
no,
At the moment.
actually, the perception is everybody thinks it's the Jews. Let me give you another example. In history, there has not been any small group that controlled an empire. Whatever empire that exists, where the people that founded that empire are the ones that control it. There have not
And
been a
that
small
the
group
people
that
the
controlled an
people,
empire.
Your lack
if I
of
can put this to
understanding.
you, forefather, the people that control that group, as you say, are a minutiae. They're not the whole people. They're
But they
always
are
a
from that
minutiae.
empire.
They're always yes, they created the empire. What it is with their mindset, and that mindset wasn't national in any way. It was always within a
But
group.
this is the first time people are saying the Jews control the British
It
Empire.
has
No,
always been like that. There's this very strong.
it's a mistake.
What? Okay.
No,
So
give me one other
wait,
empire in history that you can
wait.
name
Let me.
that was controlled by a minority, tiny group that is not even
It's
part of
not
their race.
well. This is apples and oranges. It's not about what you feel. In this case, it should be.
It's not feel. It's about masking
No.
the history.
Let's not argue over these points. I beg. If you
No,
can.
that's how we talk. We have to exchange until we get to an agreement.
What I'm feeling is that if you forefather don't just simply look, because we can speak about the historical context and we can accept certain things. However, if we look at the day practice of the contemporary history of where we are, no, we don't have to go as far back as into antiquity. Just the contemporary history of the last 100 years. Yeah, as slavery began to break down and all of these things, and we come to the politics that we have today. If we look at it and how things are set up,
And I can
especially in the new
that
world of
direction.
America, let me just give you that paradigm. Especially in the new world of America, there has been always positionings of certain peoples, and
at the same time, they went
cleverly.
into the gas chamber.
No, wait, forefather, understand me. So you can argue to what I'm putting forward. Yeah. What I'm putting forward is that the Jews today and of the last 50 years at least, you can go probably back further, but if you look at the last 50 years, they have been integral to where America is today. And in that, from whichever means they played it, politically, legally, through business, and through illegalities of a wide range, however they've played it and they've positioned themselves between the Jews of America and the Jews of Europe. Now, this is the power of the world. So within their engagement at different levels in this, they have formed a homeland. And in this homeland that they have formed, they still have their vestiges where they came from in the West. So within that, I think you have to take that as the historical context to this, so that we can deal with the actual issue.
I used to believe in what you used to believe in. Why do you think I left it?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, sir.
That's their belief that the Israelis or the Jews control their influence is so great.
For me, it's not a belief. For me, it's not a belief, bro. It's not like I'm going to some church.
I moved away from that when I evaluated it closely. And then sometimes you even hear some Jews in America, they will tell you that, oh, there are some clubs in America they are not even allowed in. And when you see, people can be used as scapegoats, and you will not see it coming. These people are some of the smartest people. They went to the First and Second World War. They came out on the other side. They didn't lose.
Oh, you're talking.
Hold on. Let me finish my point now. I don't know how you can underestimate people that won the First and Second World War simultaneously.
But I was.
I think they are stupid.
Like I keep getting.
Just hand over power to the Jews. Come
10
on.
seconds, I keep getting cut off. I haven't even said what I want to say.
Don't worry, I'll do it until I start apologizing for it.
You have to, like I keep saying, you have to understand American politics. This is not something that you can be dancing to the tunes from outside the club. You can't be looking from outside in and think you know what is going on. So you have to firstly go back and look the last 100 years and understand Jewish influence on American politics. Not America, I'm not talking about the American financial sector. I'm not talking about the educational sector. And I'm not talking about the legal sector. I'm talking about the political establishment. So when you understand the power of the Zionist movements, for example, which they call the Jewish lobbyists, if you understand how much influence they have on American politicians, for example, how they sponsor certain politicians so they can move Jewish aims and aspirations through the U.S. Congress, then you will understand what people say when they say Israel, to a large extent, to a very, very large influential extent, controls the United States. It is not people just
Okay,
assuming.
calm down, calm down.
I'm
Let
not
me
done.
add something. Okay, carry on. No, you've explained all their powers. I've seen all this because that's why I told you I used to believe exactly what you believe. So you're telling me something I used to do and believe. I've said the same things before.
Yeah, again, forefather, you said that, and because you said that, it doesn't necessarily mean you are correct in
No,
your
I
move.
agree. No, I'm not talking
In
about
your
correct.
move to where you are. So,
I'm
what
trying
what
to
what what
exchange.
what's been said? What you need to do is to argue the point, not the point that he's putting to you is that positionally they are in points of power and influence
Yeah,
and
but I'm trying to
finances.
show
Wait,
him
wait,
the
wait.
reason why I moved away from where that position.
Yes, okay. Then apart from why you moved away, where where it is that you actually are, what are you arguing to? Because you said it, but I have not understood
Exactly.
necessarily your argument.
That's what I'm trying to, because everything he said, I've said it before. And I've seen it in practice. It was mind blowing to watch it happen. How the APAC, the power that they wield, to watch Clinton when they were negotiating with Arafat to be so one sided towards the Jews. It didn't make sense to me. Like, how did this powerful country not able to tell this country what to do? Until my mind started moving towards geopolitics and I started seeing more clearly how these things arrange themselves. And because you have to ask yourself critical questions.
How do they arrange themselves? Yes, please.
How they arrange themselves was when you look at Europe, you look at the people that won. You have to come through the point of view of history, how it happened the last century. The one that won the First World War laid the foundation that caught the Germans cross and triggered the Second World War. And the people, the real victims of that Second World War were the Jews. They really took it in the neck, and the Russians. And these guys came, inherited everything, created the Five Eyes, created NATO, created all that structure that was created was to maintain not European power, the Anglo-Saxon power. And once you start understanding that structure, you're beginning to see when they say the Five Eyes, do you see the Israelis there? No, you don't see them there. They're not even part of NATO. But when it comes to doing stuff in the Middle East, the Israelis are the ones at the forefront. Like, they are telling us everything to do. Israel is telling us, but yet everything Israel does and everything they go and do with Israel is to the benefit of America anyway. America is not losing from anything Israel is doing in the Middle East. It's keeping the Middle East in check. Even Biden said it himself, that if they didn't have Israel there, they will have to invent one. That should tell you
Because
Israel is an
Israel
instrument
is
for them.
America.
It's
Do
not
you
necessarily an
realize?
argument.
Do
You
you
are
do you
underestimating Oyibo man, man. People underestimating them.
do you realize that a lot of the
You have to
so-called
underestimate them.
Israelis, the ones that are not from Belarus or Ukraine or Russia, a lot of them are from the United States, specifically Brooklyn, New York, Williamsburg, Crown Heights, a lot of places where Jews have historically been when they migrated into the United States. So if you understand that, you will understand why Israel itself is the United States. Like that synagogue where they found the tunnel on Eastern Parkway, that synagogue right there is so influential. That little synagogue in Crown Heights is so influential that every Israeli president that comes to the United States usually visits there. So you can't differentiate and not understand how let me give you something. Let me tell you something. Have you ever seen that video where a lady was screaming like, "Jacob, you cannot steal my house," and Jacob was like, he was a Jew. He's like, "If I don't steal the house, someone else is gonna come steal it. Like, I need it. It's my right. I have to
That was in
steal."
Jerusalem or where?
Have you seen the video?
I think I've seen something like that,
It
but
was
I'm
a
not
clip.
sure.
Yeah, it
I
was
know
in
the clip.
Shin Bet or something. I forget.
Okay,
But
that's
in
in
any
East
event,
Jerusalem then.
whoever Jacob was a Brooklynite. He was from the United States. So I'm just saying, like, if you understand the demographic, and outside of that, that's even personal. If you go look, because American funding of politics is public knowledge. So go look at the people that donate to these politicians and look at what organizations they belong to and look at the lobbyists. This is not something about, oh, well, I feel. Your feelings don't matter in this situation. It's not what I feel. Oh, I used to think like this. The facts are there. The facts are laid bare. Just go check it out. Look at it. Look who sponsors which politician, who sponsors politicians that make certain demands for bills and the lobbyists basically. Go look at where
There
the lobbyists are
hasn't
from.
been one empire in history that was controlled by a minority that wasn't
That's
part
not
of
what I'm
These are
saying. And
these are
I'm saying
and
that I'm
no,
saying, first
I'm
of all,
trying
these
to
are sweeping remarks that you
first that's
I'm
continue to
making sweeping
repeat.
remarks because there has
Wait,
not
wait,
been
I'm saying that.
evidence. You
I'm
have
saying that
evidence to
not to.
contrary, you
I'm
can
just saying
share
that
it.
as an observation, whereby you're still not really
I'm
telling us or
listening, but
tackling the
if
issue.
you
I'm
want
trying
to,
to so that you can
if
understand.
you
You can understand the game that is being played. There is a
if
bigger
you
game here.
if
To
you
say
want to
that
move
the
it,
Oyibo man is stupid,
if
that
you want
No,
to
no,
move,
whereby the
no.
Israelis can just
Forefather,
control
no.
them.
if you
Forefather,
want
no.
if you want to
Forefather,
move,
no. It's not. It's not like that. What we're trying to boil it down to is that in your way of coming to this argument, it doesn't clarify why you've changed your mind, one, and why you object so vehemently as to where we're coming from, when it still stands
I
that
don't object
there
vehemently
are
to it.
their position. It still stands
Mm.
that positionally and in thought process, why would I and my family and my community want to fight inside a war when I can organize the greater masses that are within this land to fight that war for me? Are you with me?
Mm.
This is just how ideas can come into reality. And we as human beings have to appreciate that. If you look at any microcosm of this, if you look at a company, the way a company operates, it was the brainchild of a few or one. And these people now control this entity called a company. And the people that work for that company are glad for their job, but they're not really at the powers of control. They're working in that job. So you have to understand that it is a mindset that is in control, and there are mindsets that are at power in the world generally. The people necessarily don't have a blind idea as to what's going on the top.
No, that I
So
understand. I'm just saying that do you see pattern? Do you see a pattern in terms of global power structures and how the people that wield the power itself? Have you seen a pattern that is there today and how it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago? Go back in time and watch the pattern. That will mean what you are describing right now is extremely unusual, extremely unlikely.
what is unlikely for, Father? If every organization, if you've ever worked with any group, I don't care what kind of organization, you just think about it. Think of any kind of organization in your head. There's always people at the top pushing the buttons. There's a select few that run everything and they just call the shots, give the orders to everybody else, and they just fall back and they just look at all the pieces fall into play. So for you to say never in history has any empire been run by a small group of people, I don't know
No,
what
that are not part of that group. That are not
how are
the
the
part
how
of
are
that race. It's like
Israeli
no. Let me give you an example. It's like
how
Romans being
are
run by Greeks,
The
running the empire.
Israelis, as we know them today, the Jewish lobbyists, as we know them today, are Americans. These ones that we're speaking about, they are Americans. But the point is, as we all know, they never had a homeland. So why would you think they would come from outside? If anything, they went to Israel, that land, and created it. But to think that the Jewish lobbyists or Jewish groups do not have a very solid, strong affairs of the United States and its policies is just a lack of understanding of how
No, I
American
didn't
politics
say that.
works.
I said it's not because they don't have influence. They do have influence, but the people that are in charge, the people that are truly in charge, still remain the same. They are the people that owned almost more than half of the world, the British Empire, the people that won the First and Second World War. It wasn't the British that won them. It wasn't the Jews that won those things. The blood that was shed were spearheaded by these Anglo-Saxons. They are the ones that founded Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and you think, oh my God, okay, it's okay.
No, finish your sentence because again,
And you think these people that have accomplished so much are so stupid to concede that much power to a tiny group of people, because this group of people came from heaven. The people that Hitler put in, the people that Hitler put in gas chambers that they almost wiped out in Europe. Are you serious?
They didn't concede.
Even Jews will tell you that these are the conspiracy people talk about them all the time. Like
This
they
is
make them look like they are super powerful when they are just fighting to survive like everyone else. They are fighting for the desert land.
Okay,
For crying out loud.
so America, like I said, this is not about conspiracy theory. I don't deal with conspiracy theory or propaganda. This is very simple. If we're discussing policies, so if you want to see who pushes certain policies, you look at the politicians, right? That move topics in Congress, move topics on the floor of the Senate, that push for certain bills to be made. You go look at them. Then what do you do after that? You go look at, for example, who sponsors them, whoever sponsors you influences what you say and the policies you push for, right? So everything is open. So just go take a look. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
that's
it's
where
very
that's the
simple.
submission.
It's
That's
not
the
about
bottom line.
conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
They sponsor this thing. It's the countries that are in charge. See, if you
It's not
follow
that
the
they sponsor them. The appointments right now in the present administration and even in the opposition in America, the appointments strategically made. If you look at who amongst them is a Jew, then you would have an appreciation at least.
I didn't say they don't have influence. I know they have a lot of
Hardcore.
influence.
It's not just no
Because
simple thing.
they have a lot. These are people that have been in Europe for 2,000 years. They have been one of the most elite educated groups in Europe for 2,000 years. To expect that they don't have influence is crazy. They used to sell slaves. They used to buy slaves. They used
That's
to
what
own banks.
that's what we are saying. You're
Let me
almost
finish my
arguing
point now. They
our
used to do
position.
all those things. But the point I'm making is that don't use that to mistake control. Because that control is not there. That's why they ended up in gas chambers. The reason why they decided that they have to get their own homeland and they don't want that to repeat itself again, and they got their own homeland. Yes, they have even more power now. They can even determine their destiny now. That's why they went nuclear, even without the permission of the West. They did all those things. They made the sacrifice and they got there. They are very, very powerful now compared to where they were 100 years ago. However, to say that they are the ones in charge, I think it's over.
Nobody said they were in charge. No. Don't conflate issues and don't turn this.
You are conflating. No. We didn't go that far.
Your word was
nuanced. We didn't go. We're not.
Okay, what was my word?
We are not making sweeping statements without providing you with an understanding of economically, politically, and by way of influence socially, that these kinds of people have a great sway of power on the conduct of global affairs. This is what we are saying.
Of course they do.
So
they are not in charge.
Okay.
So
there are many forces that are vying for ownership of the control of where the world goes in the future. We appreciate all of this. Don't take that away. You know, we are all thinking people, but it stands to measure. Let me ask you this, forefather. Do you know why the Jews in particular were rained out in Europe? And you know how many countries, including England, France, and those people who fought the war, do you know how many of them had similar issues with the Jews prior to First and Second World War?
A lot. There was a lot of
A lot. Now, I
anti-Semitism
can tell
throughout
you
Europe
now
during
that
that time.
Europe coming under what they call Christendom, and how it was different in its aspects from Judaism and Islam. Judaism, or the Jews as they have their Jewish thoughts, they have been a major issue, if you like, peoples, groupings inside this Western world. So they make up the world in many ways. Now, the reason why Hitler pointed at them is because economically, at the time, they were the ones who were able to do all kinds of jobs that and when I say I don't just mean cleaning and dirty jobs, all kinds of jobs that the Europeans themselves did not want to do. So much so, even down to the banking, because at that time, usury under Christendom was exactly the same as usury in Islam, which is that you do not give money and expect returns upon that money. You give money and squarely receive that same money back. So that's how Christendom was operating at the time. So it was only the Jews who were able to deal with money, shekels. They even mentioned and name what monies was. That's how powerful they are. And that's your economy. Kings and queens weren't dealing with the economy. To deal with money was vulgar and all these kinds of persuasions. That's the culture of that time. And we have to give this some merit. So when we understand that there is this culture of these people being able to do all sorts in order to gain their wealth, there begins a certain conflict within the culture of that nation. So therefore, things like pornography, things like homosexuality, during the courses of art and history of art, these things that came across were influencing the masses. So by the time they were doing, we may see the Western, what do they call it, flamboyant, and there's a word for it. I forgot where you speak of sexual liberation. That seems to be a very Western thing. However, you have to understand how these things are engineered, how they are engineered to be, and who was the one doing the engineering. So when it comes to things like pornography and where we are in the world today, where we are accepting all kinds of things, this is why, if you look at the history, Hitler himself targeted the Jews, because the way that they were in control of the German minds was abhorrent to many of the Western European arrangement, as it were. So this now, you have to now that the survival of what they call Jewish people in the West, in the Western world, and indeed going into different areas of the world, has always been in their mind. So as far as the Jews are concerned, if you look deeply enough, they are forcing their agenda within the wider scheme of things, and they are making sure that they are nearing whoever is on the winning side, and within that winning side, they will make influence within that society, and that's what I will put forward.
I think according to Fumi, the history, we are very much aware of it, and one is not going to be surprised if a group of people, even from before they left Jerusalem and the Middle East, they were educated. They were educated, and they spread all over Europe. They are not going to lose their education. Part of their culture is to get that education too. So they became educated, and even if they kept their number didn't grow because of the issues they kept having with different places they went to, they remained educated. That's why when modern technology came along the scene, they were
I must say,
often
it's
at the
not.
forefront.
Yes, but I must say, it's not as simple as educated. You see, what they come with as Jewish people is a culture that is quite an expansive one. They have lived, apparently, given their history, through the ages, and they are still here with us today, as much as a minority as they may seem. You understand? Within how we are in contemporary times. So
I know we
whilst
are
we
all
see
there
them,
with we were all there with them
there's
too, so
something
it's
that
not
they are
unique.
carrying that gives them that expansive mindset that has them unified and has them behave outside yet inside that wider community, which is that you know
It's their
now this is
religion
London.
now.
This is London, bro. This is London. You are living in the north of London. There are millions of Jews there who, as you see them all, it's almost like they're walking through the shadows. Because unless you really get to know a Jew, you don't know them at all. You understand? You just see them. You have no understanding of the way these people think. Now,
See, I think
what
you
I'm
are
saying now,
overthinking
in
it. You are
North London,
overthinking it.
the kind of power that they have in North London, the Jews, to the point that they can tell any local authority what they want in that local authority, and it happens. They don't have to march up and down in the street and we need this and we need that. They don't have to do that. They've got enough power and influence to in London we have speed bumps
We
all
need
over the
see,
way.
come on, I
Wait,
think we are
let me put it to you
overflogging
as a
this
small.
now.
Let me see if you realize this. Let me see if you realize this. In London, we have the whole communities road-wise. There's been, through COVID times, they put all kinds of different engagements with how you use the road. So a lot of back streets that we would like to use normally, we can't use those back streets anymore. We have to go through all of the main roads, and that's happening right across London. However, it doesn't happen in Hampstead Heath, where the Jews control or live. It doesn't happen in Muswell Hill. It doesn't happen in all those areas in North London where the Jews occupy. When they put speed bumps in the road, the communities told the council that you have to take these speed bumps up off the road because they're disturbing our cars in terms of we're going to the garage far too more. And they just put an argument, bruh, by the next time or they just lifted up those speed bumps. Have you ever heard of that?
I do
Have
see
you ever heard of
speed
anyone
bumps
being
there.
able to swill that kind of power? There's no one that can
Oh,
swill that
come
kind of
on,
power.
man. Don't do that. Don't do
Okay.
that. It's not fair
No, it's a
because
real thing. It's a real thing. I put
I
before
don't
you.
live from
Do
I don't live
you
far from an area where there are Jews. There are speed bumps
do
everywhere.
you realize
No.
where as much as you have in the UK, you have a lot of Nigerians in southeast, the South London, Hackney,
The whole
Dulwich,
of London, everywhere.
Peckham. No, let's even say where they were primarily, like when I was
Yeah.
growing up. So we
Yeah.
know Peckham, Dulwich, Hackney, places like that, right?
Mhm.
Do the Nigerians have their own police force in London?
Nigerians have their own police. No, we don't.
Okay,
No.
well, maybe you need to take a trip to the United States to understand how powerful the Jewish community is
But
and how
I
influential.
keep saying that even in America, if I'm not mistaken, there are areas where some black people are organizing their own form
No,
of
no, no. I'm
security.
not saying organizing. I'm saying police force. I'm not talking about militias.
Yes,
I'm talking
see,
vigilante groups. I'm talking
if you
about
have been in Europe for 2,000 years, God help us if you've not been able to get the right to do what you want to do like that. But the fact that they
2,000
have to have their
years.
own, hold on, the fact that they have to do their own, they should own the one that is in the state already.
Well, they haven't been here for 2,000 years. So
They
relative
have, they were just the people that came to America, they came with them too.
forefathers. They haven't been here for 2,000 years. Okay, so America hasn't even been around for
Exactly,
2,000
they
years.
came with the
But that
Americans too.
just brings me to the point where you said you first one spot they knew they came from Europe. Now they've been around forever. The whole bottom line is there's a lot of groups in the United States Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I don't know why your thing is.
I can hear you. Maybe it's me. I don't know. Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
I can
I
hear
can hear
you.
you.
I
I
couldn't
can
see
hear you.
you just now. So for you
Excuse me.
to all right. So someone just said they got their own unit within the metropolitan police force. Yeah, that's how influential they are. But not even beating it over the head. That wasn't. If you think they don't have any influence, that's fine. You know, the facts
I
against
know they
you.
have influence, but you two have acknowledged that it doesn't mean that they are in charge.
I
So
never
if
said
we are
that.
okay, so you think they are in charge of
No, he
No,
didn't
what is
say that.
going on?
He did
okay.
what
So
he's
this is
saying.
this
He
is
doesn't
this
say
is what
that
was
they're in
But that
charge.
was at the crux of our
what
No,
discussion.
no, that
When I
wasn't.
was saying that
What
they are
what?
not in charge.
okay. So this is what we were saying. You said America controls Israel, and
Yes.
I'm saying we can juxtapose and street that on its head and say I believe the Israelis have more influence over the United States. They control the United States. If they tell,
And
if Israel tells America, right, look at every war America has been in the last 20 years. That's what you just got to look at. Just look at something like that. Let's even extend it a little
let
bit.
me say this to you.
Let me finish for
Let me
Fabrice.
add. Let me
Let me
add before you
Everybody wants to
before you
finish.
reply.
I don't say 5 words. Everybody wants to finish.
No, no,
They are
I
all-
want to enter in it before you speak, so you would include mine in whatever you got to say. Because yes, now it was just more or less follow what I speak the truth is saying, and I want you to consider this
Okay, let's try to
also.
keep it concise so that we can go
Yes, I
around and
will.
not that AY is here.
No problem at all. Let me put this to you. What constitutes influence in your mind? Real quick, is a quick question so I can forge my ideals.
Sorry,
Go
what
forward.
constitutes what? What constitutes what?
Influence. What constitutes influence in your mind the way the world is today?
Is to get people to do what you want. That's what constitutes influence.
And how would that be forged? Okay, would it be fair for me to suggest that through entertainment, media, music, that these are major influences within the global society today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, given that, who are the major people with ownership within that industry circle in itself that you know? Hollywood in itself, how was that created? All the music that comes out of America for ages, who it was largely behind that, with the proximity that they had with several communities, very much underlining the Black community. So within all the churches, the synagogue and the church from back in the day had relationships, or through leading all the way up to the emancipation of the so-called slaves, to them getting their own vote, the Black people getting their own vote in the United States. Who was behind all of this level of influence?
From what I gathered, the Jews were very much involved. I don't know what
Okay,
scale, but they were very much
okay.
involved.
Now to say that there is not a level of power within that influence that have guided the whole of the West, most particularly the USA, is to be foreign from what you are looking at. You are looking at something and saying that I'm not looking at that.
Okay,
Even though
now
I'm looking
let's
at that.
bring this home now. If you look at it very quickly, it's like saying Nollywood and Afrobeats control Nigeria. No.
No. You're just sword fencing.
See,
That sword
no,
fencing
I'm
is
not
as
sword
opposed.
fencing. I'm trying to give you
No,
real
as opposed to
comparisons
taking,
to let you
as
know that
opposed to,
even if you control those things, it doesn't mean you are in power. That's what I'm trying to let you understand.
well, does influence have power? Is what I'm trying to tell you.
There's influence is influence, but it's not the same as power.
Yes,
No.
it is.
Influence has power. What are you
20,
talking about?
10 years
What are you
ago.
talking about?
10 years ago, okay, 99.9% of the world would have gone with whatever narrative the Israeli government gave the world about what happened after October 7th. If they told the world that they only killed 10,000 Hamas fighters in all those hospitals in Al Shifa and all the people they killed in northern Gaza, and how they've been killing people in the West Bank and Hebron that are not related to Gaza, most of the world will have believed, which is what he's saying. Why would the world believe? Because a certain group controlled what came out to mainstream media. So once they could control mainstream media, unlike what we have today, where people on the ground can pick up their phone, we don't have to listen to CNN. Why does everybody not listen to CNN, MSNBC, and Co today? Because we've realized that a lot of what they were trying to tell us were lies. So they'll come and say, well, 10,000 babies were beheaded and women were raped and this was happened, and everybody says, show us proof, because the people of Gaza are saying this is what's happening and we're seeing it in real time. So that goes to what he's saying. When you can control something like the media, you have power.
You see, the thing is, if you are in somewhere, you have to look at the people that are controlling things through the people that are controlling, especially in terms of the security forces, the people in charge of it. They tend to be the ones that control everything. And if you look at the security forces in the world, the Jews, they can't physically even be there, even if they wanted to, because they don't even have the numbers. And the forces, the people controlling all the key strategic technologies, the weapons and everything, is in the hands of the Europeans in the West. In the East, you see it with the Chinese and the Indians. So when I look at Jews, forgive me for saying this, when I look at Jews, I was one of those people that used to believe those things. Then when I just took off all those media stuff and all those things, and I looked at them. I just looked at them as a human being. I said, what are these people? What is so special about them?
Which part are you talking about?
Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point I'm making so
you
you understand.
If you're going off track.
I'm trying to let you understand that.
No,
yeah, you turn it to me now. You turn it to me now. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're turning it to me now.
Yeah, but there's no point to finish. This is what I don't understand, how people reach arguments.
Can you let me?
It's either if we're talking about governmental influence, say I was to come in right now when you was talking and I was to listen to what you were saying, I would think this is a Jew bashing session, that they're saying, well, Jews are this and Jews are that, and it's all conspiracy theory, but that's not what we're saying. So focus on
I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to contextualize my reasoning so you understand where I'm coming from.
No, so focus on the topic, which is what you said about,
because you are saying stuff that you cannot necessarily substantiate.
Okay, so focus on the topic, which is you saying
right, in terms of substantiation,
which
that's been done on this side of the argument.
So
the substantiation of the fact that Jews historically, at least contemporarily historically, if we're to give that we have witnessed and lived through these times, that they are globally world players. And given that
was what he said. That was
no. This is what I'm putting forward. And given that
you interrupted me now. You said, let me finish. Let me finish my point. I want to start talking now. You two of you decide to stop.
It's constituted.
No, you said something. I said something, and then it's like going.
Then I wanted to start talking. Then you started interrupting me. I knew it. You guys said, "Oh, let me finish. Let me finish." I let you guys finish. Then when I was start talking, then you started interrupting me again.
Me, I was listening. But obviously, I speak the truth. No. I think I speak the truth was coming from an aspect that, look, we've been down this road already.
No, because each time I talk, you will try to explain what I'm saying, and
all
then
right.
you will say something else. And
no, because I believe that there are two sides of this argument. I believe that there are two sides of, even though there are three of us and we have our own point of view, I believe there are two sides of this argument.
Yeah, but he said, and I'm not discounting what you said, but he said something, and I said, and anytime I try to say what I try to state my position, someone came in to explain my position for me without letting me talk, and now the conversation is going elsewhere from what we were originally talking about.
Okay, now can I say what I wanted to say then? So you start trying to understand how to look at people, not necessarily based on the narrative. From my point of view anyway, that's how I looked at it. Because sometimes when I look at things, I try to re-examine my stuff. Just like yesterday when I was talking to you, you were telling me I was interrupting you. I try to re-examine it a little bit, because you have to do this. You can't just take what people are saying, and because what you are seeing with your eyes, whether it makes sense. Because sometimes people will say stuff, and what you are seeing in your eyes makes sense, but you have to look at it more holistically, then you will see a bigger picture. Okay, my point is that when I looked at Jewish people, and I thought, okay, these are just people probably looking to survive this world, and then they got a lot of money, and they found a homeland, and they have a lot of influence. Yes, they do. But if you hear them talk too, there are certain things, signals you get from people. You get an idea that, hey, no, that doesn't sound right. These people don't sound like they are the ones in charge here. You will never hear an Englishman say that. An English rich man tell you that there's a club they wouldn't let him into. Because of who he is. No, they will not. You will not hear them say that. But you hear Jews say that. When a Jewish man said that, and that was in America, and I was like, who is truly in charge of this town? I thought they owned everything. Then that was, for me, that was the first signal. Then, and you look at the land they are fighting over. These are the most powerful people in the world, and they are fighting over a tiny land there. Okay. They could have taken anywhere that is so fertile in the world because they own everything. But they had to kill each other over that land. It's all good. Let's carry on with that one. Then you look at the fact that that region has never been controlled by a power that is so remote, far removed from that region. And the world before then has been controlled from that region. That's from the Turkish Empire to the Egyptian Empire. It's been controlled from that region, that belt. And it makes sense for any power that comes after that to make sure that region is in check. Strategically, it simply makes sense. And there are agreements after agreements to show that America wants to keep control of that area. And then the Suez Canal came into play again. That resulted in another dynamics coming in that area. The idea that if you cannot see that the game that is being played there is to keep that whole region in check. I see the same game being played in the Horn of Africa. I see the game being played in Egypt and all those areas to make sure those people are kept in check. Because if those people get power, they will return to the top of the world, like it's always been. This is the first time northern states have controlled the world. States that have gone above Italy have never controlled the world before. So you can see why that America, that's why even Biden is saying, but nobody bothered to ask Biden, why did he think they need to invent Israel there? Why did he think they need to invent Israel there? When he said, if Israel didn't exist, they have to invent it there. And I think it's because of this reasoning I'm giving you right now. Because if you look at history, I was growing up, I was reading all these watchtowers. And I was surprised to see how all the empires kept conquering the same lands. The Byzantine Empire, the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, the Persian Empire, they kept conquering the same land. In other words, because they were basically in the same region. That's why all those things kept happening. And this is the first time you will see somebody like the British and the English from the northern part of the world coming to control that region. And to control that region, you need to be present there. And if you're not present there, you have to have a strong ally there. And the next best thing to a strong ally is somebody that you literally planted in that area, which is Israel right now. And this is why Trump keeps saying, Biden keeps saying, if Israel didn't exist, we would have had to invent it, because that place, we have a serious interest. It's not because of money.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Biden. I don't know if Biden said that for the reasons you're speaking.
I can play the video so we can see. Maybe we can
I think I may have heard you play the video before, but I don't know.
Maybe there are other videos where he explained it further. There are other
videos. I would like to know further of his explanation of why he's saying that, because your interpretation of why he's saying that, to join with your opinion on this, suggests still that the Jewish people that constitute the land that they call Israel today have not historically and contemporarily been somewhere within the region of all of this history. And given that, they too have a major influence, let me just put it there, as cheaply as that may sound, it's more than that, but major influence in the in the world the way it is today, and especially in our mindset and viewpoints. A lot of these mindsets and viewpoints are of a protection of the Jewish people, and that is a power. Now, this protection, if you like, comes behind the what would be called humanity that the African American especially went through in the makeup of what is America today. So they have come behind that politics in order to gain
Let's
their
see if
own lane.
Biden might be able to help us with this information. I think he tried to explain it further here. This wasn't that short video that I played. He tried to explain it further.
All right.
We stop those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel. The second part is people should understand by now, this should be crystal clear, that Israel is the single greatest strength America has in the Middle East. I always say to my friends when they say those things to you, I say, imagine our circumstance in the world were there no Israel. How many battleships would there be? How many troops would be stationed? You know, I used to say early on when I was a kid, I'd say, when I was a young senator, I'd say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Progress occurs in the Middle East when everyone knows there's simply no space between the United States and Israel. There is no space between the United States and Israel when it comes to Israel's security. There is only one nation in the world that has unequivocally, without hesitation, and consistently confronted the efforts to delegitimize Israel. At every point in our administration, at every juncture, we've stood up on behalf of the legitimacy of the state of Israel. The security of Israel and the United States is inextricably tied, and we will never, ever, ever abandon Israel out of our own self-interest.
You see, he said that himself, out of our own self-interest. He said, this is exactly what I've been saying. I didn't have to listen to him to know this.
No.
This is exactly what I've been saying.
Can I put this to you? Not just as a matter of sword fencing, I hope, but whilst you can see it the way you've just said from what Biden has put forward, you could also see it, in fact, that the mind that speaks to us through Biden is not necessarily his own. And I don't mean that he's speaking without consciousness. I'm saying that the ideas and the position that he takes has been put forward to him in many cases as a pitch, a sale, whereby the Jewish corpus has put forward a position where they have legitimized themselves and told the Anglo-Saxon, if you like.
Yeah, that is in their interest to give them that place.
Yes.
Yeah, I get what you are saying.
You understand?
It could have been a plant, but in the end, you can still tell who is in charge. And I tell you, these people, that these Anglo-Saxons are not, they've never been known to be anybody's fools. And you can't, and when he goes on to tell you, he tells you in his own words.
Bros, my brother.
Okay, let me give you another example. Let me give you one example that is going to
let me take you away from this argument to another, quickly to a quick
15 seconds,
okay.
Man. See, this example is that who does it favor more? If America pulls back, America will be fine. But if America removes support for Israel, Israel will be vulnerable. That tells you who is calling the shot. If America says, I don't care about Israel anymore, I'm going my way, they'll be fine. They'll be just fine. But Israel cannot do the same as they are doing now without America.
As without them, I agree with you in various ways. And what I'm putting to you is that I want Oyinbo, where we know be Oyinbo. When I was living in Spain, We didn't even see them. We used to call them, you people aren't even the real white man. The real white man is in Germany, Switzerland, northern France, these kind of England, Denmark. Naim be the correct Oyinbo. You understand? As we lived in Southern Europe. However, the matter still remains. Not that they don't have guile, the European, or influence and courage and power and history and intelligence. No way, man. You can't take that off the board. Why would we take that off the board? That is not. But that's the very thing that we fight constantly. I'm in England. I know who the power is here. You understand? So we don't take that off the table for half a second. So that again is not an argument. What we are putting to you is that there is a major influence from the smallest group of people you can imagine on the world's climate, politically, socially, and economically. So this is what we're putting forward to you. So for them to have created a home out of their downward trend in Europe, it was the Europeans that was killing them. It was the Europeans that was prosecuting that, and it was the Europeans doing this to them now. From that position to have the influence that they have in the world is a magnificent feat. You can't look at them as just being ordinary. They're more than ordinary. There's too much to learn from what they have done in the world for such a small group of people. So this is what we're saying cannot be taken for granted, and how far it goes into the future, we still must keep an eye on it. And I think that's the proposition that we are laying forward. I don't see the complication in that. Your mic.
Learn from it is that it's similar to what the South Koreans, maybe the Japanese and Taiwanese have done too. They made themselves strategically important to the West in such a way that their fate are almost inextricably linked now. Where if you take out one of them, they've lost a lot of influence in specific regions. And my own analysis, he saw that I went back to when I was young reading Jehovah's Witness, and he said it himself. Do you know how many troops we will have to have in that region? Because he knows that that region is different. It's not your everyday region. It's different. You have to keep that place in check. And this is why if America is to maintain its power as it is right now, Israel has to remain there and has to be strong there. They don't have a choice about that. And in the same way, they try to keep Europe away from Russia. I don't know why they feel so strongly about it. It's really strange. Trump doesn't have that kind of hang-up. I think Trump will be different from Biden. Trump likes Israel. And if you ask me, I would say Trump like Israel, not because he strategically cares too much about Israel. He cares about Israel because, one, Israel doesn't like him. He can use Israel against Arabs that he doesn't like, that's the Muslims. And secondly, because Israelis have influence. And Trump likes his influence. He likes to shake hands with nice people and others. So that's one of the reasons why he's going to back them. But viscerally, Trump is more likely to work with Russia than even Israel or China. Definitely hates China and he hates Iran. So yeah, and you're going to see that if Trump takes over, that's the pattern you're going to see. But that said, anyway, this is just one of those debates. I was exactly where you were all until I started asking myself critical questions about all these things, and to hear Trump saying it with his own mouth, that Biden saying it with his own mouth, even went on to talk about the troops that they have to have there. Come on, man. Yeah, what else do you need? What else do you need? It just shows you that these people are using Israel, and the Israelis have been corrupted by the power they've been granted. They are not being careful about it, that these people can turn on you when they don't need you anymore. They turned on Saddam Hussein. They turned on Gaddafi. Don't think you are special. The day they don't need you in that region, and let's say China takes over and they don't care anymore, they will not care again. They will move on.
Let me ask you this, Father, as I'm listening to you.
I don't know how much of the case you may have heard as regards South Africa, Israel at the ICJ. If you followed it, which I did, I followed the media furore around it, which was to kind of put it down beforehand, and the quiet before it actually took place, because we heard murmurings of it. You know, it's a whole arc to the actual prosecution, if you like, from the South Africans' point of view, and then the defense, again, if you like, on the next day from the point of view of the Israeli. Now, it was clear, it was far different from the court case that we may have followed, given the elections and what came out through the elections in Nigeria in terms of at the court. And indeed, the vast difference that these proceedings were, even though they are of the same ilk in legal terms. So when seeing that, and then looking at the result, which the result as it is now at the ICJ, where they come to the point of saying, listen, what South Africa has put forward here is a big question mark. We see it as. And that is almost as if anyone watching that case, they too would have come to that same judgment. So, you know, if we had the skill as lawyers to come to such a judgment, just in terms of looking at it and seeing the case by case and how it was argued and the politics around it as well, and how you saw that, boy, this can still go anywhere depending on this, that, and the other thing. However, they still said, listen, as it is now, there are 15 against 2 in favor that this is a question to answer in terms of the lawyer's verdict. So when you saw that kind of clarity and it meshed with your own feeling and understanding of what was being argued at the time, once you see that, you have to ask yourself several questions in terms of influence and power, justice and law and order, and the security that you always like to underline. And there is no greater security than truth and justice. No greater security than that in terms of a civilized society. So when we look at these things and we are trying to argue points of power, position, and influence, then we have to again come back to ourselves as Nigerians and know that we ain't playing no fucking part in the game. And this is more to the reason as to why me that is against, if you like, the Zionist viewpoint on how the world should go. I still must pay attention to what they've been able to achieve as a people. And given this, you have to give kudos, if you like. I don't know if you like.
No, I have to. You have to respect the accomplishment. They
Yes,
accomplish a lot.
absolutely. Better said than not, the way I was going to put it. That's exactly correct. And with this, I feel it's more the pain of attention as to how skillful you have to be if you are a minority voice. At least if you're not a minority necessarily in numbers, you are a minority voice in this world, which is a shame to us as African people. Then I think we miss a trick. We miss an understanding. We miss the power that it is that we're already pushing out there for free. The power of influence in this world, in terms of entertainment, it's all ours for the last 100 years. You could even go further back than that if you wish, but I'm just putting it in
in
contemporary
terms of
terms.
entertainment, that is soft power, and
Soft power is power.
it
Soft
doesn't
power,
amount. It doesn't amount
bros,
to much.
there's no but in it. Soft power is power. It's just how you monetize that and how you actually bring it into having or put it into the pool of hard power.
Okay, you do have a point there. You do have a point there. If you can channel your soft power to becoming hard, yes. But if you leave it as soft power,
well, it's not that you've left it. As I said, we just give it away for free. That's
yeah, I
what
agree
we
with you. I
do.
agree with you on that.
You understand?
We need to swap that for hard power.
Yes,
Swap
I'm
some of
asking
it
us to
for hard power.
look at it as it lies.
And
You know,
Nigeria
sometimes
does have some soft power now with all the
Nigeria has a whole heap of soft power.
and we not tap into it.
An individual Nigerian has soft power. Just one individual anywhere in the world in this planet. An individual Nigerian.
Even
now,
African Americans
bro,
have soft power too. They gave
bro,
most of their power away without necessarily getting much back
this
for it.
is where we have to come to reasoning. You understand? We may look at global matters in all manners, but for us, there is only what to learn and to give understanding and respect and how we value these particular skills that global minorities and majorities are playing. So we are learning, and in this learning, we have to put it into context and practice. You see, because what it is, as we are thinking, that I agree in the main with everybody here, that we are trying to pull into our own power. And unless we understand how we're going to do that and take the real lessons of what is being shown in the world and who is behind these particular lessons, I think we miss a trick in our own
And I
movement.
think by the time I don't know whether we are actually in Nigeria per se. I can say the continent is trying, and maybe the continent is trying to play a kind of new kind of game that I don't recognize. Like in the UN late last year, there was this vote that was passed. I don't know what that means. They said that they are going to be able to back African continent, that which is the African Union, to be able to carry out military operations. I don't know what the implication of that truly is. Whether they are the ones that are going to be saying, "Oh, you can do this one, but you can't do that one," or they just give African Union the resources, and whenever the African Union sees fit, if there's any issues on the continent, they can be able to intervene. And if that kind of stuff happens, you can see a situation whereby the Congo can be pacified relatively easily. And the African regions, they already have their standby force structures in place. Buhari gave some money for counterterrorism operation. So it's almost as if they are playing a different kind of game where it's not true national this thing. They want to go through African stuff. But that too could be against us, because if you go African layer and these people hijack it, they have Africa back in their pocket again. They can do whatever they like. So it's just that what I find problematic is that the people don't even know about these things, and we are not even engaging to know details about what is going on. Because for all we know, they are basically planning and selling Africa bit by bit to the highest bidder in every corner. And we wake up one day, we find out that there's
That's
one
the
major force
reality.
that
That is
control
the
the
reality.
whole continent.
Now the reality with that now, you know, they're selling us out, and that's always been our issue, is the sellouts, if you like. Now, I don't necessarily like to use these kinds of terms. We are having it at the highest order in Africa, where our leaders are largely the ones selling us out. You know, so
for cheap.
Eh?
I say for cheap. They sell us out for cheap.
For cheap. You know, for real. I mean, that's why going as you were talking then, my thought went back to your conversation before I even came on, when somebody was, I think it was AY, speaking about how Nigeria economically and through whatever changes happens in terms of currency should hold West Africa, the ECOWAS region. That should be our power base. And furthermore, I would say the whole of the Francophone region of Africa, which is not the Arab states as they have gone on, you know, in the north of Africa on their own trip as for now. I'm talking about the likes of Central African Republic, Chad, Gabon, and all these kind of countries that are outside of the ECOWAS region. And if we were able to do that, and I can see strategically how we can do it, and there was a forward when Buhari was putting forward the idea of the eco currency for West Africa
Nigeria would kick off. This I felt was a great move, but again, it was probably only one of the things that I saw Buhari really actively fight for and against in terms of how France was influencing Ghana in having their own currency outside of Nigeria with the rest of the Francophone countries. I don't know if you followed that, but that was the complexity that was going on at the time. And now it's dead in the water. It's dead in the water. Nobody brings it up. Nobody speaks about it. And it's the ideal.
I'm getting
If I can
concerned
just
that
line, it's whether it's them who brought it or somebody else, that singularly, the changing or the upgrading of what we understand as the Nigeria day into what we can understand as the ECOWAS. There are many ways of doing it, given the way currency works in the world. That singular thing would be more powerful than the BRICS nations right now, because it's be able to be used and traded immediately within an economic group. And you can trade this currency globally as well on the markets as all currencies are traded, which will give it a big boost, especially with the African Americans. It's something that they will be able to buy as they're buying into Africa, and having a consciousness of their contribution into the Pan-African mindset in real terms. As I said, these are things I think about. And given this economic power, Bros, you really can influence. And South Africa, without that kind of economic power necessarily, through their own experience of apartheid, they have been able to wield some small power globally.
Because they use the power of their experience and conviction to do what they needed to do. Nigeria could have used the power of their convictions to fix some of the things regarding the reparation movement, transatlantic slave trade, racism that's going on around the world. No, they didn't do it. Instead, they just sat around. And what I fear now is that West Africa is being taken apart. Mauritania left the West African Union, that ECOWAS, I think a few years ago, 5-6 years ago. I'm not sure precisely when.
I didn't even know they were in it, so that's quite interesting.
They were part of West Africa. They moved to the North African. They said now Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger has peeled away again.
Yes.
And I fear that they're going to peel away to the north again. And because Morocco is promising them
the responsibility of that, or the fault of that, lies squarely with Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria is a big problem. These are our leaders. They are some of the most useless bunch of leaders that we have. I've never seen this set of useless kind of leader. They are just playing slow motion game. I don't know what kind of game, and I need them to explain this. And this is why it's good for us to be talking to people on the ground. They need to explain the game these people are playing, because it looks like lie down and die game. That's what they are playing right now. And thank you for coming in. I think we will be running up now because it's getting to 10 hours. I would like to thank you, Jago, for coming. I agree with Fumi on this. We as Nigerians have accomplished and haven't accomplished anything at all. We are not a serious country. No, we are not a serious people.
I hope she's not telling me that as though I don't know. We know this. So that's stuff
she's talking about how we are in Grenada and Dubai holding billions. This is the one that's why I think there's a
that one now real wow. But that's the way we behave. That's the way we behave. And we're talking about dollars, or in comparison to what the Naira is giving the common man on the street, and people are able to spend that in dollars.
Yeah,
it's flagrant.
I speak the truth. Thank you for coming. Don't even try that triumph. You can come in backstage. I guess you can have your conversation backstage. We will have to go and hustle. I do have to earn a living. And listen, I speak the truth. Thank you for coming in. Let me get the names out there. And AY, I see you there. Loco, I see you there. And Mr. Triumph, I thank you for joining us. EB, and I thank you for your what you are, your submissions, because this idea that we are blaming the white man, two things can be true at the same time. You can be totally a screw up. It doesn't mean that the white guy is not causing problem too for you. You know, it's like an arsonist that comes to your house. They too are responsible. It's not because you are not responsible for your house. So you are responsible for securing your house, but the arsonist is also to be blamed for the problems that they also help
that's
cause.
why to get inside ruffle. Now,
Exactly.
as there may be a major person to blame, now you get your own share of the blame. You see me?
Exactly. McEnelly, I think you are saying something about reckoning this thing over that from the video. He said, I think it's a mutually beneficial relationship between Israel and the Americans. But you have to, the idea of the discussion was about who is the senior partner here. And I actually believe that because America has similar relationship with the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Japanese, they are the superpowers for a reason. Okay. Fumi O, I thank you for coming in. Although you always like to get on my last nerve, you really do get on my last nerve. She always likes to have a go at me, no matter how much sense I make. And now she's sharing the same opinion that I do. How dare you? How dare you say Nigerians have not accomplished anything? When I say it, she will have a go at me. Thank you for coming in, Fumi O. McAnelly, I thank you for coming in. Highbury 10, I see you there too. Man of Prestige is getting very, very angry these days, man. He came in today and had to go at me and disappeared. Man of Prestige, thank you for coming in. All the politics, oh my God, how did I miss you there? All the politics, thank you for coming into Blinken visited Tinubu off to France, and withdrawal of Mali and Niger, coincidence, I guess. That's interesting. When Blinken visited, how can Israel control America? Yep, that's the question. I don't think he too bought into that. Not be juju be that. He said not be juju be that. ECOWAS chairman Tinubu is on private trip to France while his house is burning. You see all these problems. Man of President, thank you for coming in. Emmanuel Johnston, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Let's see who else. Soji Adamo, I thank you for coming in, and you're also on the panel contributing. That's a lot of contribution. You know, Nigerians are in your debt. With good, all things are possible. With God, all things are possible. Thank you for coming in. All things are possible with God. Okay. In some circumstances, you find out that there are things God cannot do because He has told you. He has told you, I'm not going to intervene there. Shegu, oh, thank you for coming in. Shegu, thank you for coming. This idea that God can do everything, they don't listen to God. God can do everything. Oga, thank you for coming in. Oga, I see you there. You came to have a go at me and disappeared again. Equity, fairness, and justice. Thank you for coming in. I see you there. Ray Abua, thank you for coming. Ray Abua was quiet today, and he said some nice stuff before he disappeared again. Thank you for coming in, Ray Abua. I see you there. And Oyi Ofofoy. That name, I can't pronounce it at all. Okay, Oyi of all. Thank you for coming. You are just trying to mess with people with that name, man.
Wherever that oil for foi is, now whichever tribe where it come from, that's your own tribe. You don't escape from. That's why you don't pronounce the name.
That name is heavy, man. It's very heavy. Eddie A, thank you for coming in. Eddie A, I see you there. A for real, I see you there too. And it's also on the panel. Kando, I see you there. Thank you for your contributions, and you are also on the panel. And Charles Ugbona, I see you there, Charles Ugbona. Thank you for coming in. Hez 969. I see you there, Hez 969. Thank you for coming in. And I've said Kando already. Boluwaga Laditi.
I like that name.
Boluwaga. It sounds easy. Yeah, that's a good one. OA. Thank you for coming in, OA. I hope it's not associated with the TV program OA that has been cancelled, right? That was an interesting, weird program. OA. Let's see who else is there. Let's see. I think I've called almost everyone. And then it's funny, the people that donate money, they don't do a lot of chatting. Ify King, I see you there. Tone, I see you there. Is on. I see you there. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there too. Tope O, I see you there. Thank you all for joining us. Let me
Shout
go
out
and I recognize the ones that T is there. Oh yeah, Queen T. Thank you for coming in. Papi, thank you for the donation. It sounds like one of those this Hispanic name. Papi. Thank you for the donation, Papi. Alexander Gomez, I appreciate your donations, and I'm sure Dr. Damage appreciates it. Every time you're always here to support. And there is a Kando. Thank you for the donations. And Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics was here. I didn't know that. Thank you for the donation, Igbo Basics. And
Well
there
done. Well
there
done.
is Kando there too. There is
Well
Alexander
done.
Gomez
Well done.
for the donations. Oscar
Well done.
Blackstone. Thank you for the donation, Oscar
Go on.
Blackstone.
Go on.
That was
Forward.
nice. Yeah. Thank you. Mazi Prince. Thank you for the donation, Mazi Prince. And Oscar Blackstone is back here again. And you have Kulata and Kulata. Thank you all for joining us. We should be running up, but this
Bros, I must
Mm.
share my appreciation for the way you round things up before we get off air. The way electricity did it last time. Wait, we were just off air. He just did it blunt and cold. So yeah, man, get to shout you out for that.
Thank you. And I'm sure John Abba, he came to say something. Please go ahead and let us know before we just close out. You know, I could have just closed that, but it's not fair that because you have not been here all day too. You miss Falana and all. What a shame.
Actually, I watch most of the stuff. I have a lot of engagement today, but oftentimes I watch it. I think the last person that asked him and his stuff was the last guy. I watch it. Yeah, I watch most of the stuff. You guys, the question he's answering and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you think about what you'll be hearing? Maybe some of the last discussions, or you want to go back, whatever you want to discuss anyway, you can just share with us.
I think it was I think of course most of us are familiar with him and his work. And he understands the environment of Nigeria. One of the things that I've had, like righteous man always say, oh, they look up to the people from the abroad. But one of the things that he says that I don't think anybody can do that is to stop them from the elite from abroad. I don't think I don't see that. I don't. How do you stop them? The only thing that people should not encourage them, because most of the things they do, their businesses. If you don't, the way they take money out, it's just to encourage Nigerians not to encourage them to use them to do most of their wrongs. But I don't think anybody in a civilized society will go and be attacking anybody. I don't think that is a civilized way of doing things. So I don't know what you do. But in general, what I was disturbed about some of the words that they were used to describe him, or some of the jab is unnecessary. And I find it disheartening when we disagree with people and that become the way we don't have the tolerance to engage with the people we disagree with. That is not a civil society. And I don't know why, if we call ourselves one people, that we cannot sit down in a civilized way to discuss our differences, especially those that you don't like them or you think they have a different political view from you, and then immediately you see them, you just attack them. If you are my enemy, I'm your enemy. If you don't believe what I believe in, then we are all unbelievers to each other. So if you don't believe what I believe, I'm unbeliever to you. And so why can't we have that civil discussion without going into the name calling? And what disturbed me, even the last meeting, was to call, when we are talking about the FAN and the CBN, so they are marginaries. And that language further divides us. If you call the whole Natanan and Marjorie like the beggars, or is it the same people you want to engage? And is it the people who say that should come, let's fight Nigerian issue together, when you have such very use such demean or
demeaning language, yeah.
language on them? Is that how? And I think the issue of Nigeria or Africa is bigger than even the president of a country. So why are you taking it? We have people, good luck during good luck time, he cried, or the West. Buhari said the same things. I should tell you that they are dealing with a bigger force than sometimes you can still blame them, but it's real. You cannot ignore their own. And then we, the people, do not make it easy. We are fighting each other, and where the world is becoming one, and we are going up different way again. How is that going to help our people or help us? So it's very disturbing to me that at least we can disagree, but we can still be civil in our world, and we can be firm, and we can actually throw that jab, classic, without the insult, without the demeaning of one side of the people. So let's come together. Okay, if the Igbo and Yorubas call themselves together, which they cannot be together in wherever the way they are saying it. If they come to be together, and the North, they also, let's unite against the North. The North are also suffering. The Northerners are more in poverty. The poverty in the North are higher than any part of Nigeria. So if we don't see their own struggle with their elite, with empathy, and say, okay, if we have a leadership, we say, okay, this is our fellow brothers and sisters, that their own people are taking advantage of them, and ginger them that we are suffering in this thing. Don't be saying yes to these people that will never care for you. Let us fight them. But before you don't tell them that, rather you are telling them that they are beggars. And they are, so how do we unite, have a united front to confront the worst enemy in our lifetime, seeing our brothers and sisters dying for no reason, the highest struggles in our lifetime. So it's quite disturbing to me. And when some people use the word today against him, we are throwing jab on a man that have gone to prison, suffer all his life. It's not good. It's not easy to even leave Nigeria to heaven. It's not easy.
To live Nigeria to heaven.
Even if that is the way how you see heaven, to live in Nigeria one day, it's not that easy.
Yeah.
That atmosphere is not easy to do the right thing. You have to be disciplined. And you are talking about the environment that have been dealt with poverty and disease and control of every aspect of life, that people are not ready to move. Even the people we are fighting for. I asked, like I told you, that I asked one of my friends, what is your biggest challenge in Nigeria? He said to me, fighting for people and they're fighting you. It's his biggest challenge in his leadership. He said, while I'm fighting for these people, they're fighting me.
Yeah, that's how they roll. They don't play around.
Well, it's a good thing.
But maybe that is something we have to make our peace with. They are going to fight you either way. So you still focus on moving on to deliver the goal.
No, I'm talking about the people we are fighting for. No, we are.
We understand what you're saying.
Yes,
we understand very well what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a different thing. Fighting for the people.
No, but still, it is if we understand how things are today, politics, especially in Nigeria, you are going to have to accept wholeheartedly that that's going to be part of the course. It's going to happen, where you are fighting for the people and they are going to be fighting against you.
No doubt.
No, it's a different thing. If they are fighting for people and they are fighting against you, it's one thing. If you are fighting for the people and the people who are fighting for are fighting you, it's a two different thing.
Yeah, that's why he's saying that the people that you are fighting for will be fighting against you. And they are fighting against you not necessarily because they they don't understand why you are fighting. That's probably why. Maybe they don't even agree with what you are fighting for. So that too could be part of it.
Because it becomes particular. Where the gift and the understanding of politics is that you are speaking to a mass of people. This mass of people are not going to come to you all in agreement. It is what you are able to put forward succinctly to them that the majority that you speak to will appreciate your standpoint and where you come from, even though they didn't begin with that point of view. But most definitely, there are still going to be those who are listening to you and at the same speed as everybody else is listening to, and they've got a different point of view entirely. And their point of view may be different because of personal circumstances. What you are putting forward may be just and right, but it doesn't suit me in terms of where I stand today. So these are the kinds of individuals, just one example of those who will be fighting against you, that you are fighting for.
Yeah, I guess one has to make one own peace with that. But I appreciate that because some people, like he said, they were using demeaning terms to describe Northerners when we are talking about working with them too. And I don't think that's something we'll have to learn to be disciplined about, not to be trying to alienate people while you need them. And if you want to succeed in a movement that is national, and which stands the best chance of succeeding, even if you go in national, like AY said in that, you might be surprised. Northerner might be easier to talk to because if they agree with you, they will share the information more rapidly than a Southerner.
Not only are they easier to talk to, I mean, in terms of what AY said, but that reasonably is the place that the experiment, at least, needs to be positioned to in order for true emancipation of the whole of Nigeria. Because if truly the mammoths that we call the North, and us understanding it not to be a homogenous group, we have now to look at the suffering as well put by John Abbott, that these individuals are suffering perhaps and almost always more than we in the South, if we're talking about penury, suffering, having to find daily bread. These kind of basic aspects are least in large parts of the North than they are in the South, because there's a lot that we've been able to do for ourselves as individuals in terms of our training. And unfortunately, because of the oppression that the North comes with already in terms of the feudal system that is still at play there, as opposed to the more civilianship. I know we're not civilians in Nigeria, yes, we're not necessarily citizens at the moment, but we understand that there's been different cultures and how closer to these cultures were to how the world works in terms of the West, than rural living.
Thank you.
If we could truly put on our agenda that the North needs to be spoken much more gently to see really what they feel, because it's difficult to understand what it is that they feel, as we have on this panel, and in people who are probably watching are more of the South. So we want to really want to hear the voices of opinions that range in the north of the country. I do. I want to appreciate it much more than I understand right now. And from them. Okay.
All right then. Thank you all for coming. And Kando,
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate
Yes, sir.
you for coming in too. And then we will have to carry on behind the scenes if anybody's wants to carry on chatting. And till next time, let's take advice from our beloved president. Not exactly.
Just go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazugo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazugo, akwa nwa nwe ilochi o, biko rapụzo ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko